mover más esqueleto. Palengue, tielar y respeto. Cui hasta uto más prieto. RFP, estule batata, que le buru. Nundando lata, senda cultura, nu serenata. Ahueven cualquier hasta se fata. Y hasta representa macata. Ahue azotato más prieto. Que estaban galao en dicepo. Atuanan gusta más esteto. Ane a mini guerigueto. Huecusa ane hasta suelto. Y guata falta más respeto. Mona lengua mi mata. Y ascendari Wakanda. Sina, sina, sinata, sinanu, asina, sina, sinata, sinanu. Mona lengua mi mata. Como lunga batata. Mona lengua mi mata. Y ascendari Wakanda.
Morning, everybody. Whoa. Good fucking morning. Goddamn, Zelda. Zelda popping off. They weren't lying when they said it was the epic mix. Well, I'm going to bring it down. It is 9:41. It is the 21st of July. Oh my god, we're chilling out. We're chilling out. We're chilling out. Don't worry, I want like Zelda cozy mix. Zelda cozy mix. Cozy mix. Chill the fuck out. It's motherfucking 15 degrees here. It's cold. I got jumper on. I got my Moroccan jumper on. Let's try this. Come on. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. We have May Van J. Morning, morning, morning. I like the new Zeldas. I know some people don't. I know some people don't like the new Zeldas, which is fine. Like, it is quite different. It is quite different. But I kind of accept that, and it's okay. Right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, most Luciferian chatter. Welcome in. Anglo. Stephen. You feel like crap? Are you sick or something? Hi, Aiden. Good morning, everyone. Someone's in the green space and is like, Jesus. I suck Jesus's willy. Real good. And that's why he said I'm special. And I go to heaven. And you don't. He told me. He was like, specifically that guy. Specifically that guy. Don't like him. Oh no, he thinks I'm ugly. He thinks I'm ugly. I bet you don't even have a job. So here's my update, guys. I start my new job tomorrow. Oh, this guy's trying really hard. Anyway, it's on like the other place. Who cares, right? Who cares? So yeah, on that note, I think I found somewhere really nice to move to. I'm gonna view it on Saturday. If you guys remember, I start the new job tomorrow, and I'm gonna be working Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then it expands. Yeah, you won't be able to see, confusingly. And I think they wanted that for July, and then I go up to 4 days a week. Thank God as well. It pays so well, and like I'd be fucked without it. Yeah, we do have a new Prime Minister. We are gonna look into that. Don't worry, that's on the cards. How do you feel about him? Ooh, it's a good question. Hi, Neuro. You just missed someone telling me that I have no job and I need Jesus. And then I said I suck Jesus's willy, and they got really upset and triggered. Welcome in, Neuro. Hope you're well, my love. Gosh, let's chatter, Sean. Let's get started. I think. He seems superficially better than Keir, and I guess that my worry actually is it's all superficial, and that like nothing underneath it. Like I've had people be like, he's socialist, and then I'm like, he did PFI. I was having a discussion with someone yesterday, and they're like, no, he didn't. He's a socialist, and I send them the era in which he did loads of privatization of the NHS, and they're like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, bro. I straight up think you're just fucking being lied to. I think we're being lied to. Yes, Neuro has it. He seems to be better at playing the game of politics, which is very worrying. Because frankly, the comms side, Keir was really bad at. Andy, it looks like he's going to be better, but it won't work. Do you watch University Challenge? Gosh, I haven't for a long time. I mean, I used to watch University Challenge and get like maybe 3 questions right and be like, well, I'm basically a genius now, right? But I'm like Sheffield Leeds graduate. I'm not Oxford Cambridge graduate. I'm not that intelligent, right? I don't know if he's going to be better than Starmer materially. It is. Look, folks. Let me get warmed up. You know, we usually play some games and stuff to start with, and that's where I want to start for today. A life update. I still have a fabulous mullet. It's a bit cold here. Yeah, I really want that a landlady has got back to me. There is a really cute flat in a really nice part of town in Sheffield, and it is just about affordable for me as long as I try and keep my bills down. And I'm like, please, 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 please. It's really cute. A lettuce, Neuro. It's a lettuce. But look, we will. Is Starmer the 6'7" guy? Oh Lord. Starmer's a dickhead. That's all you need to know about him. And he's gone. And he was last seen having a pint in central London. Look, we and I start my new contract tomorrow. I won't get paid for 5 weeks. But the hell? Is that the anthrax? That's anthrax in Korea and Japan, right? The anthrax underground attack. He stole the song. What song? Look, I focused on his policies, and his lack of aura and riz was just so self-evident I didn't need to talk about it. Not anthrax? What was it? It was something like that, no? Oh, yeah. He tried to... Hold on. A second. There we go. Just get rid of the background. It's being a bit strange. Sarin? Oh, sarin gas. Something like that. Yeah, I think I know what you mean now. Maybe someone just... Yeah, it could be a stinker. But then this disappears. This isn't blue. Computer, why you do this? It was sarin gas? Okay. This is not relaxing. How dare you? Let me know if you want the full thing. What was this?
Hey there, Mr. Jumbo, out there in the African sun. Hey there, Mr. Jumbo, will you share with me the jambalaya? And then he told me, well, I couldn't speak his language, I couldn't even understand a word. But I knew his meaning was what I decided I had heard. He said, the love you is in the valley.
Get the fuck away from me.
The love you seek is in the ancient scroll.
This, do you know what this reminds me of? God, that's that woman in Africa. Woman. Hold on. There's a. Yeah.
In Africa, we have this.
This woman.
Prefer this. We have this. But we prefer this. We have this. But we prefer this. Finally, in Africa, we have this. But we prefer this. In Africa, we
I love her. She's so funny. Yeah. I mean, she's just like... Do you communicate in the African language? Like, some people are just... How do you charge your
Do
phone?
you make human sacrifices in Africa? We've not yet been able to make a human sacrifice because we've been waiting for you. In which country Africa is located? Africa is located in India. How do you get water in Africa? We gather together as a community when we need water and cry in the room. It is then transferred to the community pool of tears. How do you charge your phone? We go to the community river filled with hippos and pick a hippo and and insert this end of the cable into the hippo's butt and put this other part of the cable into your phone. You see those foreigners that will leave their country and then carry their big cameras and fly to Africa and go to any country and start recording and taking pictures of random kids without taking consent from their parents or their guardians. One day we'll have the time to address you. Do you make human sacrifices in Africa?
Nope, we've been waiting for you. What's your take this subway? God. How fucking apt. Oh my God. Morning, Sam. Right. Okay. So I think this is Tokyo and it's like the 70s, right? You're gonna get me cancelled in every part of the world here. I can't be like laughing at 9/11 and then laughing at this. It was 95? Okay. I'll trust you with that. I don't know. Boom. 87. South Korea. Okay. Completely wrong. So confidently wrong. So confidently wrong. Protesters fleeing after riot police hurled tear gas to break up a march in central Seoul during the nationwide June democratic struggle. Oh yeah, I forgot when they had that real good democracy going on. The Samsung democracy. Who dat? Is this... The attack was in 85. It was Korea anyway. Okay, some president. On that note, you've just reminded me we need to look at what's going on. We need to look at Arun's video on what's going on in India. Arun. And now, have I spelt that? Excuse me. I have not spelt that right. Huh? Can somebody link me Arun's... I fucking spell everything wrong all the time. Can somebody link me Arun's YouTube, please? Okay. It's the double N is on the other thing. Yeah, okay. Right, he did a video, yeah, on the protests that are going down, and somebody was in the Discord, who is leftist in India, was telling us shit was going wild. I'll see if I can access what he sent us. Hold on. One second. See if this works. Yeah, there's some pictures here. Shit going down. I was in his stream for 4 hours yesterday. I was in the stream for a bit. This is not a criticism. He's so knowledgeable. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know what's happening. And this is my own like lack of knowledge, right? Of what's going on. But we will take a look. We will take a look. I don't fucking know what's happening here. Some motherfucking American wanker. Not Nova Scotia. New York, New York. No idea. Okay. It was Dayton, Ohio. Right. Okay. And it was Roosevelt. Kenya. Wait, no. South. Is that South? That's really strange. That's not the South Sudanese flag. It's like the Kenyan flag with the South Sudan. Or. Okay. Countdown to Southern Sudan referendum. Vote for development. Secession. Is this when they. Because it's the youngest. country in the world. Let's just try the capital then. What's the capital? Juba, I think. I could be wrong. I actually don't know. I'm not very knowledgeable on Sudan at all. Let's try here. It's like 2002, I want to say. Juba? Thanks. Right, 2011. A group of pro-independence southern Sudanese activists rallying for independence in Juba airport ahead of Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir's arrival. This gathering occurred just days before a referendum in which nearly 99% of southern voters chose to secede. South Sudan officially became an independent nation and the world's newest country. Okay, fuck. Interesting. Is that Edinburgh? Or it could be... Yeah. Okay. Libre de... Cartes et guides Michelin Carten et... Oh, it's fucking... yeah. Brussels. Is it not Brussels? Wiesel. Estonia? No, it's not Estonia. Belgium. It could be Antwerp. Because remember, I thought Antwerp was in fucking Dutchland. Because it basically is, but don't tell them. Because Belgium's a fake country. We'll try here, and that looks like it's in sort of 70s-ish. Yeah, that's one thing. 81. 74. Bruges. Bruges. Belgium. Okay. Well, fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Huh. No idea what's happening here. Do you do connections? I don't, but I'm up for trying, Sean, if you have a link to a game that we could play. I could try. Did you cry during the England-France match? No. I didn't really watch it. I mean, I had it on in the background and it was like we smashed them. I thought it was really nice that the lads were super like respectful to one another, both French and English, which is like the exact opposite of Argentina. I'm sad that we didn't win, but like super, super happy. Anybody who's like, fuck England, like, we came third. That's amazing. That's the best we've done in my lifetime. And I'm really looking forward to the Nations. Games are in September. And next year we have the Women's World Cup. And I'm super excited about that. I think it was good fun. I personally think the Mexico game was the best. The Mexico game felt like both England and Mexico gave it their all, you know? I have no idea what's happening here. I don't even know where we are. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it could be... Oh, Mexico. There we go. I think we're in... Oh, wait. If that's the consulate, it's not Mexico. I can't quite see it. Like, if that's the consulate, that means it's not Mexico. Bellingham's hot. He is. He is a cutie, isn't he? Bellingham's great. Captain in waiting, Bellingham. They do speak Dutch in Belgium, so I think it was a good guess. I split, right? We were looking at the Marxist Party in Belgium recently, who are doing quite well. And they were saying a lot of the political parties were based on like the national split between the Dutch and the French, and the reason why the Marxists, aside from somehow because it's Portuguese, okay, I'll go with you. Oh, it could be, what do you think about Brazil? The Mexican consulate Brazil? Portuguese? Is that really? I don't know. Now you're not so sure? I have no idea. We'll just do a random guess. We'll do a random guess. It's okay, don't worry. We'll do a random guess. I'm just going to go for Brazil for the sake of it. Fuck it, why not? We don't know, and that's fine. We might do really bad. What was I saying? I was talking about football, and I've completely forgotten what else I was talking about. Jesus. 1908. 1909, Lisbon. You were correct. You were correct. You were correct. See, you should trust your gut. Literally capital of Portugal. You didn't misread shit. Year to beat. Year to beat. Let's try that. This is always really fun. Okay. What the fuck is this? What's our boy doing in this movie? What the hell is this movie?
Here's my story, and the story goes: you give love, you get love.
1989. I have not got a clue. I don't even know what this is. 1991, fine. Paula Abdul.
I'm gonna take this love right to ya. All my heart, all the joy. Oh.
Don't know. Well, this is boring. 2020. Not. I don't know. It might be earlier than that. Yeah, 2012. Okay. Disclosure. Not my vibe at all. Not my vibe at all.
We belong together. And you know
There's got to be. The suits are giving like. Oh man, that's 90s though. Late 80s, early 90s, right? I really like that second outfit. This is terrible. This is an affront to Jesus.
sitting there the time. How could you love me and leave me and never say goodbye?
1989 again.
Sleep at night without holding you tight.
Damn, 1992. Right. Who is it? Oh, Boys to Men. Again, I'm like 2 years old when this stuff happens. Boat. I'm on a boat. Look at me. I'm on a boat. Morning, I know some stuff. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Dead darlings. I'd say 2008, maybe? 2009. I'm on a boat. Pretty close. What's this? What do I feel I know it? Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back to you. 2005? 2005? Oh, I'm so old. 1995. Shit. Shit. Right, let's try open guesser, and then we will do. What should we do? Flags, or I feel like we got to mix it up. Should I? Girl, we old. I know. Where could this possibly be? Guys, I don't fucking know. I swear, America's the easiest. Every 3 seconds, there's a motherfucking American flag. Jesus. Don't forget, guys, today we've got Turtle Island Tuesday as well, and we're focusing on climate change with our friend Boar. Should be interesting. Right, we're going to start with British Britbonga politics, though. I don't fucking know, man. Could it be Detroit because everything's falling apart? Could it be Detroit because everything looks like shit? The first Gannett newspaper. You could do European capitals? No, but we could try. We could try European capitals and not do... Or make the gambas super easy. Because I don't know that. Hello, T1. Hello. Oh, welcome in, everybody. Hi, 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 hi. If the way is hazy, you know you can't be lazy. Hit the recipe.
The cake will end up crazy if you do the cooking by the book. Then you'll have it.
Knock it down, bitch. T1, whilst you're here, I know you're probably going to bed sometime soon. Folks, T1, queer, black, will piss you off. Not because of that, but because... God damn it. Don't you... If you do that in the middle of me talking, it pushes every thought I've ever had directly out of my brain. T1 does tier ranking with stuff, and it's very fun. It's very fun. But it also will get you like irrationally angry. Like I was watching T1 getting ready this morning, brushing my teeth, calling up a bitch, being angry, and no, it's okay. T1 will straight up be like, you'll watch it and you'll be like, this is such a friendly, innocuous stream. And then it will be like, The Terminator 2 is not the best movie in the 90s, even though it's really good. And then you'll want to fight him. So that's why you should give T1 some love. Welcome in, folks. I'm Lesbian Hot Sauce. I am a politics streamer. We do politics here. But we do try and keep it, like, entertaining as well, right? We're not boring here. Anal. Chemung... What the fuck this, bitch? Does Detroit have a canal? I'm not very good at GeoGuessr. Hey? How is there not a single sign that says what city we're in? You keep the flame. Detroit, Rock City. Okay. I'm bad at knowing where anything is. I am as well. I need to stop doing this.
One just saluted comrade.
_ Thank you for saluting our comrade, Tito. Fuck it. There. Absolutely very wrong. Of course, it was actually Elmira. Fuck off, Open Guesser. I hate that game. Okay. We are going to let's do capitals of countries in Europe. We have a gamba. Sporkle. Oh. Find the countries of Europe by the capital. Okay. Let's just say how well out of 47. Let's just say if I get for today, because it's new, because we're new, we'll do voting at 80% or more. Yeah, we'll do that. I get 80% or more. I have no idea how I'm gonna do. There's some capitals I think I'll be completely lost on. I wish I could get this for all the countries that were actually countries when I was a kid. I'm also old though, so it's no excuse. Capitals, Europe, 80% or more. And we're going to work our way up, guys. So if you think I get 8% or more, you say yes. If no, click no. So there's prediction. Put in gamble points, ethical gambling. There you go, there you go, there you go. You can do an ethical gamble. I genuinely don't know what's going to happen here. I couldn't do US states. Like, the Midwest, I don't know what you are. I also, really importantly, don't care. Like, I do care for the countries of Africa. Do not care. Okay, somebody has to say no. Somebody has to put some points into no. Thank you for believing in me. I think I made it too easy, didn't I? I made it too easy. Somebody vote no just for balance. All in. Uh-oh. I know some stuff. Why are you putting your faith in me? You should know. A lot of Midwest America is too east to be called Midwest. They just didn't want to be called Middle Eastern. Lol. Thank you for putting whoever put the 20 into no. Thank you. And it's probably the best we're gonna get. So thank you for whoever dropped a cheeky 20. What the fuck is Nicosia? Later. Vienna. Wait, which one's Austria? Oh, crap. Okay, wait. Right. Italy, Switzerland, Slovenia. That's Czechia? Yes. Is Luxembourg this guy? Yeah! Oh, Podgorica is former Yugoslavic Republic of Macedonia. No, fuck, Montenegro. Budapest is Hungary, right? Which is there? Yeah. Oh, where's Bucharest? I don't know. Romania, sorry. Madrid. Lisbon. Warsaw is Poland. Vaduz. Oh god. Reykjavik is Iceland. Kyiv. There. I want to say Sofia is like... It's like, not Hungary, not Poland. It's like, one of these here, right? Oh, fuck. It's Bulgaria. Sorry, Pristina. That's former Yugoslavia. Whoever put 20 in about a fucking walk. About a walk. I don't know shit. Skopje. Finally, we got Northern Macedonia. Belgrade, isn't that Serbia? Yeah. Moscow, Brussels, Chisinau. What's that? What the fuck is that? Moldova? It's Moldova. Oslo, Ankara, Stockholm, Rome, Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Tirana is Albania. Vilnius is Lithuania. Monaco's Monaco. Amsterdam. Vatican. San Marino is like that one there, I think. Yeah. Bratislava. I think it's that guy. Yeah, Slovakia. Bern? Is that Switzerland? Yeah. Andorra. Fucking fake ass country, innit? Yeah, Andorra. Riga is Estonia or Latvia? Shit, it's Latvia. Zagreb is Croatia. Helsinki. Ljubljana is Slovenia. Tallinn, Estonia? Okay. Dublin. Copenhagen, Athens, Paris, Berlin. Where the fuck is in Nicosia? I'll try Cyprus. Okay. That's Austria. I don't know who the fuck Vaduz is. Girl, is you a country there? No. Is you where? There? Oh. Liechtenstein. Valletta? Who the fuck is Valletta? Malta. Is that guy? Okay. 87%. Right. So we can do 90. We can do 90. I think. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. We can do 90. And then that can be challenging. So we know that now. Thank you for unlocking a new game. Okay. 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 Let me give you your points. I kind of want to do one more game. I'm in the mood. So that's a yes. Sorry, whoever did put 20 in. You were like so close to winning a fat stack. Did we win? Yes, one. Because it was 80% or more for now. So you did not win. Oh! Wait, someone put loads in no and I missed it. Sorry, you guys got fucked. You guys got fucked. Fuck you for not believing in me. That's your fault, innit? That's your fault. It's no one else's fault. That's your fault. Okay. Yo, Yasmin. How you doing, my love? I want to start with one more game. Bandle. Let's do Bandle. I wanted to support the person who put 20 in. Sorry. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no. Not a clue. I don't know new songs. I'm old. The Weekend? I don't know. No. 1.6 billion. I don't know this. Taylor Swift. That's why. I have no idea. Watch You Force Me to Perform? I thought it was Crab Rave. It's not. I don't know this. Oh, look what you... I don't look. Wrong kind of white girl. Wrong kind of white girl. Sorry, wrong kind of white girl. Wrong white girl. Right. I think we can get going. Okay. We got a new Prime Minister. We have... Yeah, damn. I mean, you got it. It was Taylor Swift. We've got a new Prime Minister, and I am incredibly skeptical of the guy. It's really very simple. For those who are not in the know, the Parliamentary Labour Party was taken over and gutted of anyone with a conscience and anybody with a political, I guess, philosophy that would have saved this country, which is socialism. And instead, you have Andy Burnham, who's a bit of a chameleon and has worked with a couple of the different iterations of the Labour Party, including Blairism, which is the general approach is basically integrating private finance into government spending, which has been really bad. It's failed. We've had like hospitals shut down and the government's in massive debt from it. So it's a complete objective failure, both ideologically and practically, right? Because we're socialists, so we like to talk about practicalities and reality here, rather than fancy ideological wafflery. When Corbyn presented, I'd say the first real threat to the establishment in this country for generations, they did everything. The powers that be did everything that they could. Particularly when he was about 2,000 votes off winning the election completely. God, it breaks my heart. In 2017, and I think he scared the powers that be, because he had an economic platform that required them to, at minimum, share wealth, and really importantly, because we're socialists here, empower workers, give workers access to the means of production through the expansion of nationalisation and cooperatives. Like, not like, oh, we're gonna do like a 1% tax and that's gonna be good. No. Transforming the economy, a genuine plan to save Britain from the rich. Okay, it is a class war that we're in the UK, and the rich are winning. When Keir Starmer took over the Parliamentary Labour Party, he gutted everyone who was a Corbynite. He threw Corbyn out. He got rid of everybody who had anything good or meaningful to say. And you are left with most of the MPs joined in 2024 and are literally just careerist fucks. They're terrible, terrible human beings with a couple of old hats, including someone like Andy Burnham, who was an MP, left to become a mayor, has come back to take over the Labour Party in a way that should worry you, because Keir Starmer's team was laughably shit. We could sit back and be like, let them cook because it's terrible. Everybody hates them, and all we have to do is explain to people why this is happening, right? This is scarier because I think these guys are trying really hard to work on their comms, and they're trying really hard to save the Labour Party. That's scary. The Labour Party needs to die now. It is, this is the last chance, actually, as Andy Burnham has rightfully said, for the Labour Party to save itself from itself. We're going to look at some of the snapshot policies, flagship policies that are coming out, and really the monumental task that that the government has. The problem is that people genuinely think Andy Burnham's socialist. That's scarier. But remember, Keir Starmer lied to people as well. Keir Starmer lied to people. The lie fell apart quite quickly. We can only hope that there is some media establishments that hold Andy Burnham accountable. But there's something I do want to bring up, which is, it was brought up yesterday, this idea that Andy Burnham ended homelessness in Manchester, and that he's going to bring this to the UK, and it'll work. So rough sleeping in Greater Manchester has risen for the 4th year in a row. So this is a bit of a clickbait. Headline. He was able to manage bits of rough sleeping, and for a while saw it decrease. So this is an examination into the mayor's record on housing. Housing is probably his worst legacy in Manchester. He priced everyone out with massive corporate investments, and loads of people just moved up from London, and the people of Manchester were pushed out to the suburbs. Kill British Labour says radical lesbian on terrorist soapbox website. If I ever get taken up by the Sun, I love that. Please. Proudly hated by the Daily Mail, you know. So yes, there was a thread that was left dangling in Joshi's widely read essay about Andy Burnham, which was about homelessness. Joshi noted that rough sleeping had fallen sharply after Burnham became mayor, which is true. But what about the number at the official count last year? Every year, the GMCA publishes a press release early in the year, announcing a new number which is based on official counts that takes place on one night in November, and they take credit for the progress made. Ending rough sleeping by 2020 was Burnham's most high-profile promise when he was elected. But even when 2020 passed, it continued to be a major priority, with millions spent on his flagship, a bed every night scheme. Hi, Phoenix. This year, they still haven't made such an announcement, so we dug into the figures and checked them with Burnham's team. The upshot: the number increased to 197, up from 154 in 2024. This means that the number of people sleeping rough in the official annual snapshot has risen for 4 years in a row and more than doubled till 2021. The number is now close to when Burnham took over, which was 268 in 2017. And the lowest count was achieved in 2021 when 89 rough sleepers were counted. So here's our graph showing how rough sleeping has gone down and then up again since Burnham became mayor. So yeah, he was mayor for all of this, so he's accountable for all of this. As you can see, this is the problem, I think, and this is going to be Andy Burnham's approach, because we're going to look at some of the things. He's done things like bring back hope. God, with this cunt. Like, where was it? Scrap VAT from household electricity bills. Girl, like, what? It saves us £40 a year, maybe. That's going to get eaten up, by the way, by the fact that there's a massive fucking war with Iran. I don't know if they've paid attention to that. And the Houthis are like, fuck you, we're blocking, what is that fucking strait? We're blocking the shipping in the Sinai. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. There's no specific reason. So they said that the increase is consistent with the national trend in recent years, but 4 years of increased rough sleeping suggests that the Great Manchester model is no longer an exemplar for how to tackle street homelessness. Here's the thing. It's going to be these sort of snapshot policies that have a small effect, but the rot in British politics is deep. We need to cut it out at the root. So these kind of scrapping VAT from household electricity bills ain't gonna do shit. This isn't gonna work. We're gonna slip to fascism. You are the Prime Minister as well of the whole fucking country. Okay? From Devon to motherfucking rural Lincolnshire to, I mean, the border, right? Because Scotland governs itself to a certain extent. It's not going to work. We will take a look at the way it's being covered. I want to look at this as well. Burnham's impossible economic dilemma. Like, literally, the answer, by the way, is socialism. Like, actual socialism. Not the stupid Labourite stuff of, if we do a 0.1% wealth tax, we'll be Norway. No, you won't. No, you fucking won't. Norway is Norway for loads of historical reasons. And you're not going to get that because you have a fucking ridiculous wealthy elite in England. You have a ridiculous wealthy Nepo baby elite in England. And Norway didn't have that because they were occupied by the Swedish monarchy for so long. Wow, learning history is really hard. You would think all these fucking PPE Oxford graduates knew the very basics, the very fucking basics of politics and history. Okay, we'll take a look at this. I'm going to grab another coffee.
Power is complete. Now he's got to get on with it before the electorate lose patience. And right now it's about naming the team. Many of Keir Starmer's highest profile ministers have gone, including Rachel Reeves and David Lammy. The new Chancellor, defying most speculation, is John Healey, the former Defence Secretary, who resigned last month. The Foreign Secretary is Ed Miliband. Shabana Mahmood remains Home Secretary, and Louise Haigh is Minister for the Cabinet Office. So for those who said Andy Burnham might be continuity Starmer, that Labour was on the road to Wigan Keir, the new Prime Minister was bold. He intends to be a radical break, promising the biggest political change for 40 years. He will start tomorrow with help on the cost of living and has talked today about tax reductions and social care free at the point of delivery. Tonight, is the plan coming together? Is it deliverable? And will the bond markets wear it? Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, has been watching events. Here's his report.
Welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please, let's go and see the King.
In less than 4 years on the throne, the King has found himself welcoming his fourth Prime Minister to Buckingham Palace. In Downing Street, lined with friends and political allies, he promised change on an epic scale. He gestured to his family gathered in front of number 11 Downing Street and blew a kiss to his mother before his first public words as Prime Minister. The chopping and changing of leaders of the nation, which he was now contributing, should end now.
I am acutely conscious that I am the sixth person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the seventh Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model.
It was a promise of dramatic transformation, but many details would have to wait. Some early giveaways would come quickly.
Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope.
So it's just very Blair coded, and I think the most important point you need to understand is that that's no different than the economic paradigm that we live in. He keeps on saying public control instead of public ownership, and I keep on latching onto that for a very specific reason. If we don't own democratically, means of production, core natural monopolies, water, housing, healthcare, electricity, transport, public transport, right? Trains, etc. This is just the same. The problem being, it's yet another political lie, and people are flocking to Farage because he's capitalizing on the fact that people are being lied to. People are being lied to, and there's no left wing. Like, where are the fucking Greens right now? Where are they? Where's Zach Polanski? Like it feels that we live in a vacuum of left-wingism, and they have been able now to grab the narrative and act as if this is left-wing. If he does do like actual, even social democracy, I'll be super surprised. By the way, paying a private business for a government contract is not social democracy. It's literally neoliberalism again and again and again and again and again and again. So that's my fear. My fear is people will continue to be lied to, and that their comms will get better, and stuff like, we're going to end homelessness and maybe there'll be a dip in rough sleeping. Fine. But will there be an improvement in people's lives day to day? I very much doubt it. And we'll look at how Channel 4 at least is framing the economic dilemma, and we'll make sure that we analyse it through a Marxist lens as well.
Thank you very much, everybody.
He beckoned his wife to his side. She didn't seem keen. In a briefing moments later, Andy Burnham said cost of living help could include cuts to
Is that his partner?
and bus fares. He wasn't ruling out rent freezes. He was still interested in unfreezing income tax thresholds, a levy to fund social care. And, he said, fiscal rules could be reinterpreted. Inside number 10, the Cabinet Secretary and team waited for the moment Andy Burnham was ready to enter his new domain.
Yeah. Well, she's probably like, fuck me, in the space of like, I mean, she's been a minister's wife before, but it is quite different. The main thing I want for him to try and tackle is the rabid Islamophobia. Keir was talking about radical Islamism and shit. I think that would be very low on the list of things that he cares about. I think it's much more likely that he continues to focus solely on anti-Semitism in order to promote, well, we know what, right? In order to promote their efforts in the state's efforts here to support the Zionist war, which has nothing to do with Judaism anyway, right? But I would just prepare yourself to be disappointed. He helped support. He supported the Iraq War. He is not that guy. He's not that guy.
How his aspirations might be realised. Measuring up to this opening rhetoric will be a colossal challenge.
Good morning.
Andy Burnham began his day meeting rough sleepers in Westminster and visiting a homeless shelter to promote his new pledge. He was asked if, despite his pleas,
That is quite funny, though. Doesn't give a fucking shit. I mean, I feel like they shouldn't have filmed.
Already broken out.
I'm appalled at those briefings.
The thing is, with people who are homeless, there are such often complex interweaving needs. I've worked in this area. I worked for Mind in Sheffield, and I was tasked on a project where you had to keep people in housing, people who are really vulnerable, and frankly, the answer is giving people stability, third spaces that they can connect and feel a community in, and good jobs, and access to maybe drug rehabilitation that works. That one's really hard because the person has to want to stop drugs, which is a combination of, I guess, individual responsibility and having a much wider support network that supports those people that gets there, because people choose drugs for a reason, and that reason is often emotional and psychological and very real pain. Once they're there, it's very hard to get someone out, and we still live in a world where the state has rolled back everything. Charities are trying to fill that void. Hello, Michelle. I think I view this stuff like I view when people speak about the police. It's like homelessness is that we see is a symptom of a much wider systemic issue. So just getting people off the streets into a home isn't really shit. Like, that ain't it. Like, we need people to have good jobs to go to so that they can get off drugs and become valuable members of society. And guess what? We need a society that is like meaningful for people. And we live in a very atomized world in Britain. It's almost like very famous politicians here said there's no such thing as society. And we're still living with that legacy. So I just think that this is very comms focused. Very comms focused. I got someone off the street, aren't I good? Year 10 school projects. You sleep on the street and you earn money for homeless people, which is fine if you're a child, but not if you're a prime minister. Like, people deserve better than being treated this way as a kind of photo opportunity. There is a joke in many rural villages that there's nothing to do but drink and do drugs. I am, of course, a good boy who would never smoke a marijuana. Yes, I live in a very rural place. Drugs has been a problem for like some of my friends and people I know in this area because there literally is like fuck all to do here. So people take drugs. There's no good jobs here. You know, I'm super lucky to be able to do stuff like my consultancy work. Most people, it's like you work in fucking herons or something, you know, which is fine. At least it's a stable job, but it's a difficult environment to grow up in.
Any colleague being on the receiving end of an anonymous briefing. And coming back to Westminster, I kind of see that having gone to another level.
Earlier, Keir Starmer's staunchest cabinet allies filed into Downing Street to cheer him out of the building. Friends say he remains convinced he could have turned around opinion polls. The party, he believes, has made a mistake. But none of that was shared as he left to see the King to resign.
I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham.
So clueless. So clueless. I grew up in a provincial council estate. Everyone was on something if they could be. Is it simplistic, King, for me to think it is better in this life to offer people good jobs and that we look at places like Sheffield, like Leeds, like the places, or really actually the peripheries of those places, right? Your Grimesthorpe that used to be the mining towns, your Barnsleys, your Elsicas. People there, no matter what, you can yap, go and get people off the streets, okay, but unless there's an industry in the town or something, you know, that starts to bring the town back together, it's not going to work. People have nothing to, like, there's nothing to offer people. And then people feel they have nothing to offer the world. Like, until we fix that, and I know in the south where you live, it's a major problem in the hospitality is the industry that people have to work in, but paradoxically, those people are priced out of being able to live in the areas that have hospitality because everybody buys a second home there. And hospitality in itself is not enough to sustain 2 counties, Cornwall and Devon, right? I don't know if that's if you feel that's a fair assessment.
I wish him every success. He has
and like
my
2
full
tin mines,
support.
you know?
And I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
God, fucking clueless.
His promise of an end to factionalism may ring a little hollow for the Starmer loyalists clapping the man they served out of Downing Street. Every one of them now cast out of government. You find those out of office tend, with some exceptions, to have constituencies below the Midlands. those now in office after this reshuffle, or widely expected to be promoted, tend to represent the North. And
I'm jumping in and out because I work. Don't worry, my love. I'm glad I can keep you company.
Choreographed moment of left-right unity, not so accidentally bumping into Shabana Mahmood, giving her a hug and walking together into number 10. She is staying as Home Secretary.
Shabana Mahmood is horrific and is like such a right-wing reactionary and is like all the fucking Starmerites are like, look, we violated the rights of immigrants and we deported a load of people and now immigration's really low to the UK because we made it an uninhabitable shithole. Why don't you like us? Why don't you like us? Why don't you like us? Or is no justice correctly said yesterday. Hold on. The Shabana Opticon will continue until morale improves. Simpsons quote for everything. Simpsons quote for everything.
He has switched to being Foreign Secretary. The job of Chancellor, which he coveted, didn't go to her in the end, but to John Healey, who resigned.
John Healey, okay, here's what you need to understand. John Healey was a defence minister who quit because Keir Starmer wasn't going to give him enough money. The reindustrialisation plans of the wider British economy under Keir Starmer was the defence industry. This made like 3,000 jobs around the whole UK. So it's going to be 4,000 jobs? I don't think people quite understand the gravity of how fucked we are. We got 6% industrialization in this economy. We're so fucked. We cannot compete with China. We cannot compete with importing, exporting certain, certain fucking, not infrastructure, what's the word I'm looking for? Materials. We certainly could become an industrial lead in green energy, which is literally, by the way, what they ran on. But then they cut everything. If you remember, I remember, because this is my job, I remember. They were like, we're going to put billions into a green energy fund. And then like a week before the election, they were like, no, we're not. Actually, no, we're not. They cut that idea by like 80%.
Cat girl Steph wants you to know they love lesbians.
Morning, Steph. Hope you're well, my love. If you're at work, I hope it's going okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been getting at all morning. But sorry, I want people to understand why this is a specifically bad choice for Chancellor. So the reindustrialization plan under Keir Starmer that failed because it made like 3 bullets for Ukraine, is basically being championed by this guy. It is not a good fucking sign. It is not a good sign that we're like making bombs for peace, right? Russia bad, and it likely means welfare is cut. It's really bad, guys. It's really, really bad. It's really, really bad. Burnt ham. Yeah. A huge problem is, how does one help someone who refuses help? My mother's dad was a horrible addict, and no matter how much help we offered, he would rather roam around town drunk aimlessly, even in winter. Unfortunately, having worked in this area, some people will not take support when they need it. I think that it's important for people. For a start, I don't think he should be in town. I think he should be institutionalized. I know that sounds super authoritarian to some people. You are a danger to society. And I have a huge amount of empathy for people who are addicted to drugs. I would rather that we had policies that focused on how people got there. We right now are dealing with a world where we already have a lot of people who take drugs, right? We can say that. A lot of people who already take drugs, it's already a whole issue. what do we do with those people? He didn't really have any. You have to work through the baggage that makes them less likely to refuse help. What King means there is, okay, there are, he just really liked drinking. Well, yeah, it's an addiction. Do you think people, so I am teetotal, okay? I quit drinking 19 months ago. I've been sober. I don't talk about it a lot because I haven't really learned how to articulate it for a while. And I was never, I guess I was a bit of a functioning abuser of alcohol. Alcohol has a weird place in society. It numbs people's pain, I think, is the main thing that I'm going to bring out here. The point that we're trying to get at is that what was it? Hi Abilene as well. My mother's dad was a horrible addict. He was an addict for a reason. There is a reason why people get addicted to things. You were drinking like a pro and decided to retire. I don't think I this is the subtlety. I was not an addict, but I was someone that abused alcohol. And it's slightly different. I was not drinking every day. I was not chemically or psychologically addicted to alcohol. I got very drunk one day and then was so hungover I woke up and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I hate this. I hate drinking. I have realized it has a terrible role in my life. And a part of that is being queer and feeling really at odds with the world, and also masking as someone who's neurodivergent and being like, fuck that. I don't want to do that anymore. I can go out and interact with people without alcohol now and feel comfortable. And actually alcohol made me much worse. It felt like a masking, right, situation. But I'm 39. It took me till I was 38 or 37. 37 to understand the role that it had in my life. And I have access to lots of like psychological support. Your mum's dad's, I'm going to assume, didn't. You have to get to a point where you want to stop. It's quite hard to get to that point, is what we're saying. And people will continue drinking and abusing drugs until they get to that point. And it's really hard. And this is what I'm saying. It's a combination of state tools and tools that support people in rehabilitation and somebody really wanting it. I think part of the struggle is environmental. Yes. Recovery is hard when your life is objectively shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of addicts under capitalism will have financial stresses in the back of their head, like paying rent and bills. And if they had it, yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That's the point that I think we're trying to get at here. But sorry, back to Healy. Healy is a really terrible choice because it means that their reindustrialization plan is bombs, which won't, even if you pro-bomb, which I'm not, right? Because Russia is not going to fucking invade England, for fuck's sake. If you buy that, I got some other bullshit to sell you. Like I don't even like. I think that Russia is a terrible imperialistic, hyper-nationalist, capitalist country, and I don't support it in any way. I still don't think it has any ambitions with Britain at all, other than defending itself against Britain. And if you listen to the people who are talking about the defense policy in the UK, they're like, yeah, Russia doesn't actually have ambitions, but we want to stop them. So we're spending all of this government money on industrialization contracts that are actually mainly outsourced to America anyway, but then come in and become like, you know, some small plans like inside Sheffield, right? With BAE Systems in Sheffield's been given a small enhanced contract. that's not it. That's not it. That's not reindustrialization. That will not fix the problems. I wish I could have brought him for a talk. He drank himself to an early grave. I'm sorry to hear that, Eldon. Russia is not at all imperialist. We firmly disagree with one another. They are like, when their leadership is saying, I love the era of Catherine the Great. Here is my ambitions to become like Tsarish Russia. I'm never going to support that. Are they defending themselves against NATO? Absolutely. And are NATO fucking terrible and imperial? Absolutely. There is no stretch of the imagination that I'll ever be convinced that Russia is anti-imperialist. I'm sorry. We respectfully, Steph, I know that you will firmly disagree with me here. I think we both have thought very hard about this topic, and whenever I look at like internal Russian sources speaking about their own society and their own ambitions, they are literally referencing greater imperial Russia. Fuck that. Fuck that. Hell no. Hell no. And I don't support Ukraine either. I got in a massive argument with someone yesterday and asked for, yet again, and I'm just saying this, asked for evidence about why. It doesn't matter now, right? It doesn't matter now. I don't support the Ukrainian government at all. I think part of the struggle is environment. Sorry, we went that before. I get kind of drunk every Friday. I can be sober any day because I have to have a reward, but I used to drink a whole bottle. Since I've been hanging out on Twitch on Fridays, I find I'm drinking less. I think I have wine mom problems. I think that like social drinking is such a huge thing. Welcome in, Buddha. So I think maybe spend some time working out its relationship with you, with your life, you know. Fuck all nation states. I mean, I'm not that. I'm not an anarchist, but I am not going to defend imperial ambitions from a country that says it has imperial ambitions, you know. There is some pretty good. It was kind of heartwarming. I saw the other day in, I want to say Poland, there was a meeting of like communist groups who were both Ukrainian and Russian, who are like anti-war, and they were basically united under like the sickle and hammer and talking about how to overcome the war and the effects it's having on both like the Russian working class and the Ukrainian working class. And I support that. And it's really challenging, right? It's really fucking challenging. And it's challenging as well because, like, I mean, yesterday I had a conversation with someone and I was like, Ukraine has committed like thousands of acts of war crimes and I don't want to support that. And they were just like, yeah, but like Russia bad. And I was like, why are you defending us? This guy gives loads of money to Ukraine, so that's why it was relevant. So why are you defending that? Why are you defending arming Nazis, even if it's like 5% of the population, right? Who are doing war crimes against people? Why is that okay because Russia is bad? And their answer was just, I mean, they were like, oh, you're so smart, I don't have to argue with you anymore. And I was like, so you're taking the piss and you don't actually care. I don't want British money spent on arming Ukraine. I think the only role that Britain should have is suing for peace. But Britain is a part of the NATO project, right? So until that ends, it will be this forever, sadly. But the point being, this guy is just the what's the word? The sludge centrist establishment, right? The libs are completely primed to dehumanize all Russians at this point. Yes. You know, that like orcs and stuff. It's really sad, right? And that's why people in this country genuinely think Russia's going to invade. And I'm like, no. And I don't know what we do with that. Because like even the Greens are like buying into that. So there's just the mono party continues forever and ever. And the most important point being the selection of this candidate is a pretty strong commitment to an economic paradigm that has failed and will continue to fail.
And last month,
hi Dan.
After a bitter row with the Treasury he now heads. He said they were shortchanging the defence equipment budget by £10 billion, and it now falls to him.
Loans, hold on. Speaking of imperialism, what did Lenin mean by exporting capital? I've read. Could you give me the link to the specific section of this? Is imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, right? If you the convo, yeah, Dan, I was just talking about that, where I was saying because people were like, stay on topic. And I'm like, this guy wants to give billions of money to Ukraine. That's why I'm bringing it up. It is a British issue. And that's why I'm against it. And then I was saying, even though I was like, Ukraine has committed horrific human rights acts and I don't want to give them money. They were like, yes, so is Russia. And I'm like, yeah, we don't give them money though. So that's not an issue. Why are you bringing that up? I can't do shit about Russia. I can with the connection of British money to Ukraine. And that guy just like gave up because he knows I'm right. He knows I'm right here. He knows that Ukraine are horrible, that they fucking have massacred loads of fucking people, that they are not some kind of democracy, that all that the West wants from Ukraine is to murder Russians and to steal the resources in Ukraine, and that all the socialists in Ukraine have left because they've been banned by the government. And I support those people. I support that Ukraine, not like the Ukraine that's taking out shit tons of IMF loans. There's no saving Ukraine. There's no saving Ukraine. Whether that be Russia completely takes it over and makes them like a vassal state for Russian ambitions to have some kind of buffer, or the West keeps a section of it and gives them access to IMF loans that just guts them, and they just become literally a peripheral export country. The people of Ukraine are in totality completely fucked. And then Europe has to deal with really angry Nazis who have guns that we've given them. Great. I can't wait for that to completely bite us in the arse. But apparently bringing that up means I support Russia, which I like objectively don't. So great. You know what kind of war crimes? Geneva Conventions or ROE that will end up killing you? No, just like murdering civilians, murdering many civilians, planting landmines, including in areas of like high density with children. Both sides have done this, like huge amount of landmines. The targeting of civilians with drones, both Ukraine and Russia, the mass removal of people from their land, which happened from 2014, and shelling of civilian infrastructure. Some of that was also done by the Russian separatists, right? But that was a much smaller army before the Russian government proper, like, invaded and started the war, right? It was a proxy, but which included a substantial amount of people from the region, and they did also commit war crimes, right? But the vast majority of actors in the region at the time were the Ukrainian military, and they shelled loads of people and killed them. I think up to 14,000 people were killed in that era, and that's the majority of that is by Ukrainian forces. Hitler changed the circumstances so commandos have stopped following the rules. Why did... That's a pretty big list. Yeah, and it's just like UN reports. That's it. They can't even accuse it of being like Russian propaganda because the UN are like, guys, like Ukraine are like really bad and are planting loads of landmines near schools and shelling civilian facilities, which Russia's doing as well. I know. Not quite to the extent that the Western media will tell you. But it still is happening. You know, there's pretty direct primary source evidence that you can watch. But yeah, they're super quiet about Ukraine doing it. I don't want the government to give them any money, and I don't want the government to give them any bombs. Because I don't support the arming of a fascist faction of their military, and I don't support their government. And they're losing, and pretending that they're not losing is silly. They should secede the entirety of the East. Russia has all the cards. Welcome to reality. It's been this way for 2 years, hoping that giving them more fucking drones to murder civilians with won't change it. So the role of Britain, which it won't be because Britain is in NATO, so we'll always stick with the NATO guns and the mono party, as it were, when it comes to international policy. The role should be to push Ukraine to settle for peace because they've lost and they will continue to lose. There's no reclaiming of the East. They will never get it back. And any fanciful notions that they can save people from that, not happening.
As the government sets out bold ambitions in difficult times.
And Gary's with me now. So, John Healey as Chancellor, what does that tell us?
He's only reasonably recently out of a giant row with the Treasury the department is now in charge of. This is his resignation letter from last month. How the world moves fast, saying how the Treasury was unwilling to put enough money into defence equipment to make the country safe. But it also gives you a bit of a clue, this resignation letter, about why he might be going back in there. Andy Burnham's very keen to try and find ways of staying within the fiscal rules and yet somehow magically getting a bit more money, borrowing a bit more money. And it's quite clear from this letter that was something...
The guy wants money, tell him no and give him the purse. In it! Yeah, but do you know who got Defence Secretary?
Back and pursues Europe-wide bonds, perhaps. Areas like that he's interested in looking at. Stuff that's been raised
bad
by, amongst others, Gordon Brown. Another thing about John Healey is he's very pro-devolution, and it's not entirely clear that Ed Miliband would have been exactly in that place.
Well, I mean, Ed Miliband going to the Foreign Office, is that a job he wanted?
It's a job his brother wanted. Here we go again. I'm not sure it is a job he wanted, but I think he'll be...
A slug? Yes, we're streeting.
That, I'm sorry, because Andy Burnham's forbidden the term, a little bit of factionalism creeping in here. A fellow Brownite is going into the Treasury. Someone who thinks a bit like Ed Miliband in terms of trying to expand the amount of money you can raise and put into the public sector. But
Bold ambitions. How much social murder should we inflict to incinerate foreigners? Yeah, that's Shana Mahmood's fucking agenda, innit? I swear, if somebody comes up and says socialism when PFI, I give up. I'm gonna become an accelerationist. I want Britain to burn. I want us all to slowly slip into the ocean. I'm out. I'm totally out. I can't handle it anymore. I can't handle how much they lie. I can't handle Blairite fucks. I can't handle how stupid people... It's not fair on people. I cannot handle how easily bought by the media people's brains are. And people who think they're independent thinkers, right? And at that point... Do you know what I mean? The UK should burn so the Celts can rise from the ashes. Dan, I don't know how many times I need to say this. Scotland is a country that's benefited from imperialism. If Scotland secedes, it will continue to benefit from an imperialism until it massively changes its foreign policy. Massively. Like, I think that, like, Scottish independence... I think the way that this pisses me off is it's framed as if you're a country that has, like, the battles of the global south. You don't. Like, you are a global... It's the same critique of, like, Norway, right? Which is completely justified and is a critique I agree with. Even if the internal domestic model is better. So, as someone who's Irish and saw the socialist project of Ireland completely fail and get murdered by Irish people who were backed by British forces, and we only had one fucking city that was built on a quasi-imperial import of wealth, right? And export of workers. That's what Ireland did in the late stages of British imperialism, which is Dublin. Like, I think that's... I think I'm sorry, I'm being super transparent. You are not fucking Kenya. You are not our comrades and friends in countries that are, like, directly occupied by British capitalist control. You are a country that has your own capitalists who seek to and have historically oppressed other people. And you have a choice. Either when you become, like Ireland did, either you become a part of the problem, and unfortunately Ireland became a part of the problem when we became a liberated nation, or you become the oppressor. And all signs right now point to Scotland being the oppressor. So I think it's gonna happen. In the same way I think the North will be returned to Ireland. I strongly support national Scottish independence. But I think the notion that it's going to fix problems and that Scotland's going to, like, become this global south-facing country, I strongly encourage you as an Irish citizen to realise that you will have your own capitalists to fight immediately. And I'm going to bring out the O'Connell quotes Ireland. No, not Daniel. Connolly, sorry. I don't refute that. We did benefit, but our independence should provide the global south with reparations and allow for democracy to bloom, to be anti-imperialist and aid those who it wants to oppress. That would be the long-term ambition, definitely. Let me see if I can find it. For God's sake. But you're going to have to fight for that, Dan. And I know that you've joined a party that seeks to. I know that you are trying to put your efforts towards that. An Irishman by birth, but a socialist by conviction. If you remove the English army tomorrow and hoist the green flag over Dublin Castle, unless you set about the organising of the Socialist Republic, your efforts would be in vain. That's not it. If it's not all of it. You remove the English army tomorrow. We need the rest of the quote. Unless you set about the organising of the Socialist Republic, your efforts will be in vain. England shall still rule you. He was right. Yet again, another leftist right too early. She would rule you through her capitalists, through her landlords, through her finances, through the whole array of commercial and individualist institutions she had planted in this country and watered with the tears of our mothers and the blood of our martyrs. We have our own internal fight against Scottish capitalists, and I believe the workers are here with enough encouragement and education to achieve it. Well, I support you in that endeavour. I support you in that endeavour because it's important. Particularly as I might try and move to Scotland, right? And would try and join that process as well. But yeah, who knows? Okay. Sorry, this is blah 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 bullshit as well. Even Wales had a. Oh, did it? I'm from Wales. We only got our own government a couple of decades ago, despite being the oldest colony. I've hiked Offa's Dyke, which is a beautiful part of the world. So that's the old barricade that King Offa of the, I guess, who tried to defend Wales against the encroaching British army erected against like literally on the entire. It's not the border now. It's sort of like Scotland where the border's a little bit different, but it's the old border where a dike and a massive fence was built to try and keep armies out, and it worked for a while. I did not know that you had a colony. What was the colony? Okay. Who are these economists who are going to yap? Influential left-wing group Compass? Who's Compass? Has anyone heard of that? It's so much deeper than taxing, guys. It is so much deeper than taxing. That's interesting. The colony is. Oh, we just looked at this because it's in Argentina. Yes. Yeah. So the Spanish genocided all of the indigenous people there and invited Welsh settlers. Neil Lawson. A lot of people have been watching Gary's Economics. That's the issue, right? Tax wealth, not work. That's the issue. Like, I think Gary's a net good, but he isn't actually the answer. Like, it has to be a bit deeper than that. Are you in the school of thought, if Putin takes Ukraine, he'll go after the surrounding European countries? Absolutely not. There could be imperial ambitions in parts of what are considered the wider Russian empire, right? Whose borders have not quite yet been met. But I don't think so. I think that Ukraine is a security interest to them and that they care about that first and foremost. Because they saw Ukraine as, for good reason, as a potential launching site of NATO against Russia. I don't think that they have any ambitions to expand borders beyond that. And I think if they did, they would. The border is now NATO, which would be terrible, world-ending war, So no, I just don't buy. I don't buy the paradigm that we need to invade everywhere, like Poland, right? Yeah, exactly. No, I don't, because they'd lose. I think that Russia's self-interested, like most nation states, and that Ukraine is different. Because the east of Ukraine, like Crimea, was given to Russia, given to Ukraine in the, I want to say 80s or 90s, as a part of the redistribution of land. So people genuinely felt Russian there. The eastern regions of Ukraine becomes a bit more porous because it was like a hinterland of borders of both Ukraine and Russia. People genuinely did feel parts of both, and in the USSR project, they were. Which is a very sad reality, right? That the people who were once cousins are now murdering each other. But like the Russian, I guess, political establishment is not wrong when it says like that Ukraine was going to be used as a launching pad to try and attack Russia. I think that if cooler heads prevailed, you would see, now that the NATO border has expanded, I think that, I'm just going to say it because I think some people are a bit cowards to say this in Europe. I think that I don't care about Ukraine. I don't. I care about people that come from Ukraine, and that's different. I don't want Europe to be in a war for Ukraine. I don't hate Russia enough to be in a war for nothing other than NATO beneficiaries in England. Which is why I very strongly am we shouldn't be supporting the war. We shouldn't be supporting the defense of Ukraine, and we should only be essentially pushing Ukraine to secede land, because it will lose that land regardless. I don't think that will happen, though. I think that the EU powers will do everything it can to fund the war until it gets to a point where either Ukraine literally is unable to fight because they have no men or women that they can transfer to the front, or Ukraine collapses. And I can't tell you specifically the logistics of how far away we are from that. I've been saying this for, I guess, 2 years now, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, in terms of Ukraine's going to lose. I understand why Poland and Estonia are twitchy. Yeah, but then Estonia is also put nukes on our soil, which is just, if you want to be that country that has that motherfucking, you want nukes that you don't control because Russia bad. I don't think that that's a sensible solution. The NHS is falling apart, but I think we need to send $1 billion to Ukraine and Israel. Exactly. But I'm pro-Russia, apparently, for saying that. I just feel that NATO is cucked. If they can't use Article 5 to stop the genocide, then NATO would never use Article 5 to stop the genocide. Israel is firmly aligned with NATO interests. NATO is the enemy of the working class. Let's be very clear. Which is why some of our friends, I think, support Russia. Again, I've made it clear I do not share that analysis. I am deeply critical of NATO and Russia. I think that the working class loses in both scenarios, in all scenarios. I think that we're in World War I era geopolitics. Article 5 wouldn't apply, no. You would need Palestine to be in NATO. And I hope you understand why Palestine is considered the geopolitical enemy of the West. It has only been invoked once, yeah. I forget for which conflict. The Russophobia happening in Europe is disgusting. Yeah, it is. It's really grim. There is people calling people orcs and stuff as well. You're a baby politica. It's okay. It's okay. I wonder. Let me show you a map. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. NATO countries. So I will see if I can bring up a map. It will help us expand this. So North Atlantic Treaty. So as you can see here, everybody's hanging out. Greenland is still in because it's a part of Denmark for now. The reason why anybody gives a single shit about, I guess, Israel in America, in terms of and the rest of the NATO countries, in terms of committing to the wider Zionist project, is because Israel is a site for them to project power into the region. So I think what you might be confusing is NATO with the deployment of UN Security Council forces, which The UN Security Council is not fit for purpose. It hasn't been relevant, and it's only exasperated conflicts, I think, in most of its history, with one or two exceptions. The notion that the Security Council will ever deploy forces that support Palestine is sorely misinformed, because there is a veto power that 5 countries have, who are permanent members of the Security Council, and America's one of them. And America is firmly geopolitically aligned to Israel. Firmly. And the UK, actually, as well. But yeah, I thought that NATO was the police of all. Right, so this is where... Okay, yes, it's not. This is where the slight confusion has come in. You are confusing the UN Security Council. Yeah, NATO is the American empire. NATO formed as a response to Cold War activities, which was a response to the USSR. It was a project, I am not joking when I say this, that saw the upholding of Nazi officers in Germany. That's not an exaggeration. I'll show you the proof. Right, in West Germany, in order to... There was ambitions to have a kind of pan-Europe project that had like a body, particularly in places like Germany, where all Allied powers, including the USSR, would oversee like Germany. That was a wider development project for the whole country, and that fell apart because of Cold War activities. So NATO, Nazi commanders, generals, as the it's so funny, like, teaching people. Don't worry, you're in South Africa. You don't need, like, it's not your fault you're not taught this history. You're taught the history of, like, the liberation of your own people, as you should be. In short, NATO was set up to defend, like, American and European capitalist interests. It is, like, straight up the military arm of the American and European imperial project. And they literally took Nazis. Yeah. Military officer who worked for Nazi Germany, West Germany, and NATO. Welcome in!
It's a piece of cake, a bake, a pretty cake. If the way is hazy.
Hi, Boneless Bill.
You know you can't be lazy.
Hello, welcome in, folks.
The cake will end up crazy. If you do the cooking by the book, then you'll have
Break it down, bitch. Hi, Bill. Hi, Mo. Welcome in. What were you up to? What were you watching? Folks, Bill is a cozy space on Twitch. That is like the safe space. It's like Shai Thembo. It's like this safe space for leftists and wokes to go. How old are you, Phoenix? That's so bad that you got that through South African education. Atlantis? Stargate Atlantis. Oh, okay. Cool. I finished God of War, which has the actor from Stargate in, and it's good. And they should hire that man, although I think he's probably quite old now. You know the actor that I mean, who was in Stargate and God of War. Welcome in, folks. I'm Lesbian Hot Sauce Variety leftist streamer. We're talking about NATO and how a bunch of Nazis run NATO. We are teaching our friend from South Africa what NATO is. So, yeah. Nazis, here are some of the other Nazis in the head of NATO. Hans Speidel, Johann von Kleimsdegg, Adolf Höschinger. Great. Author of the Barbarossa Plan. Lovely. Graduated from high school in 2000. That's shit. I can't believe that you were taught, like, colonizer lies still. I hope that that's being updated. I know that LB says that the education is different. The education is different. Maybe it has been updated. Chris Judge, right. Okay. So what NATO is it's a military pack. Don't forget about Operation Paperclip, which was giving jobs to Nazis. Yes, to try and get you to win the space race and shit like that. But the whole point being, in the late 40s and early 50s, there was a shift from trying to present the USSR as allies to USSR bad, that basically began really immediately when the World War II ended, which is where a lot of the myths around like the USSR come from. And there was a move to essentially build up military forces to fight the USSR because they were very afraid of the expanding both domestic communism and socialism, particularly in places like Italy and France, and wider international efforts, right, particularly in the global south. That's why the CIA has done a load of activities that undermined leftist movements. And importantly, NATO is the massive military-industrial complex behind those efforts. It is the projection of Western power in the world. Interestingly, Russia tried to join NATO once the USSR fell, which is very interesting, and they said no. And I wonder how different the world would be. You are confusing it with the UN Security Council, who have the capacity to deploy troops for peace activities and anti-war activities, of which, as I've said, in most major conflicts will never happen because essentially major political powers, major countries in this world sit on the UN Security Council and have something called veto power, which means they can outright veto the deployment of troops and any form of activities. So the notion that the UN would ever support Palestine, don't forget the UN supported the 48 resolution, supported Israel, the creation of Israel, because it was a project back then that was literally just... It was just the West. It was just the fucking West. Palestine didn't even get a representative in the UN at that time, right? And they were like, oh, you have to let people back in. Yeah, the UN literally put them on the map. Exactly. So this idea that the UN would materially support Palestine is, I'm sorry, you've asked, but like it's we must understand the history and the present to understand why that won't happen, and why, whilst we strongly support, the UNRWA, who are supporting refugees, Palestinian refugees, like the UN is operationally directly opposed to the liberation of Palestinian people, sadly, and will continue to do so. People say like the UN's really shit. It's quite nuanced. The UN, they often mean the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council is shit. The leftist analysis of the UN Security Council is spot on. Like, it is a really, really bad institution that's been used fundamentally to project Western power. Contemporaneously, it's unfortunately been used to, I guess, project the interests sometimes of like China, who have L's when it comes to international policy. I'm speaking specifically about Burma and Myanmar here. You could argue rightly that the deployment of UN Security Council troops in Burma wouldn't actually help liberate people there. I think that would be accurate. But China has like a material... China is firmly embedded in support of a fascist junta who rose to power by murdering communists in Burma, and there isn't really an easy solution to Burma, Myanmar, other than supporting liberation movements, of which some are libs, some are communists, some are really bad nationalists. It's a conversation for a different time. But yeah, I hope that has explained the difference between NATO and the UN Security Council there. The UN is the League of Nations rebranded, and it's absolutely useless posturing. Yeah. Like, where the UN has, I guess, a role in the world, it's completely toothless. And like, America is just like, if you try and hold any of our motherfuckers accountable, we will bomb The Hague. They have a policy where they'll nuke The Hague. So fundamentally, real politics renders even people who use the UN for good efforts, and our South African friends are firmly leading the recognition of the genocide, I think, in terms of the law through the ICC and the ICJ. But when it comes down to it, to hold genociders accountable, like has been done for the Bosnian genocide, you have to have geopolitical realities that mean that people get picked up and placed into a jail cell. And America will nuke The Hague. America will nuke The Hague. Somebody in chat, please remind me of the word. It's called something. It's called something. That nuking of The Hague is called something. Someone in chat will know what I mean. It's called something. It's called some kind of policy. It exists. The ease of Trump is that they tell you what it is. No, it is. It does mean Rome Statute. What that? It's just called the Invasion Act. I think it's called the Samson option. I think Dan might be right here. Samson option. I think it's called the Samson option. No. Sorry, Dan. That's to do with the Hague Invasion Act. That's specifically Israel, Dan. So it's relevant, but I meant You motherfuckers have got it. Israel kill switch. Yeah. Like if the revolution in Palestine won, they will nuke the country. Only democracy in the Mid East. American Service Members Protection Act. That feels right. American Service Members Protection Act. Yep. United States federal law, a bill to protect U.S. military personnel and other elected officials against criminal prosecution by an international criminal court. It was extended to countries that support the U.S. military and U.S. political efforts. So Israel. The above the law. Yeah. Yeah, you can have accountability if you are a poor African nation or an ex-Yugoslav state. Otherwise, they'll get nuked, I was sending spam. We're all praising China as utopia, but I am not impressed with a country that will take care of themselves whilst the world burns around them. China domestically is something that I think is quite progressive. Internationally, yes, I do critique China, but I think, come on, we can't expect China to protect the world. And China is at least presenting looking at this. Let me phrase it as a question to get you to sort of explore this. Let's say China was we're going to deploy troops to support Palestine. What do you think, which won't happen, but I just want you to engage in this thought experiment. What will happen the second that that's announced? What will happen the fucking second that that's announced? It's relevant to what we've been discussing. Come on, guys. You knew the law. America, fuck yeah. America will launch everything it has against China. That becomes an immediate hot war. NATO will be deployed against China. It will be World War III. I think we must understand the geopolitical noose that China also finds itself in. I think that China does not have an international agenda that is 100% liberation of the proletariat, and I critique that. But I think we have to firmly understand the real politics situation that China finds itself in, and that the West would try and kill China immediately. And I understand why China is placing its own needs first. And I don't think that they're wrong to do that. Is that not a state functioning with the defense and protection and development of its own people. Is that not actually logical and good? Belt and Road for huge international soft power instead of warmongering. Exactly. And the Belt and Road is a mixed bag. In some contexts, it's really good and has helped global South countries develop more local industries. And in some places, it's replicated extractive, forms of economics. And that's bad. I'd say they can do a lot more than they are now. Could you give me an example? I straight up think America would bomb them. I would say they should stop supporting like literal fascism in Burma, Myanmar. Absolutely. So to be clear, they are militarily arming the fascist junta. They're providing them with weapons to murder people. And that is a government that has engaged in a genocide. Several genocides, actually, really. But yeah, I don't support that. Yeah, boycott Israel, I would like that as well. Stop funding Sri Lanka. Do they fund Sri Lanka? I would defer to Arun on that one. In principle, yes. I don't know the specifics, but yeah. This notion, I think that like they're supporting the proletariat everywhere is like, come on, it's not the case. But are they supporting the proletariat in China? Yes. And I think that's good. Stop trading with the UAE to fund the RSF. Yeah. I think that here's the thing. The West trades with Burma, Myanmar. The West is why Israel exists. I feel like what I learned from Arun's documentary, Grief Stricken Winds, is that literally like Northern Irish genociders went from England, went from bombing Fenians like me to murdering Tamils, right? So that's like a direct projection of English and British power, right? Which is where I live and where the majority of my critique should be. But they traded with Sri Lanka during the genocide on the Tamils. They also supported Pol Pot, which is a fucking colossal, hugely negative impact on liberation movements. Luckily, Vietnam was like, get the fuck out the way. We're going to fucking yeet these nationalist fascists out of existence. Another strong Vietnamese W there. It's complicated, right? It's complicated. Like, thank God for the Vietnamese forces. Like, my friends in Cambodia don't see it this way, right? But like, thank God for Vietnam murdering like the fascists in Cambodia. Becomes complex when we speak to our Cambodian friends, but yeah. Huge problems with Chinese international policy. I agree. I agree with you, Mo. I guess I see China as at least presenting options to other people. I had a really good chat with comrades in Kenya about this, where they essentially have the same opinion. They're like, China is a much better partner for the working class in Kenya. Does that mean that China has been perfect to Kenya and doesn't seek to capitalize on some of the fault lines inside of Kenya? No. And actually, some Chinese investment has presented some problems for the proletariat in China. But their main enemy is the West. And they feel that they have an ideological relationship with China that means that when the revolution does happen inside Kenya, they have a partner that they can work with. Whereas the West, they just need to leave, right? But everything you said, I agree with. I completely agree with. The Cambodians aren't big fans of Vietnam. It's really complicated, Mo. You have to realize the Vietnamese did kill a lot of people as well when they were pushing back the forces. So under Pol Pot, everybody lost access to education. And like, I've been in like ex-Khmer Rouge military like hospitals and stuff, And it's like the grimmest thing you've ever seen. They were left because the Vietnamese took them over and used them for military bases. The war was fought until the 90s, mate. That's living memory for a lot of people. And there were munitions everywhere in the country. Some of those were deployed by Vietnamese troops as well. And with the disaster capitalism, America has used a lot of development funds to control the narrative of how people speak about the war in Cambodia. And do you think they tell the truth, which is that when Vietnam invaded Cambodia, to be clear, to liberate people from somebody who said he was communist but was actually a social fascist, Pol Pot, the Americans immediately switched sides and started supporting China and Pol Pot to defend against Vietnam, right? So they control the narrative, and there is not a strong socialist movement in Cambodia because it's been completely undercut by the Pol Pot social fascists. And there's just, like, it's living memory. So many people died. People would have been killed, raped, hurt by the Vietnamese forces as well, because that's just what happens in war, and it's horrible. So right now, I see it as our Cambodian friends do not have the tools to fully comprehend the dialectics of their genocide. And until they get that, it's going to be incredibly hard to escape quite a difficult economic and social paradigm in Cambodia. I hope that answers the question. So for those who don't know, I lived and worked in Cambodia for a while, digging up landmines. And this is a part of my education where I got really disillusioned, actually. The Pol Pot regime ended in the 70s. The control of the country by Pol Pot ended in the 70s. The control of substantial areas of land by the Khmer Rouge did not end until the 90s. People will definitely remember Vietnam more. Yeah. But people are lied to by the Americans about what Pol Pot was, which is why you have people saying communism bad, Stalin killed a bazillion people, and then they bring up like the actual genocide of Pol Pot, and we have to be like, whoa, he was not a socialist. The man was a genocidal, like he was Mussolini, right? And then that becomes complex because these people use the term socialists and they're fucking ACP coded genociders. And either you're speaking to someone who wants to learn and will correct themselves, or you're speaking to someone who wants a gotcha about socialism and you'll get nowhere. And I don't know, that's our lot in life as socialists on the internet, I guess. As long as the photos of babies being piked on bayonets exist, I don't think that they... Wait, what's that specific... Is that referencing the Vietnamese? Or is that the Pol Pot era? I have visited the memorial to the killing fields, which is just a room with loads of skulls inside it. And it kind of made me feel sick, actually. It made me feel really sick. Yeah. On the border. Sorry, Eldon, I don't know what specific part of the history you're referring to there. But yeah. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's real fucked up. Okay. My God, we went quite far from Andy Burnham.
You're talking about a cut now that will last for around 6 months or so.
The Vietnamese, I've never cried over a photo.
Is that for a full
Wait, as in it happened to Vietnamese people by American troops? Or French troops, potentially? But yeah, Vietnam has... I was listening to Luna Oi speaking about this. That like a country that has an awful amount of citizens who have PTSD, particularly the older generation, right? Because of the horrors that they've been subject to.
Was that till the end of the financial year, or does that apply as an average for 6 months?
So that is for people's energy bills that they will be paying this winter. They will on average be £45 lower on top of the 150 that's already come off, and in addition to the £150 they would get if they received warm homes
£45 is a
discount.
yearly figure.
So that is what people will feel on their bill. So their bill on average will be £45 less than it would have been for the rest of this year.
But the cut only lasts for 6 months?
Yes, but obviously people's usage of energy is not universal throughout the year. They use much more energy in winter, quite understandably, because of that need and that need for heating and energy bills. So that because of this...
Right. I mean, this is bullshit. Like, straight up, this notion of, like, 45 quid off your energy bills instead of changing fundamentally the underlying structure of energy and how it's produced in this country is a really bad sign. It's just going to be more neoliberal hell. Okay. Let's take a look, not this, sorry, at the discussions that they have with Burnham's Impossible Economic Dilemma. Folks, I've been on for a while now. If you would like to subscribe yet or donate, I am doing an emergency move. I'm hoping to look this morning. I had a discussion with some people. I think I have to do like a credit check and a background check, but I found a place I really want to move to. I need to move quite quickly. And I am going to start work tomorrow, but I will not be paid for fucking ages. So if you would like to help me basically not get in debt so I have to pay more, please, I do put energy and time into the streams. Any tips are like really, really, I'm really grateful for them at the moment. Because every fucking pound is a pound that I don't have to put on a credit card with like 18% interest, you know? So yeah. Let's lock in with this. And also subscribing to Twitch helps as well. So let's take a look. I have not heard of this group Compass. I'm going to presume it's super just neolib, no matter what they say. So, thank you so much.
All hail King Homer.
Thank you for the golden jewels, Zarf. Super appreciated. I need the loo as well.
Then you've got
What's necklacing? It is when you place a tire on someone's head and you set fire to it. Yep. Grim. Our South African friends will know.
Gap between the rich and the poor. But if you don't do that, then you are going to be throwing people into the hands of reform.
Do you think he will be a radical prime minister, or do you think he will tend to move back to kind of more traditional norms?
I think it's going to be really difficult for him not to be radical, given what he said about what he's intending to do and the change that he wants to bring about.
I think there's an appetite, certainly on the economy, to do something pretty radical. Since 2008 and the economic crash, we've had stagnant wages, stagnant living standards, and people feel in large parts of the country completely screwed.
It's not all a game in which you like turn a dial here and try and get elected. It's about, for me, trust in politics.
This is a moment to see if politics and the culture of politics and the relations of politics can be recast.
Hello and welcome to The Forecast. I'm Anushka Astana. Andy Burnham is officially the Prime Minister, saying this moment will be a circuit breaker for Britain, with the biggest changes in 40 years, promising a new political model, decentralising power, reindustrialisation and attacking privatisation. His number one instruction, he said, would be to end rough sleeping. But first, he's promising us some breathing space with a funded, he says, cost of living policy coming tomorrow. So what kind of Prime Minister will he actually be? Will his first appointments reveal a very different political project, or is this more evolution than revolution? And can he rebuild trust in politics when confidence in politicians is so low. Joining me to discuss this is Neil Lawson, an ally of Andy Burnham and the co-founder of the influential left-wing Compass, strategist Peter Hyman, who was at the heart of Downing Street during the Blair years and also a advisor to Keir Starmer in opposition, and the political editor at the iPaper, Caroline Wheeler. So thank you all for joining us. It's all very live at the moment. Caroline, I bumped into you earlier on Downing Street. You and I have stood on that street many, many times, and we've watched this merry-go-round, if you like, particularly sped up over the last few years. And I've seen some pretty good speeches from new prime ministers. What did you make of the Andy Burnham speech? What does it tell us about what type of prime minister he's going to be?
Well, he clearly wants to be very authentic. You know, I think the fact that there was no lectern there, which many people have mentioned, was kind of symbolic of his desire to do things differently. He's already talked about in his speech to the TUC on Friday about having his own style. And that was very definitely the signal that we were being given in the speech that he gave this afternoon. I mean, he touched upon all of the things that I would have expected him to, his desire to deal with cost of living crisis, to rewire the British state, but I think to really try and give people more of what they want, more of the change that they feel that they were promised at that general election 2 years ago, that they feel they haven't seen delivered. And he's going to have to do that at a hell of a pace. He's only got 3 years, if indeed he sticks to what he said already about there not being an early general election. He's going to have to get on with it, because there are lots of things that he wants to deal with. And we have just seen the Prime Minister, I can talk about it now because the embargo's lifted, in the garden in Downing Street, talk about some of those first priorities. And he's talked not just about the cost of living crisis, but about things like the social care crisis, and the fact that he wants to fix that before he leaves office, which means, as I say, he's got a hell of a lot to do.
A hell of a lot to do. That's right, isn't it? Peter, I always remember this story. I wrote about it in a book I wrote on the last election about you having a conversation with Keir Starmer when you were working for him. And I remember it very well. I think it goes like this. You can tell us if it's exactly correct. You said something like, "What's your vision?" And Keir Starmer said, "I hate the word vision. It's not what I kind of think is the thing I need to have." And you ended up coming up with another idea, which was missions. But ultimately, was the problem for Keir Starmer that he didn't have a vision? And from what you've seen today, does Andy Burnham have a vision?
Yeah, I think it was in part. I think that was the problem. I think the other problem was...
Incorrect. The vision was to completely destroy the Labour Party and its Corbyn, like, actual... not paradigm, but, like, destroy the heart and soul of the Labour Party, which everybody will tell you, oh, Corbyn was totally unelectable. It's a complete lie. Like, literally, Corbyn, people liked Corbyn. Corbyn was 2,000 votes off being Prime Minister in this country. Keir Starmer won because the Tory vote collapsed. That's it. He ain't shit. And they spent all of their energy lying and gutting the Labour Party of anybody with a conscience and anybody who was any form of socialist, as they've been doing in the Labour Party for the past 30, 40 years, right? And here you are. So that was the project, and they did it successfully. And now you're trying to pass the baton on to somebody else who has the exact same agenda, run on the exact same platform, in a slightly confusing way because of the way he was mayor than MP, but with the exact same MPs, and you are expecting something different. I'm not expecting something different. Are we happy with the Northern Marxist Burnham? God, I wish that he was an actual socialist. No, he's a Blairite fuck, and we're screwed. We are screwed.
He constructed the missions in opposition, but then ditched them in government. Now, I think the big thing going for Andy...
Good morning,
is he's
Donatella,
argued
as
a
well.
big argument. His argument about Westminster and Whitehall controlling too much.
Yeah, Blair was a
taking
fucking
too much
piece
out
of
of
work.
the hands of people on the ground, and therefore his project, if you like, is to give agency back to people, partly through a new economic model, and partly
Which
through...
looks like what?
and partly
tangibly?
a new politics. So if you decentralize...
See, okay, partly a new economic model. That's all you should care about, by the way. This notion that, like, we've looked through all the wanky think tank papers. Thank you again, Stephen, for sending them before. We've looked through all the wanky think tank papers that are like, oh, but it'll be really good if we put like power into Birmingham and Leeds. That ain't it. All that is displacing responsibility, by the way. Like, that's it. It's also a really, really, like, one nation Tory approach. The economic model is all that you should care about. But they're pushing this line because that's how they're going to try and say it's like massive and really important, and it's a total transformation of the system, because it's a change to the system. It is, and it is quite a fundamental change, but it's complete window dressing. Unless it is matched with a massive reindustrialization plan and a socialist fucking economic model, it's useless. This won't do anything. So the first part of a new form of economics, how? Give me the details immediately, or all of this is completely useless. I got asked by an Austrian friend on Burnham. He meant Andy Burnham, but he said Bo Burnham. Bless.
He had a very good line on Friday about giving people back control. The Tories talked about it, but actually took control away.
Every single politician has talked about decentralising control. Show me, like,
well, no,
what is he actually going to do?
Yep, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Someone get me on Channel 4. Someone get me on Channel 4. Fucking, this is the thing. I did all your motherfucking PPE bullshit education. I know when you're completely full of motherfucking bullshit and you think you're so smart. I've read Rousseau and I'm so smart. This is about bringing economics. Sorry, this is about bringing politics to local... It won't work. Won't work. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. Everything is about economics. Unfortunately, that's something that Thatcher was right on, just for evil, and we wanted for socialisms, which is good. This is complete vacuous bullshit that will not translate, and it is the Labour Together agenda. They think advertisement is art. It's all very brandy, innit, Phil? It's all very, like, vibesy. Decentralization is just a way to cut services with a good face on it and to get you to blame your local fucking councillor. Like, who's fucking, like, Bertha, like, nurse, retired nurse, mum of 3, who's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, is the economic model where we finally produce for needs instead of profits? No. Absolutely not. So yeah, I'm sorry, this guy is full of bullshit. This is absolute crap. This is your brain on centrist think tank slop, where you've drunk the Kool-Aid and you think the rest of us are stupid. Okay, you think, oh, you know what those northerners need? Sorry, you know what those northerners need? I went to the north once. I met a lesbian with a mullet. I was so scared. It's so cultural, you know. Father tells me, you know, our family used to own property in the peaks, but like, don't worry. I think that we could like really give them like a nice place. I work for like a Labour think tank, and I thought that like a 0.000% tax on like landowners will like really help those like poor people. Like, they're so good at arts and culture. Oh my god. Anyway, so I went to like Cambridge, and like I just like everything's like regionalism now, babes. Do you want more wine? Do you want more wine? I hate those pricks. I hate those London pricks. I know these people. Okay, I studied with them. They're the enemy within. They are. They actually are. If all that is when you take off the mask of this entire fucking agenda, if all that is a think tank regionalization plan, we're so, and £45 a year in energy bills. Guys, what's a really big issue that's happening right now that might affect this and might affect the cost of living? What's a huge issue happening right fucking now? We're going to look at it later. I know that you guys know what I'm talking about. I know that you guys know. I know it. 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 I know that you know what I'm on about. I know that you know what I'm on about, someone. Come on. Straight? Yep. Some kind of like massive fucking war that America is losing but won't give up on. Yeah. That's projected to have pretty catastrophic COVID levels of impact on the economy. Wow. £45 a year though, guys. £45 a year. You understand that approach of giving people cash handouts versus changing the underlying structure is neoliberal dross. Maybe we could argue it's liberal dross, because the neolibs would be like, no money at all, right? And this is where it becomes just liberalism slop. That's not socialism. And if people keep on calling Andy Burnham a socialist, I will not say the rest of that sentence.
Well, I would say he's different. When I've talked to Andy, what I think is compelling, and this comes from Manchester, this comes from being out of Westminster.
We got a northerner to say it, guys. Why don't you believe me? He's got a northern accent. All of the optics are there. Substance, how about you shut the fuck up? How dare you ask me substance? How dare you ask me substance?
For 10 years. He's a bottom-up politician, not a...
Don't. That's so, you can't be, guys, you can't be calling him a bottom when he got a face like that. You can't be calling him a bottom. Hi, Kairos. Hold on, I need to show you something from yesterday. This is peak content, by the way, guys. This is peak content. This is what you come here for. Oh my god, there's too much me. Clips. Andy Burnham. No. Wet box. Here we go.
I have just come from
I have just come. Top down.
He's a bottom
Some
politician.
people may think he talks about buses too much, but his point about buses is no one in Westminster gets the importance of why having connectivity where you live really matters. And he says that's just one example of how Westminster is out of touch. And so he says if you look through the lens first of being on the ground and the issues that really matter to people, and
We
then
can work out how to give private companies really good contracts for it.
well, to start with, it's massive devolution. You literally take power and people and resources and give them to combined authorities and local communities, and I hope the third sector, the charity sector as well.
Oh, great. Loads of responsibility for
And
charities.
allow them to start. So you set the national picture, you set the goals, and then you genuinely empower people.
No, you don't. Yeah, sorry, I've worked in the third sector my entire life. Like, the whole point is that we have to pick up the fucking, like, we have to stop people from falling through cracks, and that a functioning government should seal over those cracks. And if you don't do that, you are... By the way, there's huge burnout and job loss in the third sector. Because literally you put the responsibility of having a functioning society on people who are like, I'm working at a motherfucking, like, food bank, and I'm keeping people alive, and I'm quite fucking stressed because the government isn't doing their job. Giving that person more money, that's not it. You understand that that's papering over the gaps. They want good jobs. They want community spaces. I've talked to him between pints of bitter. A bitter and playing darts. He's different because he knows, yeah, exactly. He's totally different and a very authentic northern man, you know?
Manchester is being very non-tribal for a politician, working across political boundaries against something, Neil, I know you advocate very.
Kairos, where's my picture? Where's my picture? I'm putting pressure on you for ADHD. Holy shit. Where's my artwork? Where is it? I'm coming after you. I'm coming after your family.
Strongly, and therefore getting things done in a new political way. Now, if you can really make that work in Downing Street, that is different. It's not the same as the last 6 prime ministers.
I mean, Gordon Brown wrote a massive piece of work on devolution and Keir Starmer said he was going to deliver it. So it is the sort of thing that we hear repeatedly. I guess what I'm trying to get at, and Neil, let me put this to you because you've spoken to Andy a lot, is what does it look like in policy terms? What do you actually change? What are people in Manchester, but all over the country, going to see that's different?
Busy with
that makes Andy Burnham different to Keir Starmer?
No worries.
Look, Peter's absolutely
But you
right.
asked for pressure. Here's the pressure.
A different state and a different democracy that he.
Bollocks. Making democracy more local is not the answer. I can't. We're fucked.
He believes that
I can't believe that they're doubling down on this completely inane bullshit.
It's too centralised, it's too adversarial, it's too short term, and politics is too tribal and factional.
Nobody fucking cares about that.
Then he will change
people. Do you understand? People feel patronised by this cunt.
the way we do politics, so that in the medium to long term, we can change our economy and our society, which is what he's practiced in Manchester. You know, if
Lies. Lies. We've been through this 1,000 times. This is a lie. All he did was get a better contract for a private company. That's the same. It's the same, but a bit better. Saying that that's a revolution, I'm gonna crash out. This is gonna be really hard couple of years.
famously
Socialism when private company better. Murder me. I mean, this is the thing. I'm witnessing people be psyoped to believing that Andy Burnham is socialist in real time, and I'm crashing the fuck out, nerd. I'm crashing the fuck out. People think he's a socialist in the way people thought Blair was a socialist. The media is very good at this, and they've obviously found someone that they can work with. Fuck.
He made a speech at the beginning of the year on why Manchester is the fastest growing city region in the country, and he was introduced in that by the local leader of the Liberal Democrats. Now, you can't imagine another politician in the country who will be introduced by someone from an opposing party, because he works with people consensually. He brings people in. They never have votes in Greater Manchester. They talk about it and they sort it out between them.
Yes.
And then you create the confidence.
Keir Starmer was the real socialist.
To invest in the long term. Now, if he brings that approach to the...
Including with reform. I mean, I've noticed that he was talking about Nigel Farage being a great communicator. Are you happy for him to reach out to reform?
I think it's as long as it's broadly on the agenda that he wants to push.
Which he does, by the way, with his approval of Shabana Mahmood, who's literally like murder immigrants, deport everyone.
It's really interesting that Andy is not a tribal or personal operator. He's never really got a bad
This
word
is
to say about
such
anyone.
slop.
Look at the way he handled the Makerfield by-election. He did not attack the Reform candidate.
Hi, Spooky.
At all. So I think that would be a welcome change
Nobody
to our
cares.
politics, to treat people decently and kindly and respectfully. It's not the only thing that needs to happen, but it's a step in the right direction.
Let's come back to all of that. Caroline, while we're on, and obviously this will have happened for a lot of people watching and listening to us, but while we were on, the Times are suggesting Rachel Reeves was offered Defence Secretary and turned it down. Why do you think she'd be turning a role like that down? She'd be only the second female Defence Secretary after
female.
It's really difficult for her to kind of think about the jobs that she might have taken. I mean, I understand that there were only 3 jobs that she would have considered taking, and clearly Defence Secretary is not one of them. I mean, it was rumoured and speculated that that might be the case over the weekend, but it is one of those areas that would be difficult for her to take, given, I think, that row which happened with Keir Starmer and, of course, John Healey before he resigned as Defence Secretary, when she was accused of blocking additional defence spending for the Defence Investment Plan. And it sort of smacks a little bit of this idea that, you know, she was sort of being sent in to fix perhaps a mess that she had created, and perhaps she didn't feel very comfortable with that, given the position that she had previously taken in the Treasury.
You might think she'd take the opposite position, though, and say, OK, I gave you this much money and now I'm going to show you that it was possible.
Yeah, she could have done. I think knowing Rachel, it would have been a difficult one for her to sort of change position and tack completely on it. You know, she was obviously, when she was looking at that Defence Investment Plan, was weighing up the government's priorities and deciding that perhaps defence wasn't the overall priority, that she wanted to invest the billions of pounds that she has in her coffers.
And now we do get that.
Complete kind of reverse ferret, because she would have had to have then defended a sort of different decision only a couple of weeks.
Or do you want to start in 45 minutes?
Weeks.
I'm going to move on to a section about India. We're going to learn about what's going on in India, and then after then, depends
that initial decision.
How you're
but
feeling.
Also, you know, if you think about the defence secretaries that we've had in the future, in the past, you know, they've all had a particular kind of interest, nexus, experience. You know, look at Dan Jarvis at the moment and the experience that he's had personally in the armed forces, and perhaps she didn't feel that she had that connection with the subject that maybe she felt would.
That was my exact take
on that brief successfully.
And before we get to the kind of long-term,
which is just like American, like industrial, like the war. It's just a war economy that like literally doesn't benefit people apart from rich people. So this notion that Andy Burnham's different, like these appointments, I think are terrible. Absolutely terrible.
About how Andy Burnham is promising to bring the biggest changes to society in 40 years. He's told us that he's going to give us a bit of breathing space and he's going to give us a cost of living policy tomorrow, and it's going to be funded. I'm going to ask you all to just answer this quite quickly. What do you think it should be, and what do you think it will be? And don't worry if you get it wrong, Caroline.
What do I think it will be? Well, he's just answered my question on this. I asked him about it directly a couple of hours ago and said, where would his priority be in terms of that cost of living announcement? I said to him, was it buses, was it energy bills, or was it going to be something like a rent freeze, which would obviously have a dramatic effect on the fortunes of thousands and thousands of people? And he said he was looking at all of those things, but actually hadn't quite yet made the final decision on what he was going to do. But if I was a guessing woman, I would say he'd do something on the buses, because I think it speaks to his devolution agenda. As your guests were just saying,
buses are already devolved. Buses are already devolved. Oh my God. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of the UK. The buses are devolved, mate. That could happen. It happens in Sheffield. It's just Keir Starmer slop again. It's just Keir Starmer slop. Oh my God. This is so much worse, I think, than I could imagine.
very passionate about what happened in Manchester, and he feels that it made
He just loves that private investment so much.
Tangible difference, given that it's really only in London and the southeast where we have really fantastic public transport options. Out in Manchester and other areas of the country, buses are really, really essential to getting people into jobs and getting them around. So I would suspect that that's the one that he'll potentially land on.
Although interesting, you think he might not have made his mind up?
Why is nobody pushing back and saying that
for not making...
they are just talking? Oh my God. Where do you want to escape to? If I had the option, I'd go to Norway, but I'm really sick, so I need to be in remission before I do that. Mental health services are bad there compared to the state I live in. Aidan here is from New Zealand and can tell you. I can't really speak much on New Zealand. I don't know much on the politics apart from Maori rights and stuff, but yeah, I could not tell you about their healthcare service or anything.
Very quickly, I mean, both of you, what do you think it should be? Maybe it'll be buses. I've also noticed him talking about personal allowance being brought up when he's on the ground and saying to people, actually, he's being stereotyped as a tax raiser. That might not be where he goes.
I've got a strong view on the cost of living stuff. I think
here we go.
Politicians that try and be too transactional, we're going to cut a little bit here, you're going to vote for us, it doesn't tend to work. When I've spoken to a lot of people across the country about this, what they want is to know that they're on the up escalator, as they put it, that their life's getting better, that there's more opportunities. Then, of course, they want a bit of help with that. But if you major on that and you overclaim on that, and then it's a few p here and there, then I think you get no political dividends. So
Okay, he's actually right. And that's why I'm like, oh my God, this announcement of like 45 quid is shite. It's like, maybe their comms will be shit, and maybe it'll just be Keir Starmer again, and then I can stop worrying that everyone's going to think that fucking this is socialism. I guess the problem here is she hasn't pushed back there at all that the buses weren't nationalised. I think this southern twat should shut up. Don't make me stop you. Don't hold back.
I think he's got to be more strategic.
45 quid thing. I've been so tired. It's no, not a pension. I'll show you. Andy Burnham has announced his first bollocks policy, which is Burnham cuts tax on electricity bills. 850 million tax cut on electricity bills. It means that electricity bills will be reduced by an average of £40 a year from October on current projections, and they haven't modelled in like the huge fucking war, I'm guessing. It won't give people breathing space. We need to nationalise energy for every reason feasible. This is more continuation of direct hostility against working class people. He's just not a threat to capital at all, is he? He fucking loves it. And he thinks he can come in and do a social democracy and give it a really nice face. Hello, I'm a sock dem, and here's a tiny tax break, and it's better. Fuck off. Fuck off, you dickheads. Some more subsidies for private gas and electrical companies. They don't even get taxed. There's an assumption that the savings will be passed on to us. That's an assumption. My best friend lives in Oz and has told me how much of a nightmare public services are there, and mental health services are bad in most of the US, but my state insurance is good. Okay. That's for Black Americano a month. God, I'm living dream. They said dream big. I'm living dream.
Than the last government. If I were going to do it, I would do something big, or don't overclaim about it. And by big, I mean, a big tax cut for working people.
Which would be which? Which tax cut would you do?
No. Oh my God. How are the talking heads? Why is it that like fucking socialists are the people who care about the economy so much? We're an extractive, motherfucking, service-orientated economy with wealth concentrated in a particular class of people, who essentially are now creating a rentier class and have done for the past 30, 40 years. Unless you change that paradigm, this notion that... I would love a tax cut, by the way. I'm a low earner, so it would help me substantially. Doesn't help Britain, though. It helps me as an individual. That's neoliberalism.
He said in an interview, I think today, that when he was in Makerfield,
Personal allowance
the
was what
personal
came up,
allowance
yeah.
came up a
So
lot.
you'd raise
Now,
that?
if you've actually raised that as that's what people are telling you, and he wants to respond to that, then do something on the personal allowance that will make a real
Which
difference.
is very expensive. And,
No, and
once I've heard-
then you've got to say how you're going to pay
and
for
once
it.
I've
of course.
heard from you, Neil, I'll be interested in asking you all about the difficult side of the coin.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that vote Labour and win a microwave is I agree with Peter, that is transactional stuff, and people see through that. They don't want it.
So it's so great that they've the first policy that they drop is that
allowance thing would be a really good move if they can fund it.
socialists are the only people who have interest in implementing social democratic policies. I mean, I'm an internationalist. I don't believe social democracy is enough. I think that we need to end the capitalist control of our country. That extends, because that's the way international capital works, at least to a substantively large amount, right? The people who own like phone carrier companies and broadband in this country also own banking in Kenya. Yeah, so let's shut that down. Let's stop that. There are ways that we could meaningfully help comrades internationally, and like leaving NATO, etc. I think that socialists are the only people that like literally are like everything's economics. And I think the difference between a social democrat and a socialist is, aside from the international stuff, is I don't believe that tweaking at the seams will work. I think that Britain is so fucked. I think, frankly, it's offensive to tell people that £45 a year is anything. And I think that this will immediately have a crystallizing effect in pissing off people. People don't want this. People want good jobs. And that can only, like, literally the current economic paradigm that we live in, the jobs that create good wages and growth for people are small and medium enterprises. We fucking rent our economy out to extractive international capital. Who's Tubby Toast? I don't know who that is. Very true. I guess my point is that social democrats abandoned the idea of social democracy. Yes. Yeah, I think people, like, because we still have an NHS, people have like a really misguided belief that Britain is a social democracy. And I'm like, where the fuck are you getting that from? We've been a neoliberal shithole for decades now. But I guess the NHS is used as like one last bastion of the social democratic era. Tubby Toast is a special food that Teletubbies love to eat. Okay. I love it. Can't get enough of it, mate. It gives me all the nutrients I need. Complex carbohydrates, you know?
Spirit of the...
Social democracy is reactionary by separating the economic substance of socialism for workers' welfare without the political structure. I disagree slightly in that some forms of social democracy have utilized the notion of good jobs. Some, but it depends on the area and blah, 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 blah. But in general, I understand what you're getting at. And yeah, that's why we're stuck on this continual blah, 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 tax instead of work. And this is why Corbyn was such a threat. Corbyn be hanging out in Cuba with the revolutionaries, friend of motherfucking Hugo Chavez, supporting the very illegal terrorist organization of the IRA that I would never support because that isn't illegal. And doing all that kind of shit. But most importantly, like literally applying socialist policies to the economy. And that's why they were like, we have to murder you. And if we can't do it, through democracy, i.e. manufacturing, I guess, dissent against him, even though his economic agenda was probably the answer to at least non-revolutionary politics in this country, which are frankly irrelevant at the moment. Whether that appears in the future, I don't know. And that's why they murdered my jam man. That's why they murdered him. Because it was going to provide people good jobs. It was going to provide people good work. And it wasn't just about 0.02% tax on this and blah, 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 which you're right, is this sort of like, I'm going to say that this is the liberal response to neoliberalism, if that makes sense. I don't even think it's social democracy, mate. You know? This means that the welfare state eventually recedes to make room for neoliberalism, austerity, and or fascism. And we're at the neoliberalism, austerity, looking over the parapet at fascism in the UK. Full employment, welfare, and all workers' centres policies recede under social democracy. That is where you are wrong in British history. That's what I mean. Sometimes I think people are too abstract when they speak about this. We agree that social democracy wasn't enough. There were some internationalists in the Attlee government. This was social democracy that objectively had full employment and full welfare. It was quite quickly dismantled because of Cold War politics. Take from that what you will. And it's likely we agree there. But no, it was like fundamentally a very different form of politics in the country. It was very quickly torn apart, though. So I guess we can take that as a bit of a lesson in that moment as well. This means the welfare state will recede under social democracy once capitalism advances to the point that it liquidates these programs to protect profits. So you mean... If you mean like the evolution of what's happened in Britain from a social democracy to where we are now, yes. And we are like a basket case for that reason. We did have Thatcher. Please don't remind me. Please don't remind me.
Not raising allowances, is against the spirit of
I just glanced for removing tax, but essentially another subsidy for them, but indirectly, exactly.
And find the money, and people would feel that in their pay packet, obviously, very freely, very soon, and it would give them the chance to decide what they want to spend their extra money on. Obviously, you can pick buses or other issues, and they're very worthwhile doing, but they only impact on a certain group of people. So I think the personal allowance one would be a very...
Oh, thank you for the follow in the other space. I think that's the first time that's happened on a Hello Green.
I mean,
space.
The issue obviously is how you're going to pay for something like that, and that's sort of my next question, because it feels to me, having covered politics for many years, that there isn't much appetite among the public for cuts. I mean, we've seen what
I am Anish Virjingparapu, a 45-year-old man from Bangalore, India. We are, after this,
by the Treasury, looking down
we're going to look at one of our friends in the Discord server was attending the protests that are taking place in predominantly Delhi, but not just Delhi. And I'm trying to understand the dynamics at play here, because we know it's really hard for people in India at the moment. There's basically Hindu-oriented fascism, hyper neoliberalism, really bad economy, a lot of poverty, a lot of problems. Okay. Can I see your feet? Give me £100 right now. Give me £100 right now.
Book and sing, oh, they've done a lot here on age-related allowances. The Daily Mail political.
Oh, kick.
Oh,
kick.
From then to now,
kick.
These are unpopular things to do.
Oh, kick. I'm just saying. That's too cheap. £200. £200. £200. 4 foot. Thank you, Boar. I don't know my worth. Don't know my worth of my little tootsies. Then you can see my feet. I'm not a rich man. Sorry. Then my feet aren't for you.
How are you going to pay for what would be a very expensive tax cut if you went there with
but socialism won feet.
personal allowance? Neil?
I'll give you £100. How many is that in American dollars? Oh my God, Echo. 200 per foot, yeah.
He's very interested.
That's like $120 or something.
In things like wealth taxes, there's a whole range.
If you do, I'll chauffeur.
He sounds like he's
I'll
away
chauffeur.
from that. Would you expect to see a wealth tax?
Look, I go back to if the test is rolling back 40 years of neoliberalism.
So people have asked me before, like, why Kick is like a site that I'm like, fucking hell, on. I hope you understand why now. Like, I hope you understand why. Give you, oh, right. Yeah, Echo. Wait, where's my money, Echo? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Liberalism, then you
Kick is a site for gooners.
Yawning gap between the rich and the poor, and you know,
And gamblers.
everyone winces around that. But if you don't
Stick around, you're gonna
be throwing
you're gonna get radicalized, okay?
something has got to be done big now to stop the polarization and the extremism in British politics. Closing the
But in all seriousness, look, I'm not anti-fetish, but don't bring that to me. I'm not that kind of streamer. In all seriousness, people can bikini stream, people can show feet, all power and love to them, but that's not me. So please don't ask that from me.
gap between the top
Thank God you know me and know that I'm not here to harass you. Yeah.
you know,
Look, like
equalising income tax
Fems,
and capital gain.
Fems have an experience on websites. Let me put it that way. Even people who are like me, and I don't know how much more obvious I can be, like, I am very butch and angry. We don't kink shame here, but we've also got things to do. And I do not want to be that kind of streamer. If other people do, that's up to them and their own comfortableness. Is this you, Arnish? Kuna. Oh dear.
Whether you do it around land value, whether you look at the excellent work that you know, people at universities like the LSE have done in terms of introducing a proper wealth tax, all of that would be.
I have seen some of my other like femme streamers basically be harassed.
Essential. And then there are things like the fiscal rules. You know, he's said he doesn't want to be in hock to the bond market. Now you've got to be really careful about how you go.
I don't go around asking people for stuff like that. Yeah.
Decisions shouldn't be, you know,
should I go get
determined
folks? Should I hold on?
Bond markets.
Okay. I am this weekend. I'm going to Sheffield. I might take my camera and we might do a short IRL stream. So I'm not actually going to be on this weekend. I'm also hoping that I can look at places to live so I can move quite quickly. I'm going to put a poll up. I'm putting a poll up. Haircut. Do I go get my haircut? It's in between, like, definitely needing it and not needing it. But I do get to go see my boys in the Kurdish barber, who I love. There's the poll. Dictate what I do, because I can't make my own decisions in life. Racist kick chatters. Well, Morning Doom. What is this? What is this? Evil Gooner. Absolutely no comment. Absolutely no comment. There's some things you got motherfuckers don't need to know, you
and
know.
I'll just come back to you, Peter, on the same point. But, you know, he's been talking to yourself and other journalists about the idea of reducing bus fares, cutting energy costs, for example. Did he give you any sense of where he would find the money?
Well, the question that was asked was obviously around the kind of wealth tax issue. You know, how are you going to fund these things? And given that he has talked about in the past looking at restoring the 50p top rate of tax, that was obviously one of the questions that we asked him, was whether he would consider it. And actually, he did fail to rule it out on 2 separate occasions. But of course, that would be a manifesto breaking change if he were to do that.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
They have stated, and he has
and it's
stated,
not enough. We need to disempower the rich in this country. We need to disempower, not redistribute. The time for redistribution is long gone. Redistribution under neoliberalism, you're not getting Norway. You're not getting Norway. I can't believe that these talking heads that are presenting themselves as competent economists
that he's going to stick within the red lines of the manifesto,
out
says
such
no rises in income tax or VAT or indeed national insurance. So I think it is going to be problematic.
Why is nobody talking about owning the means of production? Why is nobody fucking talking about nationalisation and co-ops? Like, come on.
To those confines, but clearly he's indicated to us
Are
today that
real
all of those
lesbians?
things are
No,
being
lesbians are figments of your imagination.
and of course, just in reference to your earlier point about what he could do on the personal allowance, he said very clearly that he is looking at that. But I think his feeling is that that's got to wait to until the budget.
The more Norway's Norway, the less Amazon's rainforest, Amazon rains forest. The more Norway's Norway is, it's like, the more it's... Oh my god. What the hell? Have I ended up on some motherfucking list for Kick to... Can you just... Like... No, thank you. Okay? I am an angry butch lesbian, and I can hurt you. Unless you want me to, then I'm objectively not. I'm going to go in my own business. Okay? You can't see it. It's on the other site. This is why I struggle with this shit as well. The Norwaying of Norway is predicated on the de-Amazoning of the Amazon. Stick around. We're going to cover some stuff. Oh, no! Oh, my God. So, Complainy Laney has this person. No, you can't buy my period blood. Welcome to Femmes Online, by the way. No. Respectfully, absolutely fuck off. I open kicked. I'm not well. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm reading it out because I want you to understand that the femme experience is universal. You can fucking shave your hair off. And be a massive 40-year-old angry ugly lesbian like me and still get harassed because it's nothing to do with that. Harassment is about being a woman. How did you get a new account so quickly? Good lord. Oh, it's cucks. No.
The fiscal announcement.
£1 million, yes.
Sources that I was
£1 million, yes, you can get it.
In
I'll
just
peg
a
you.
couple of days, is that they are eyeing up the idea of an early budget, possibly as soon as
Jeez
October.
Louise.
And Peter, just on all of this, was it a mistake in opposition when you were working with Keir Starmer not to give yourself any wriggle room when it came to taxes, not to say we might be able to raise...
You're telling me a Brazilian of native avenue, the massive devastation causeway, Norway is the... Hold on. Sorry. Let's look in. Nice. I'm glad you've enjoyed your time. But yeah, Lainey, I was there in a stream where Lainey kind of got this shit as well. It's caused by every country, not just nationalised healthcare. The point being... the point that Kairos is trying to get at is that Norway is presented as like the answer to people in Europe, and it's not. And there's a cost. There's a cost to Norway's development. And I'm actually going to expand on this topic in maybe like half an hour or so. Sorry, Boar, we've been derailed a little bit.
Did it because you were worried about not winning?
Nationalised healthcare doesn't take more rainforest encouraging than privatised healthcare. Yes. No, you are right. You are right. I don't think that that's what Kairos is trying to get at. Kairos is trying to get at it's like that. Kairos is trying to get you to understand that the model that Norway is, and like Norway's sovereign wealth fund is predicated on, is not the answer in terms of like the future of any energy production. She's made me realize that if I can explain myself in good faith when I mess up, most people actually do believe me. Cool. I'm glad you've had a good experience, Echo.
In the end,
anyway, back to this. We'll finish with this, then we're going to look at Arun's stuff on
so
the
yes is the answer. I think it was a mistake.
on India.
But it's a hard judgment. I mean, Neil and I both remember before 97, Gordon Brown said he'd stick to the Tory spending limits for 2 years. Given the size of the landslide, everyone said...
Still leads to massive environmental devastation through logging, predatory mining. That's why people consider social democrats social imperialists. No, they do that because of capitalism. And I think that you folks are speaking past each other. I think that the point that should be made is that the development under capitalism requires imperialism in other countries, okay? And it requires the subjugation of workers in other countries at the moment. But the point that June is making is whether Norway has a socialized or a privatized healthcare system doesn't directly factor into that. It is a problem for America, which has the biggest economy in the world and a private healthcare system. Social democracy in the imperial cause, nobody's disagreeing with that. Nobody's disagreeing with that. I think that you guys are speaking I think you're having different conversations. That's not what June's saying. June's saying that, like, nationalized healthcare systems, it doesn't factor into it, but it has the same brutal effects on the world. I think that people know that, and that's the critique of the Norway model. And I don't think June is disagreeing with that. Thanks, Sheena, you got me to try to eliminate a lot of ableist slurs from my vocabulary, which has helped me become closer friends with someone who's very dear to me. That's nice that has had, like, a kind of real world effect. You know, that's nice to know. I never implied that nationalized healthcare has an effect on environmental devastation. It did feel like you did. And I think that's where June's coming from. Which is why, yeah, these conversations are hard to have on written. It did feel like you were implying that specifically. And that is where I think this conversation, from maybe a misunderstanding, has manifested. Okay, let's move on. The only thing I think I'm really interested in is people's response, which is tax wealth, not work. We don't need to tax wealth. We need to own that wealth. No, Neuro, that's not your fault. That's not your fault, is it? Please don't blame yourself, my love. That is not your fault. Yeah, we got some kind of influx of bots or harassers. It's you, Neuro. It's your fault right now. It is what it is, you know? Okay. We keep defining these problems strictly through the lens of fiscal rules, what we can and can't afford. Exactly. What if the dilemma is just misdefined? It feels like we're trying to fix structural industrial problems with accounting tools. Well fucking said, Dex. If we focus less on how do we balance the books today and more on how do we build the capacity to generate value tomorrow. Not just that, how do we get workers owning the means of production here? It's almost like Clause 4 was removed from Labour and they don't believe in that anymore. Yeah. Maybe the room to remove it would look different. It's not hard to tell what we're missing. They're missing the forest for the trees. Focusing on budget deficit while industrial foundation is what actually needs attention. Yes. The point is that social democracy doesn't make capitalism acceptable just because it provides social welfare for the Western working class while still causing massive environmental devastation on the global south. Yes, and we would agree with that. Heat without light. Devolution can be a double-edged sword. It requires groups. Yeah. A currency issuing government can never run out of money. Facts. Let's just see. What I'm actually interested in here is the reaction to this. I want to try and get a kind of vague snapshot. Yeah, the sort of Sky News approach to this. What are people saying? Paddy the Baddy. Paddy the Baddy for Prime Minister. Okay. I want to find a right wing. Yeah, Paddy the Baddy is such a lovely man. Sky News. Let's see what Sky News is saying, because that will grab, I guess, more reactionaries. Okay.
So breaking news.
Snapshot. I can finally afford that flapjack. Thanks, Andy. It's insulting. Standing daily charged. Martin Lewis told the government it was a corrupt charge by the power companies. Reactionaries and left-wing people, yeah. I think YouTube, what I've learned, because I posted something on YouTube yesterday, is that YouTube is like super duper reactionary or reactive, sorry. People get really pissed off or really into what you say. It's the extremes. Everyone focusing on the amount, not the fact that digital ID is scrapped. I thought that it's just being rebranded. First thing he's done is scrap the policy, hated on and induced a tax cut. Introduced a tax cut, sorry. 85p a week, still with my excitement. What can I buy now? Pakistan getting shots, don't know why. The extremes really make money. Bad pub. Yeah. That's why whenever I say like super inflammatory stuff, for a like norm brain, not for us. You know, I clip it and then we'll promote it. Try building power stations instead of windmills, then we'll get cheaper bills. No, we won't, Ken Carling. No, we won't. No, we fucking won't. Because it's still privately owned, innit?
So breaking news to bring you now.
Oh, that's a reform line as well. That's how reforms seek to literally capitalise on this. Performative nonsense, yep. Public, yeah. Conditions apply. Please, don't open the boot. It might give the impression that it's not public health neuro. Yeah, people are angry and not buying it. Okay, we'll just have to follow this, you know, and see where it goes. Okay. If you want to see some ridiculousness, you should Google "Everyone is God Party." Fuck that. No. Explain. Often public health is like not fully socialized. The perfect model is Cuba, where from pharmaceutical like production and development and research to procurement to delivery of healthcare is as publicly owned as it feasibly can be, or exists through a government business. That's the model. That's what Corbyn would have introduced in the UK as well. Yeah. I was dropped as a patient in the Swedish public mental health system, which told me that they won't give you any care. Fuck me. Great. Jesus. There's been shit going down in India. We don't fully know why, I think, or I don't fully know why. I've been trying to listen and learn and understand. Arun Anau has been doing some streams and some special stuff on this. So the BJP is like really bad. My Cuban brothers are super based and I love them. Yeah. So if we take Cuba as the gold standard, at least back when there was trading partners like the USSR, unfortunately not now for reasons that you all know, the like American imperialist project. That's the gold standard. Whereas the UK is increasingly out privatizing like a bunch of services and goods, and it's costing us loads. It's costing us fucking loads. Our mental health system isn't much better. It's not great, no. Here in Argentina, we have public health, state-owned. I thought that public meant state-owned. So what we are trying to encourage you to think about is the specific parts of the whole industry, because it's a huge industry. Workers, suppliers, everything in the supply chain, from drug creation to research to manufacturing to deployment to nursing to hospitals to accident and emergencies, everything. That is that's what we're arguing. We're saying all of that needs to be, as much as it is feasible in a current paradigm, needs to be socialized, publicly owned. And it can be done like Cuba did through like the setting up of government companies. That's completely fine. And you can have a small amount of like investment that comes from other countries, and then you give those countries access to the cheaper medicine as a return, but it's on the basis of putting the needs of your population first, not the needs of shareholders who offer nothing to drug creation. Hamosi Goat's back. Oh, that's nice. That's good. You lived in Argentina. I did not know that, Neuro. Used to have better public health. It's been dissolved more and more. Right, by Malele. Right. God. I was shitting on Argentina real bad with the football. Avril, I'm just being transparent about that. I popped the fuck off about the racist motherfucking Argentinian fans. I lived in Buenos Aires for 2 years. Oh, I did not know that. I'm presuming it's before you became unwell. Okay, right, let's lock in. We're learning about India, then we're starting Turtle Island Tuesday. It was ages ago, right?
God, this is... Oh my God, this is mental. Oh my God. What the... Oh my God, what the... Yo, what the...
I think it's really bad. Like, the police are kicking the shit out of people.
21-day hunger strike, prompting organizers to call for nationwide...
Okay, here's what I understand. There's a protest because of... Underlying everything, economy's fucked in India. Above that, an option for people to escape is getting into medicine. Exams for medicine, medical exams for students were really fucked up. Don't know the specifics. That's caused massive protests. Those protests are like huge. They have been met with a super violent, like police are kicking their fucking heads in. We had friends in the Discord go out to the protests. The nuance here, I don't know, I'm learning with you guys, but I believe it got like really fucking violent. The cops started kicking the shit out of people. I think the minister has stepped down as well. Argentinian fans can be racist. Europeans are too. Kind of funny how you got real intense with the Argentina hate. It's because, I'll be real with you, you guys are like racist from like 30 years ago. And Argentina, I'm sorry, your football team has brought great shame. Your football team and your fans who have like really publicly flown. And I know it's not all. Of course, I know that there is, you are still the country that had Maradona, right? Who was like, fuck you, you fucking racists, and big up Cuba. You still have that. And obviously that's great. But yeah, we all saw it. Do you know what I mean? We saw people using the N-word. We saw the Israeli flags, and then we saw the Argentinian team fight after the game, and whenever you see me ban someone not mentioned in the chat, that's me cross-banning spammers from other live chats. Okay, cool. I live in Europe, and I've never seen people as consistently racist over here as in Argentina, and I'm Brazilian, and we've got quite a bit. I think obviously there's huge racism in Europe. Maybe it just manifests differently. Even though England lost or came third, there hasn't been notable racism like there was like 10 years ago. Right, I'm going to leave you with Arun for a second, and I'm just grabbing a snack and a drink.
PM Narendra Modi's resignation.
दिल्ली पुलिस ने सोनम सर को जंतर मंतर से उठा लिया है। यहाँ पर बच्चों पर भी लाठी चार्ज किया है। मैं अभी अपने दोस्त के घर गया था फ्रेश होने, तो मुझे वहाँ पर भी पुलिस ने
opposition leaders are promised to bring up education in the upcoming monsoon parliament session. Can I say something very candidly with you? I kind of knew this was going to happen from the get-go. I kind of knew Abhijit Deepke. I knew that Abhijit wasn't super serious. I knew he was kind of going to pull this based off of everything that I've seen of what the way Abhijit has been moving. I was gonna be the reason I wanted to kind of latch myself onto the CJP for a little bit was to get more people into our stream so that we could radicalize him further. That was kind of the reason I wanted to interview him, is because I wanted to get the cloud chasing to radicalize other people that were just now radicalized. I didn't cover this yesterday, but Sonam Wangchuk basically was forced to end his hunger strike.
डिटेंशन में
He's now being held in detention, it looks
तो देश
like.
भर में जितने भी लोग ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं, मैं उनसे अपील करता हूँ, शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन आज हमें पूरे देश में करना होगा.
He's continuing in the hospital. Yeah, he's in the hospital. He's being monitored by hospital staff, it looks like. Protests revolving idols are bound to fail. The thing is, one lesson I've learned is that movements or systems that revolve around figureheads that cannot self-sustain, that are not extremely resilient. This is one thing that I've learned from Iran's war with the United States. Part of the reason that Iran has held up, the Iranian government has held up, despite the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei was assassinated, there were other figures that were assassinated. Qasem Soleimani was assassinated several years ago, also by Donald Trump. I think like 8 years ago or something, by Donald Trump. The reason that Iran is held on is because the Iranian government has basically massive contingency plans. Despite all of the propaganda, despite all of the ways they lionize people like Ayatollah Khamenei, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, the bureaucracy, everything, they actually operate in a way that Ayatollah Khamenei is completely replaceable, right? Now, this is not a praise of the Iranian government. This is not a praise of, this is not like a praise of the social. I'm just noting the fact that this is how they've survived. And what has been made abundantly clear is that figureheads, movements that lionize any particular person and that revolve around a particular person and move around a particular person are bound to fail. Yes, in India, part of the reason that RSS operates in India as though Mohan Bhagwat is completely replaceable, because he is. He is a completely replaceable guy. Me and dad were fully ready to go today. Things came up, so my sister and cousin have gone in our stead. They are there right now, but my father, who was somewhat excited just 2 days ago, feels betrayed by the current situation. Decentralized strategy has much better resilience against decapitation strikes the state tries, which, by the way, that's a feather in the cap for anarchism. I think a lot of criticism of anarchists is that, well, you guys are too decentralized. You can't get anything done. You can't do this. You can't do that because you're too decentralized. I think what has been abundantly clear is that decentralized strategies actually are far more resilient long term. Any movement that revolves around figureheads is doomed to fail.
Sir, do you want to go to hospital? They don't understand. This is not a disease or disorder. This is a self-chosen path.
यहाँ फोर्स कर रहे हैं, पुलिस वाले फोर्स कर रहे हैं पे ये, पुलिस वाले फोर्स कर रहे हैं, पुलिस वाले फोर्स कर रहे हैं पे ये।
ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के आदेशानुसार और हेल्थ कंडीशन
Sachin Sharma, of course, Sharma.
और मेडिकल एडवाइस के अनुसार श्री सोनम वांगचुक जी को यहाँ से अप्रोप्रिएट गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल जो मच नीडेड मेडिकल इंटरवेंशन है
The Indian government tried to impose Hindi on Tamil Nadu. Cannot speak Hindi. Has to speak English. They have trucks full of stones ready, and I have internal news that they will allow goons to disrupt the day to demean the movement and justify force, and this force will come a matter of when, if not if. Yeah, my recommendation is don't go. I realize I have basically no
We're not a white
control over
country.
whether you guys go to the
Avril.
protests or not.
Come on. We just read on the internet. To me, this is how I feel. It feels like people defending America because there's still indigenous people that live there as like not a settler colonial state. Argentina is a settler colonial state. I don't know how else to put it. As is Brazil and all these other countries, yeah. The fact that Argentinians use racial slurs against black people. Are we bombing the Middle East? How does that help the indigenous people of Argentina? Whether you are or you're not. From my understanding, Malele supports Israel. We're an empire. You're the direct product of empire. See, this is what I don't agree with. Sorry, you're probably not going to watch me anymore, but I have to be so fucking real with you. Argentina, I understand there's a left wing in Argentina, like there's a left wing in Britain. Fuck Britain, though. Absolutely fuck Britain. Fuck the British state. And I feel the exact same way about Argentina. I've done a bunch of reading, not just fucking Twitter. I don't use that stuff. And it's a settler colonial project, of which the genocide against some indigenous groups by the Spanish Empire was so fucking colossal that there are some indigenous groups that just cease to exist. And it is a country that for a very long time was built around, and still in your constitution, European settlers. So you can't have it both ways. You can't genocide entire groups of people down to like 1% of the population, pretend that you didn't have slaves, murder them all through bad policies, and then act that you're a global south country. Like, this is the direct... It's a country that's a direct product of imperialism. And you are on somebody else's land. It is not hard for me to say that I categorically hate Britain. Even with some of the anti-imperial leftists that inside this country. It's not hard for me to say that. It seems to be that there is a lot of Argentinian nationalism. Just being so for real with you. Just because you have like a left wing in Argentina, doesn't give those indigenous people back their land. Yeah, Argentina systematically exterminated black people after ending slavery. Yeah, to the point where like leaders in the 90s were like, we don't have black people, that's a problem for Brazil. There's a reason why we're saying this. There's a reason why we're saying this. And Avril, I feel like you are also against everything that we're saying. You are the direct product of empire. See, this is the problem. I think countries not contending with the reality, you know, and people just saw the truth, potentially the worst side of Argentina, right? Because like I said, Argentina also had Maradona, who's like, free motherfucking Palestine, I love Cuba. Where's that at? Where's that side of Argentina right now? It can be tough to admit that whilst the West is behind Argentina's racist colonial legacy, it doesn't change the fact that the concrete result is Argentina is a country with a disproportionately racist population compared to others. I think that Avril is completely correct saying that Europe is full of racists. I think that the way we project the racism is a bit different now. I think people are maybe shocked by the brazenness of Argentinian fans, where it feels like England in the 70s. Structurally, Europe is a racist shithole. I think, Avril, that you're falling for nationalism instead of contending with the notion that I think you're hurt because people have been like shitting on Argentina, but I think they're shitting on Argentina for a good reason. In the same way that like all my homies hate Britain, I hate it. I try not to take it too personally. You know? Well, they're probably gone. Fine. Didn't want to hear
I'm just a random dude living in the United States.
Hi, Lossu. Sorry, we were in the middle of a discussion. Hope you're well.
If you already had your mindset on going, whatever, like, just be safe. Like, you're adults. Like, I'm going, but not in Delhi. Like, I'm not going to tell you not to go. You guys are adults, right? Y'all are adults. You can make a decision for yourself.
This is interesting.
For sure. Been manhandled by cops during the 2019 protests. So Sonam Wangchuk has been taken to the hospital.
I was able to sub to Struggle for. Yay!
To the hospital, basically, and he's continuing it there.
Riverboat?
So Sonam
I don't think I know them.
Gitanjali Angmo says
are going to be functionally different. It's going to function as a lecture with a controlled queue. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Will raise the issue of education accountability during Parliament session.
He's obviously worked out that that's how he feels it can be useful.
No, who let them cook? No. Yeah, very nice. Very incompetent. Nice job. This is somehow more incompetent than the Democrats. Somehow more incompetent than establishment Democrats. Leave it to these guys to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Leave it to these guys.
I don't know who these people are. I'm sorry.
Incredibly stupid. Very nice.
Very nice. There's some boundaries he's developed there. Good luck to him. Oh, Riverboat Jack. Yeah, I know Riverboat Jack. Sorry. Yes.
Even Rahul.
I don't know why I didn't connect those two together.
On Twitter is like, dude, what the f*** are you doing?
They're on in What's Night for me. They raid in here a lot. The very brief thing that I can see, they look great. They look lovely. I'm just like often asleep.
And there who would have brought it up anyway, you f***ing dumbass.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's because Indians have been, mainly Savarna Indians and people like Sonam Wangchuk have basically been indoctrinated into thinking, oh, well, India is a democracy. India is the world's largest democracy. It's not. It's not. Just ask any Bodos, Kachari.
In case the obvious needs to be stated,
democracy or not.
This doesn't mean 100% of Argentinians are racist. Of course not. whether a country is racist or not is contingent on structural factors. Britain obviously being a clear example of a structurally racist country, where maybe people's overt racism is coded in different ways than it was in like the 70s. From my understanding of the dynamics inside Argentina, it is an incredibly racist, structurally racist society, historically and at present. And that they're just more transparent, or people from Argentina are just more transparent with their attitudes. But both Europe and Argentina, there are examples of like structural racist continents, but you got me. Argentina, as any other country in South America and North America, has been built on genocide by Europeans for profit. And in Argentina, Brazil, all countries, the slave market existed, run by Europeans and Americans. The thing everyone seems to forget is that Argentina is still a third world country and is being destroyed by Europe and the USA for profit. I understand. I think you think this means we don't have solidarity for like the left in Argentina. Of course we do. But the Operation Condor is the Milei type approach that you have right now. How to explain this? Here's the problem, I think. This is what Americans do. Genocide is something of the past. Like, genocide is something that happened before, and that Argentina is facing contemporary problems where it doesn't have to contend with that past. And I'm disagreeing. Yes, it's a particularly dark moment inside Argentina where the like right wing are rising, as it were. I think that being a left winger, we do contend with our past. You are framing it as a country that was run by Europeans instead of run by a European class of people that came over and then became Argentinian. And it's an Argentinian issue now. And that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, I'm sorry, that doesn't sit right with me. Framing yourself as like victims of colonialism in opposition to the families who have historically directly benefited from it. In the same way that, so to be clear, I critique Irish people who went to Northern America, for the fact that they live on stolen land. So we're not victims of colonialism. No. You are the product. You are the colonial state. There are victims of that colonial dimension that exist inside Argentina, yes. But they don't seem to have massive political control. They don't have a relationship with the state. They don't have a say on the economy, particularly right now, and they haven't really historically. So where is this like global south kind of like liberation movement of Argentina? If it does exist, I will, outside of a pocket of left wingers who of course we support in Argentina, as we support everywhere. We support in America, we support in Norway, which has colonized land in Sapmi territory. But that does not seem to be the paradigm, the state paradigm that exists at all. And people call it multicultural, and then you look at the demographics and figures, and it's not. I'm not going to defend a country with millions of people who call us monkeys. I mean, I believe that after seeing the state of the football. Here's how I feel. As an Irish person whose people were genocided, we're still fucking responsible for Ireland right now. And Ireland is helping fucking support fucking Israel. Okay? And that's bullshit. And I hate it. And fuck the Irish government. How hard was that? I'm actually really fucking angry about it. And a lot of Irish people are. We got the great vibes. We got anti-colonial vibes in Ireland. None of the receipts check. And it's infuriating. It's infuriating. There's only so long Ireland can continue to coast on anti-colonial vibes before we just are the problem. We're just the problem. Right? The Irish state becoming the thing that it once resisted against. That is not hard for me to talk about. It's not hard for me to face reality. And here's the thing I just don't understand. What is a clear imperial colonial project that does not have any form of pro-indigenous, like, you're not like Bolivia, where indigenous people have like direct power to shut down a motherfucking government and economy, right? Where there is a very dynamic political atmosphere and energy around indigenous liberation. Instead, you have like 1% of the population in Argentina who are identify as indigenous. And our indigenous friends in chat will know that there's a problem there as well. But putting that to one side, where's this reckoning? Where's this reckoning for Argentina? If it's happened, I will happily like reverse course and say, okay, I've been wrong. But nothing in my investigations found that. And I don't think anybody has ever said that Europe isn't like structurally racist. And there are a lot of like overtly interpersonally racist people in the UK as well, for instance. It's called a revolution. We both fought the English and the Spaniards, people for all ethnicities. Oh my god, this motherfucking South African. Great, so did apartheid South Africa, by the way. We got exterminated here by the Condor Plan. Yes, your leftism has been. Nobody said that hasn't happened. We agree. But this notion that where is this notion that you had a socialist revolution that was for everyone beyond a snapshot in your history? Like where? What I'm seeing is what I thought existed, which is this small embattered form of like left-wing resistance in Argentina that I've said like 20 times now, of course I believe in. But come on, that's like me presenting Britain as a left-wing country. No, we're not. We have a long fucking way to go in this country. Everyone loves NATO and we're fucked. We're so fucked, okay? Like, I feel that there's an element of you guys see yourselves as victims of things. And Malele was chosen. Malele was chosen. In the same way that fucking Keir Starmer, who's horrific and a cunt, was chosen by British people. I never said Argentina was a leftist country. I'm trying to find a friendly way that I can frame this. You've presented Argentina as a global south country that has sought liberation on indigenous and multicultural lines as a country at a fundamental level for the state. Okay? Not some form of like leftism, which we know has existed in Argentina and is great. And we love that. Could you please give me evidence for that specifically? I will change my mind if there is evidence, but that specific notion of you transforming at some point, at least materially, the colonial state to be pro-indigenous, pro-localized, pro-black slaves, there being some kind of resistance, or you are literally just like Americans having a revolution so that they can fucking genocide people. By the way, some indigenous people, Boar knows this. It might be a good time for Boar to come in. Some indigenous people in America fought alongside the American troops and some fought alongside the British troops. It was a very complicated affair. That doesn't mean that those actions were in pursuit of a wider indigenous project. It was people reacting to the circumstances around them at the time. America did not have a revolution that supported the working class or slaves. They just wanted to do their own form of slavery. So that's an example I can use. It's just trying to pick the best, worst option. But do you want to let me know when you're live? I'll send you a linky link so that we can meet up. Thank you, Arun. Some shit's going down in India. I'm trying to learn. We'll stay abreast of it. Let's move on with Turtle Island Tuesday. What's the best way I can say this? Indigenous liberation is not having indigenous people in your country. Indigenous liberation is indigenous power. And I'm going to expand on that today. Actually, on Norway, a country that... So I'm half Norwegian, and I might move there if I can, right? And I don't think that Norway is a progressive state. I actually think that Norway is a settler colonial state on Sapmi territory. And it greenwashes and it does an eco-fascism. And I'll unpick that once we've got going with Bohr. But the point being, I just don't get this. I do not understand why our Argentinian friends who are on the left will defend a country that has, from what I can see, again, I am happy to be corrected here. Okay? It is an area that I've spent like a couple of weeks learning about. I've read a couple of books, I've read a couple of journals. I'm totally willing to say that I'm like wrong and learning. But where is this evidence that it is a indigenous state, which is different than a state that has indigenous people in it? And the US is the example that I use there. Okay. Right. Let's get going. We're going to do Turtle Island Tuesday, and we're speaking about, the fires and shit that's been going on, guys. We're going to focus on that. I am going to speak about Sami territory in northern Norway, and a kind of, I guess, a greenwashing that's happening there. Yeah, we got hung up on that for a while. The Argentinian revolution from Europe in the 19th century was done by the poor slaves and indigenous people that were enslaved by Spain. In fact, African Argentinians fought alongside San Martin, and they liberated not only Argentina, but Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. You mean the Bolivarian era? Do you mean the Bolivarian era? The revolutionaries that fought the Spaniards and the people that fought for the liberation of the country were people of colours, natives, and mestizos, which I think is indigenous and settler combination, from my understanding. After the revolution, the bourgeoisie took power and the people that owned lands took power, and then the revolution got bad. Okay. So I think that you're right. That's what I've understood. You mean this era of Bolivarian liberation. I guess I went to the end of that, where I saw just the continuation of a bourgeois control, and thought, well, that's not a revolution then, is it? So could you say that there are people who fought for a component of the dream in Argentina? Yes. It just didn't materialize, and I think that's where we're clashing here. I'm saying in terms of, you want to celebrate these people in your history. I understand that. I do understand that. I support my Irish revolutionaries. We didn't get a socialist state either. I understand that. We lost to our own bourgeoisie in Ireland as well. I guess what I am trying to encourage from this conversation is look, 3 years ago, if someone had come to me and been like, your idea of Ireland is a lie, fuck you, Ireland's bourgeois, blah, 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 I would have been like, go fuck yourself. Ireland's amazing. Because I wasn't very informed, right? And now I feel really angry about Ireland. And I wouldn't defend the state of Ireland. I would defend Irish republicanism and internationalism, and those are separate things. And I think what you have told me I think we have to mod that. I'm sorry. Can someone mod that? Look, guys, you know I don't like doing it, but the country that I live in, the IRA, are a prescribed terrorist organization. And I am not allowed to share my opinions, and I think that would put both of us in danger. So we just need to get rid of that comment. Sorry. But do you understand where I'm coming from? I celebrate people of color, natives and mestizos that fought the empire. I mean, that sounds like a fucking sick ass like piece of Argentinian history. But do you agree with me that in the long run, that didn't win? That's not like the paradigm of power that exists in Argentina. In the same way, it's not the paradigm of power that exists in Ireland. So, okay, I think I understand where you're coming from now a bit more when I try and reflect on my own journey with contending with like Irishness, if that makes sense, right? And me trying to grapple with the fact that half of the population of our people were murdered and starved, and yet we have become the fucking European white project in Ireland, and it's a very painful conversation to have with yourself, you know? But my point is, I guess we should be having that level of conversation. And I hope... Thank you for staying around, Avril. The bourgeois ruined the revolution. Exactly. And same for me in Ireland as well. And I'm sure a bunch of global powers supported the bad bourgeoisie in Argentina. But maybe this is where we converged. You see this side of Argentina, you feel close to it, and you want to celebrate it. That I do understand. And now I guess we've listened to each other more. Fair enough. This is a part of your history, even if it's not the most empowered part of it, right? And it's not the conclusion that you wanted in the long run. I understand why you want to let people know that, and then you want to use that as an understanding of at least a part of Argentina. Because if they totally get rid of that history, then they totally abandon everything, right? You abandon everything to the wolves at that point. I understand that. Do you understand my point about like using Ireland as the example of like long run that dream is gone, long run the Irish dream of liberation is gone. Contending with that's really hard. Where do we go from here? What I'm saying is that Argentina is racist, as Brazil is, as Chile is, as Peru is, as Bolivia. I don't agree with just remarks that Argentina is the most racist place on earth. That makes no sense, sorry. I mean, we can agree that everywhere is racist. I would say, do you understand my point about Bolivia having a more empowered like indigenous liberation? I guess indigenous socialists have like run the state in the country and have so much power. Like 2 months ago, they shut down the entire economy. So that kind of revolution of your past is something that some of these countries have in the present. I am pretty sure from what I've learned... Kairos, do you mean this? Argentinians are more overtly, outspokenly racist. But we looked into stuff in Brazil, and I swear I've learned this from you, Kairos, because you're Brazilian. Like, indigenous people in Brazil are treated like shit as well, right? Indigenous people in Brazil are treated like shit as well. Okay, I think we are agreeing. That was a difficult conversation. Thank you for sticking around. Argentina is more unabashedly, stubbornly, casually racist. Yes, at least a huge amount of your fans have been. And I am in a country where there is massive amounts of racism as well. And I just think a particular class of people have learned to, like, hide their racism. You know? Doesn't mean that they've stopped being racist. Which was the president before Lula? Bolsonaro, right? I think this is what Avril's trying to get at. I don't know enough about Brazil. to tell you the role of like indigenous liberation. But from my understanding, even under Lula, and brother, I swear I've learned this from you, Kairos, indigenous people are like experiencing massive, give me a second, deforestation because of the rare earth mineral mines that are the largest in the world in Brazil, that's being exported to America and China actually as well, but predominantly America. Yes. They had to arrest him to get Bolsonaro elected. Kairos, now you're doing it. Come on. Kairos, now you're being defensive over Brazil. Everyone feels a bit of national chauvinism, don't they? Even I get defensive when people are like, Ireland, Norway and Britain are shit, and I'm like, how dare you? But we have to push down these compulsions, folks. Okay. Give me 1 second. We're bringing Bo in. Okay. Right. I will jump in Discord. Are you live, Bo? If so, we'll get chats on the go. There we go. Hello. Yes, yes I am. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. I'll set it up for you. Do you want to be on camera my side, or yes or no? Oh, you... Uh-oh. You dropped out. Have they gone? Bo, sorry, you went robot and disappeared. Excuse me. Yes, we can hear you now. So that would really fuck with your head. Yeah, definitely do that. So, I'm going to start my virtual cam in order to bring it up on Discord so that you can have a camera like that, if you see me there. What you need to do is... And that needs to be your camera. And then we'll bring in... Give me 1 second. I'm going to sort out your volume as well, because you're coming through. Right, this should be better now.
Thank you.
Hopefully that should be louder for you guys as well. I disagree that the Argentinian mistreats the indigenous people, that we have racism, we have a government. We haven't got a government for the liberation of our people. I don't agree with the consensus that we're the most racist. I think being like most racist is not a useful way of talking about it. I'd agree with that. Is there a little bit of like pushing Argentina so that we can pretend that it's not an issue like in Europe? Probably, but it sort of doesn't take away from the really nasty amounts of racism that have been quite publicly spoken by the Argentinian football fans. Sadly, are people racist fucks in the UK? 1,000%. 1,000%. Monkey in Portuguese
Sorry,
is...
I'm working on it.
No worries. I think I have... Oh, you've ended the stream together.
I did?
Or it's ended. I will... It said you've ended. I'll knock your side, don't worry.
Okay.
Guess audio is much better now. Cool. Yeah, I just played around with some stuff. Right, I'm gonna knock. Pause me. So.
Okay, let me get to. Do.
It's me. There, I've knocked for you.
I see. I will accept. Get started.
There we go. Then I think that I can start sharing chat. There we go. Okay. Awesome. So we're live together. Yep, we're live together. And everything apart from your camera is up. Do you feel confident, or do you need any support in setting up the camera?
I just need. Oh, here. I just need a second.
No worries.
Hold on.
Yay! There we go.
I'm just fixing things on my end because I am.
It's okay. Right, I'm gonna bring the Discord up, folks. Don't worry. Just wait until then. Where are you gonna share the screen?
The playlist. Oh, I can. There are so many things that I can do on. This is crazy. Okay, I'm having fun. Thank you, Gio, for coming in. Or you're there. It's fun.
You'll be able to see both. You'll be able to see both.
Share screen. Well, what if I just be a bad streamer?
You'll just be like me then. Don't worry.
Hey, team. This is my Discord. Let me share from Discord.
Yeah, you can share from Discord. That's fine. So, folks, today it's Turtle Island Tuesday, which is an ongoing segment that me and Bo are doing. Bo is Anishinaabe, which is from the Mackinac Band in Turtle Island, aka North America, Canada, and America. And we have been doing a kind of rolling, I guess, bi-weekly segment on or every 2 weeks, basically, segment on basically Indigenous liberation issues, concepts, principles. We also have been reading through a book, which we can look at today. We're on chapter 4. God, it's going so quickly. About which is does Marxism support decolonization? And we today, I think you would like us, and I think it's a good idea to look at climate change as a concept as well.
Climate change, but specifically, we are going to be looking at. This is so weird. It's not showing me my usual thing. Climate change, but specifically the fires that are happening in Ontario.
Yeah.
And how they are affecting First Nations people. I'm just gonna send it to you and have you.
Yep, that's fine. I can do it.
Do it. Because I feel like.
Could you drop it in chat for me, please? In Twitch chat.
Oh wait,
please.
it didn't send the whole thing. In Twitch chat? Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
I don't know if that was for me, but thank you. Okay, let me get the playlist. Where are you, Vivaldi? Why are you hiding? Okay, thank you for dealing with my miss.
I'm pretty sure that the reason why the immigration policies are lax is because, and you all feel that, is because you're European guys. I'm pretty sure if you were from Africa, your experiences of Argentinian immigration might be quite different. But anyway, folks, we're going to lock in with Bo, who's spending time with us. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm sending it now.
It's okay.
Also would love to Twitch chat. Oh, whoopsies. No one. I'm panicking.
You okay?
Yeah, I just accidentally showed DMs, but it's okay. It was just saying, you're gonna do great. It's weird that the Twitch didn't let you. Okay, we're back.
As long as it's not porn or your social security number, you're fine.
It's just you saying you're going to be an affiliate soon.
Yay! I am excited for Boar being an affiliate. You'll get it really soon, right?
I'm one stream away from affiliate with, as long as I have at least 3 viewers.
Yay! So people should watch Boar as well. Watch on both channels if you can.
Yeah. And I will. Hi, Christina. Sorry,
we got totally. Thank you. Sorry.
Figuring things out.
I got totally
So here's the
distracted by a discussion, let's say, about Argentina. I've completely forgotten. What did people vote on? Should I get my hair cut today? Yes or no? Let me just see.
I personally voted yes, so I think you should.
Okay. Let me have a look. Hold on. What did people say? I have to look behind the scenes, folks. View results. 5 people voted yes, nobody voted no. Okay. Cool. Right. I will bring this up now for us to watch. One thing, when should we bring in the book reading? In the middle or?
I think to get through the stuff with the wildfires and then go.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. You like my tree? My best friend Charlie did it. They call it their abandoned project because they never finished it.
I mean, it doesn't look unfinished.
Wait. Yeah. They're just mean to themselves. Oh, hey, you're watching. Hi, Char. Sorry for getting you.
Okay. I'm just gonna turn off this. Right, and so we're starting with a first look at the aftermath of
Lilith DeLuve. That's my best bitch. Let me. You're about to become a VIP so quick.
Oh my god, that's so funny. At my best friend's wedding, like, because it was a gay wedding. Instead of like being the best man or best woman or whatever the fuck they call it in hetero shit, I was the best bitch. And I was like, yes! Slay, best bitch. All of the grannies found it.
So
bad,
Lilith
though.
DeLuve in chat is I'm so glad that they're here live. They're one of my best friends IRL. They are an amazing, they would hate this. They are an amazing, talented burlesque dancer and producer. They're going to be producing the Ohio Burlesque Festival.
Ooh.
A little bit.
That's cool.
I forgot to give these out last night. You're welcome, Char. And yeah, they are the best. They also have spent a lot of time as a white person learning and fighting for Indigenous issues. So they are one of my favorite people on this planet. And I won't talk about how much I will miss them when I move because it's going to be.
Oh, you'll cry. You'll cry.
I cried last night at a concert because they played a song called Modigliani that's about like your best friend and about how like they can make you want to see places you've never seen before, and it just started going and I was like
Oh gosh. Okay, just if you're comfortable, if you want to take the lead, just go ahead and I'll be here. So today, folks, we are going to learn about the recent fires, which have, from my understanding, disproportionately really ravaged Indigenous and First Nations communities. And we're here with Boar. For anyone that's not met you before, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah. My name is Boar, Bores Me So. I am a Two-Spirit member of the Mackinac Bands. I am Anishinaabe. My family has been in the Mackinac area up until my grandfather left, as long as people started writing down people's names. So like some of the first like written occupants of Mackinac Island is my family, because indigenous. I'm Anishinaabe, so I come from a long line of just like disruptively getting shit done. I am like, I was raised kind of adjacent to my culture and have really only been able to get like fully in the past like couple years or so. But I am always learning. I always want other people to learn. And if there's one thing about me, I'm going to have a book recommendation. So
would you like to know, a really funny thing that I read yesterday? You know how people are like Brit bongers, it's baked beans on toast? I'm not joking. Heinz baked beans was a dish that was stolen from indigenous people. I learnt this yesterday. Every goddamn time you look at white people culture, it's never white people culture. We can't even have beans ourselves, lads. We ain't shit. I'm not the biggest fan of baked beans. They're fine. But like it's literally, I learned this the other day. It was canned in America from a recipe that was stolen. It didn't say the nation. And then exported over to Britain where we loved it. We fucking loved it. We fucking loved the beans, didn't we? So yeah, sorry for like one step removed, not enjoying indigenous food that much. But we could say it's a white person's interpretation of probably what was actually a really yummy dish.
Yeah.
I know.
And a lot of like today indigenous foods. So if you think about like fry bread, that came from necessity.
If it has tomatoes, it can't be too old. This was the thing I looked into, and it was something other than tomatoes. It was some like buttery sort of like, not fruit, but some kind of other. It wasn't tomatoes. It wasn't always made with tomatoes. That was one of like the fundamental changes, I guess, in the bean recipe. But yeah.
And just really quick, for everyone, on a super side note that has nothing to do with what's going on, I need everyone to tell my dog Naga that she's gonna be okay.
Naga, baby.
Everyone, tell her she's gonna be okay. It's raining out. She's not a fan of any rain.
Naga,
So
baby.
Okay.
Most good fruits and vegetables come from the Americas. Naga, you're okay, baby. You're okay. You're gonna be okay, baby.
So
See?
if I had any time stop and I'm like, it's okay, baby, just know I'm talking to my dog and you just have to deal with that.
Not me, okay.
Also, shout out Borgrita. Yeah, look at that Naga. Look at that Naga emote.
Baby.
Yeah, look at us. Look at us.
Oh, big fluff. My cats find me when it thunders. Oh, baby fluffs. Othello yesterday, oh my god. I was going to bed and Othello knocked on my door. I was like, hello? And he was like, it's playing time, bitch. And he's never been that excitable before. He literally went crazy. You know when dogs like growl because they're so like into playing?
Thank you. I hit my follower goal.
Yay! He like tore the shit out of everything around me, and it was like 8 at night. I'm like, girl, you should be getting ready to sleep. What the hell are you doing, Othello?
Yeah, Void, it's okay. I'll be telling you it's okay, baby. Just don't tell my spouse.
You have to pay too much. You have to pay more for feet and.
You have to be. Sorry. Only if you're subscribed, Void. I hate to tell you that. I don't see a subscription for me, so it's not for you.
He a big floofer, a big floppy fluff. No, kitty. Okay.
One of these days, my cat Tuesday's gonna say hi. Okay, we can go back. Actually, I wanted to. Before that video, I'm gonna send you an article really quick.
Okay.
Because it's just kind of talking about. Oh, let me do the smart thing and turn off my Discord before I leak my messages with my spouse.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they are just me sending him links.
Sorry, someone in the other side. As an American, I will never fix the UK again. Oh no. Oh no. We'll all miss you. Good luck with that American shit. Oh no, no, don't go. No. Okay.
Posting just a couple articles. There's one that's about how the
let's take a look. Ontario is in the middle of its worst wildfire season. Yeah.
And it's just getting started.
Right. Would you like me to read it out? Or
yeah.
Okay. The province's numbers have suggested fires have already burned more than 7,250 square kilometers, which is surpassing the 2021 record. Fires in North Ontario this month have forced people in several communities like Nama-Yugusisa Gagwan First Nations or Collins First Nation to evacuate. With dry conditions expected for August, estimates suggest the fire season is already in the province's worst on record. Shit. Wildfires ranging, and we've had people coming in all week who are like very like shit. Like I live in somewhere Midwest America, and I'm choking because there's smoke everywhere. Like apparently it's states big the fire. Like holy shit. That's ridiculous. Wildfires raging in northern Ontario appear to have pushed the province to its worst wildfire season on record. The latest numbers suggest fires have burned through more than 7,250 square kilometers, which is surpassing a previous record. The preliminary estimate is likely to be revised once officials get a closer look at the devastation. Premier Doug Ford said on Monday that God's sake, they've said the same thing like 4 times, but it stands as a sign of how quickly the season has worsened. The vast majority of the fire that has burned in the past 10 days on the back of severe thunderstorms and a scorching heat wave around Thunder Bay, where temperatures soared to about 15 degrees above seasonal. So you folks, when we had like a really extreme heat wave, you were having something quite similar, weren't you? When we had the heat wave in Europe, my state was filled with smoke for a couple of days. Where are you, Jimmy, if you don't mind me asking? We got smoke in Maryland, Central East Coast. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. Guys, Euro frogs. That's like, there's fires in Scotland, you can see it in France. You know, like that's mad. That's fucking insane. Or you can feel it, not necessarily see it, but it's like causing air pollution that bad. That's mad.
And Lilith DeLuve, who grew up in like fire country, like they are from fire country. They said, I grew up with regular fire season. The indigenous nations in Washington state have finally banned the sale of fireworks to combat fire risk. I wonder every day if my parents will be evacuated. I mean, so my crazy thing about me and Lilith DeLuve, when we first became friends, I found out that they lived in the same small town that my aunt lives in, where there's like no one who lives there in like rural Washington. And they had wildfires so bad one season that they had to evacuate really, really fast. They had to get their horses, their donkey, and their dogs. And it just came so quick.
That's really scary. When I did my hitchhiking tour from Alaska to New York, I remember traveling through BC and seeing a burn. And it's like, I have never seen anything like it. I think it's quite hard for Europeans to understand the level of burn. I believe it was a controlled burn at the time. And it was done to mitigate like massive statewide kind of fires. It can happen so fast, right? Particularly if there's no burns or controlled digs or anything in the forests. From my understanding, a bit of wind,
and
that's it.
And we're gonna so two of these nations that we're gonna look at later today, that's exactly what happened. It happened really fast.
Right.
They were nations that didn't have like real road access or like fly-in nations, different things like that. So the only way to get out was via boat. And so there was actually a story of different indigenous nations like rescuing each other because the emergency services couldn't get there fast enough.
Nobody else could get there in time, basically. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay. Climate change driven by the burning of fossil fuels is making wildfire seasons longer and more intense across Canada. Ontario's fast-moving fires have prompted the evacuation of more than a dozen, mostly First Nation communities, and filled skies across the province and beyond with noxious smoke. The largest contributor to Ontario's total is a massive 3,188 square kilometre fire north of Thunder Bay. That's fucking wild. That's...
Yep.
I cannot fathom that. Like, yeah, that's huge. Recent rain has helped to temper fire activity in northern Ontario, but officials have warned that the danger remains high. Shit me. There hasn't been enough in the northwest of Ontario to really knock things down for the long term. So there's like a little respite at the moment and a reprieve, but it could kick off any second again. Into August, the forecast suggests that much of northern Ontario could remain hotter and drier than normal. While conditions might not be as intense as what the region just experienced, a complete reprieve is not really in the forecast. Preliminary area burned estimates are compiled by the province's wildfire agency and shared with the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre, a non-profit that coordinates firefighting resources across the country. Federal Wildfire Records, also known as the National Burned Area Composite, date back to 1972 and are derived in part from high-resolution satellite images. Smoke is one of the factors that have made it hard for officials to develop precise real-time wildfire estimates. Satellite images will eventually help to identify any unburned areas that may have initially been included in the tally. Right. So this is a snapshot, and they'll be able to like more accurately let people know later down the line. Okay. Would you like us to start watching the videos?
Yeah, now we can start. I just wanted to get that first. Yeah.
Someone in Kick. You're mad at the wrong people. It's the globalists that are destroying everything, and you're probably one of them. I don't have a good enough pension to be considered a globalist. Sorry. I'm just a pleb.
You caught me.
Yeah, oh, you got me. Oh, no.
Caught me.
Caught.
Caught me.
Oh, God.
Footage taken from an Ontario ministry.
Globalist is quite like
helicopter shows the
Alex Jones coded, in it?
that destroyed the community of Namagasagagan First Nation, also known as Collins. Chief Helen Pavela says she was shown the footage during a meeting with ministry officials.
They did a preliminary flyover of the community, and I heard of the video. So going into the meeting, they wanted to give me an overview of the provincial fires. That's not what I was there for. So I just straight away asked, I know there's a video, show me. So that's where we went right into the video. And unfortunately, I did break down.
Chief Pavela reiterates that it was members of the community that facilitated the evacuation.
It was just a matter of minutes before my members would have died. Jesus. And, even during that whole time, there was no help. We had no help. They had no help, and they had to do it on their own, and they did.
Namagasagagan does not have official ban status, which has seemingly placed the community in a jurisdictional gray area. On Thursday at the AFN's Chiefs meeting, Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council Chief Linda Dabasagi called out the Ontario and federal governments for not acting.
They're being treated as a jurisdictional pinball between both the federal government and provincial government. There have been no financial or human resource supports to support this community presently.
Will you pause real quick?
Throughout the entire week.
Yes.
Okay, so a perfect time to pause. So Anishinaabe Nation, that's one of the places that we're going to be lifting up today that is doing specific help for the nation that was completely destroyed. But Anishinaabe Nation is a conglomerate of Anishinaabe. But yeah, anywho, it is not conglomerate. That's the wrong fucking word. But yeah, but they have been
like
doing
confederation, like a collection of different bands and tribes, or
kind of. So well, Anishinaabeg is it's a variation of like Anishinaabe. So it's because Anishinaabe is a wide range of indigenous people. It's like around the Great Lakes area. Great Lakes area. So that's like they're doing some really good work. I actually have after this, I have information that they are actually gathering to be able to do relief for this nation that has been completely like wiped off. And as they said, they didn't have band status, which is another thing that it's like, I can personally, I can talk about this being from a state recognized band, but not a federally recognized band, because you don't get the help.
Could you explain that?
But yes.
Could you explain that in like a super snapshot way to people, like where? So there's a struggle for some bands and tribes to get different kinds of recognition. Your particular band right now is, like you said, state recognized, not federal recognized, although that's still in process, isn't it, with a court case. But could you explain where that phenomenon has come from for people so they understand, please?
What do you mean, like why some people aren't federally recognized and some are state?
Yeah, because it kind of exposes a bit of a like, yeah, it's racist America. I'm just gonna grab a drink and get some paracetamol. I've got a bit of a headache as well, but I'll be back in one sec.
It ties back to like. I mean, it's so complicated. It ties back to who is like quote unquote Indian enough. It's just a way to like only give certain people's help. So like for my band, we are the oldest band in Michigan. We're the oldest band in Michigan, but we are not federally recognized, but we are state recognized. So there are some state benefits that we can get, but with federal recognition, you can run your own nation. So there, if you look at so example, Sioux tribe, Sault Ste. Marie, they are a tribe that's actually, a lot of their members are members that could have been part of Mackinac Band, which is a whole whatever, but they have the power right now to actively sue Line 5 that's going on in Michigan, which is we talked about it yesterday in my stream. It is a absolutely god-awful 50-year-old tunnel that was made to last 30 years that is currently underneath the Straits of Mackinac. Underneath Mackinac, could burst, could have all these different issues. They want to fix it by building a tunnel that won't work, and they have a history of like abandoning. And this specific Humphrey End Bridge has a history of environmental disasters, right? So like they can, oh yeah, what a band means in this context. Yeah. So bands are made up, so like there are different types of, like the band that I'm at from Mackinac, typically bands are like family systems that were inside of tribes. So like there are big tribes, but then so for me, I am Anishinaabe, but I'm a member of the Mackinac Band, right? So there are a lot of other Anishinaabe people who are members of other bands. So it's where you can go back to. So like the Mackinac Bands is actually a really interesting band, because most times it is family. But Mackinac was made up of like 55 different Indigenous women and then 2 men that were all. They came together because they were Indigenous and owed money by the U.S. government by the Treaty of Washington in 1836. So that is how.
Okay.
It does not mean tribe. So band. So there's a lot of like conversation too. There are some people who will use the word tribe too. I personally think that like, and this is like my whatever take, like, and there are other Indigenous people who believe this. Tribe can come back to a very like colonial and like settler mindset, and it's very like almost otherized, when like nation reflects what we actually are, which is a nation that like runs things and is like, I don't know. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. Like, a lot of Americans aren't aware that the Haudenosaunee Great Law of Peace is essentially a constitution and a story. It's combined. It is a kind of grand narrative about where it's 6 nations, right, that make up the Confederacy, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. 6 nations came together after some conflict and formed essentially a confederacy. That confederacy is and their writings on it, called the Great Law of Peace,
actually,
the American Constitution was written in part from it. It was based on it.
There's a book that after we finish the book that LHS is currently reading, I want to read, which is actually a Haudenosaunee person going to like Congress and reading. It's like a book of like the proof that they have taken it, like it was their concept, and like talking about that. It's a really interesting like read, and it's just like the transcript from like Indigenous leaders.
Okay. Let's go back to watching this.
Our First Nations in Ontario, the Anishinaabe Nation, have been the only support to this community, a community that has been devastated and left to ashes.
The Islamic Nation has been at the, right there, since right at the beginning, and they have given us overwhelming support. The chiefs have called. The chiefs are donating. They stood up. They're standing up for us at the assembly. The Islamic Nation has given us overwhelming support.
Donations have been arriving at the community's Thunder Bay office. This collection of donations being delivered by the Nokiwin Tribal Council. The Anishinaabe Nation's 7th-generation charity is accepting monetary donations to help displaced residents. Mike McDonald, APTN National News, Thunder Bay.
Okay.
With the CBC's Michelle Song.
Should we just continue with this?
Yep, just continue. And so now we're going to look into the First Nation that was completely just like wiped out,
decimated.
Truly, and it was like no emergency served. I think it's in this one too that the chief just talks about how terrible it is.
Okay,
go ahead.
With the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay, Michelle, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford just finished speaking about the wildfires, and he talked about how the community of Thunder Bay is housing many evacuees.
Right. Arthi, I want to go through some of the numbers that the Premier has shared today. Nearly 200 active fires now. 81 are considered out of control, 11 under control. 10 communities have been evacuated, 4 are under a warning, and over 100 fire crews are on the ground. He says he has deployed water bombers and helicopters, and he is making investments in more resources to deal with the fires. And he's also gotten confirmation from the federal government that supports will be in place. They will be coming soon. He reiterated, though, a sticking point for him was that the criticism he faced, he wanted to defend that criticism again, that he may have underfunded firefighters. He says that he didn't once again.
What I find despicable and disgusting,
God,
that opposition would politicize the amount of money being spent and going out there and putting false information out.
Yeah, heaven forbid politicians doing politics stuff.
It's untruthful. In a time of a crisis, all levels of government need to come together.
I can't be held accountable.
The Premier has said that no one has lost their lives, thankfully, but some First Nations communities in the northwestern part of the province narrowly missed the fires, they say, when they were trying to flee in the last couple of days. One community, Namegusisagagan First Nation, narrowly missed the fires. They said that they were fleeing in a matter of minutes, and and their community has completely burned down now. The Ministry of Natural Resources faced questions of why there were no supports in place. Why didn't they call an evacuation order sooner? But they said that the fires were just so out of control. They've never seen fires of this nature before, and they did their best.
Michelle, what are you also hearing from evacuees where you are right now?
Well, we spoke to one evacuee from Armstrong, Ontario. He says that he packed up his van with his kids and wife and brought only the essentials. And he tells us a little bit about how he was feeling when he was driving 3 hours down to Thunder Bay.
Troy.
It was a long drive, and it always is a long drive. It's a 3-hour drive, and we do it every couple of weeks to get groceries anyway, but just trying not to think about what we forgot and what we should have grabbed, and trying not to remember everything that could be gone.
Arthi, again, Premier Doug Ford says that 4 communities are under evacuation watch. So more evacuees could be coming to areas like Thunder Bay, Toronto, Niagara. Thunder Bay, though, says that their hotels are fully booked. They are reaching capacity here in the city. So they will be likely heading more towards Toronto. The evacuee that we spoke to, that you just heard from, says that he's heading down south all the way to London, Ontario, to stay with family as well.
Michelle, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay. And for a closer look at the situation on the ground in Northern Ontario, we're joined now by Paul Surratt. He is the Director of Operations at ISN Masqua, an Indigenous-led organization that coordinates emergency operations for the communities in the area. He joins us now from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Thank you for making time for us.
Good afternoon. Thank you much for having me.
First, I wanted to ask you what the situation is like where you are right now and what sort of conversations you're having with people who are seeking shelter and help.
Thanks for that. Currently, we're on the ground in Sudbury, Toronto, and we're looking at Barrie by the end of today.
Yeah,
our
Charlie.
teams are on the ground and receiving folks as we speak. I think the best way to describe things right now, I mean, certainly there's anxieties and you can see it, the feelings from the folks that are coming out. You know, they're now displaced and for these situations where they didn't have much time to get ready and get out. So we're really working with them, getting them set up, getting them safe. And then we start to implement our services, our wraparound services for them. And
yeah, I wonder if the hotels are being paid for by the state. I'm
for them and
presuming
their
no.
well-being. We just want to make them safe and get them relaxed for starters. And then we'll take over and implement all the services that go with that while we have them.
How challenging is it to keep track of where everyone is coming from, and where they're heading to as you try to make sure you're providing the accurate support?
The first 24, 48 hours, of course, is always pretty hectic. Our provincial partners are doing their very best to coordinate on the getting folks out of these communities, and that's a big piece to everything. We get notice to be set up and get ready, and we've done that. So it's a process that just runs as best as it can, given the dynamics and circumstances that is changing. It's changing constantly, and I think we just need to look up north and some of the communities up there. So yeah, we're prepared, and we take them as we get them.
You know, you touched on it a little bit there. I'm wondering if you can walk me through how you were alerted to this and told to prepare for the supports you'd need to provide in this particular instance.
This is something that we've done now for a number of years, so we're pretty versed that whole entire process. It's just that partnerships with our provincial friends, the federal partners, everybody that's involved here in this entire process of getting these folks out. So we're very up to date on everything that transpires and a process that has to play out when these things happen.
What has the timeline looked like? We heard a lot of questions that were put to Ontario's Premier just in the last few minutes about the response, particularly when it comes to First Nations that have had to be evacuated.
Hi, Stella.
What has the timeline been like? Has there been enough support and advance notice as well for those individuals that have now been sort of forced to flee in a very expedited manner?
I can only speak to
We have just begun. You haven't missed too much, but in short, there is a bunch of fires that no. I've been on for like 4 hours before being joined by Boar.
Before we just started Turtle Island.
Yeah, don't worry. Turtle Island Tuesday's been going on for like 45 minutes, so and we're staying on for a while. Not even that actually. Like maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at my page, how long have I been live?
How long have you been live? Hold on.
Let's see. 50 minutes.
There we go. 50 minutes. There has been a bunch of wildfires that are hitting Indigenous communities and First Nation communities in Canada really, really bad. To the point where entire nations have been evacuated. And we were just learning.
And it was fast. Entire nations like quick. So we have this one. I also have another one that happened afterwards, which was but anyway, continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
And as you can tell, it's rather hectic. It's dire in situations, and these communities are under a lot of pressure, and the partners that need to step up and help them get out. We get normally 24 to 48 hours. We're able to stand up and be ready on our end at the host site locations to take these folks when they come out.
Right now, when
yes, Stella, we've been hearing that from people from all over, smoke everywhere. People in chat were saying from quite different states as well that it's really bad.
We have them on the ground at the various
Do you know what?
municipalities. We rely
Actually,
heavily on the local.
Well, it's raining. I might be able to do an example of how bad it is.
If we can see, yeah, we'll take a look.
Well, no, you can because I can show you with my air filter.
Right.
So I have an air filter right here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that can you see the light is blue?
Yep.
Okay. How long does it take to turn red? If I open the door. Oh, it's raining, so it might not be. No, you're not coming out.
The dogs. Sorry, the dogs are like, Hal?
No.
Hal?
No.
Play?
No.
Me play?
Maybe the rain just helped, but like up until literally to like this morning, with this amount of time, it would turn red.
Poopers, what are you doing? I'm totally distracted. I'm sorry. By poopers. We believe you even if the machine is not being as reactive as it was before, don't worry. Dogs. Oh, we got dog, but oh no, you guys. Oh no. The dog destroyed. The dog was too cute and too fluff and killed us all. Hey. We just saw like a little bit of dog butt and then you left. Like, oh no. I'll get Othello to come say hi to us when he's back. He won't be back for like another 10-15 minutes. Are you there, Bo?
I am. I have to reconnect my headphones.
No worries. Bo, but less fun streams so my dogs can get in on this too. Cute. Very, very cute. Nostrim, walked at your nostrum. Nostrum. How dare you strim? Bo, must walk and pet is the law. The law of dog. Hi, babies. Oh.
No, thank you, sir.
They're so fucking fluff. No, they look like a pillow. They look like pillows of fluff. I love them.
Fun fact, the only reason I have these dogs are Lilith DeLuve.
True.
And that's how you earned your
babies.
That's how you earned your VIP, getting me dogs. Just kidding, by being my best friend.
Dogs is a pretty good way of having a friend though, in it, you know?
Well, there's a joke that if you're friends with them long enough, they'll get you a fluffy white dog.
Okay, well, I'm waiting.
Yes,
Lilith, I'm waiting. Okay, I'll continue this. No, hold on. We'll have a bit more dog content for everyone because
you guys like to hear.
Oh, bye. Okay.
Wait, do you want some good content? Good dog content? Give me a sec.
You're gonna give them treats or something?
Oh, Treats is lazy.
They're gonna be good
Naga, where's the
puppers.
toy?
Good
Where's the toy?
puppers. Yes. Pup palate cleanser. Yep.
Sorry, I had to grab a. Do y'all wanna? Are we feeling book or hot dog?
Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog for Doug.
Naga, back up. Naga, go. Come
Oh.
on. Let me move this. The good
Fluffs.
news, the dog.
They're so locked in.
Okay, sit. Ready, Nogs?
Kill it. Kill it. Oh, but what about Falcor?
He doesn't care. Watch what happens. Foul. Foul. Oh. Are you gonna catch? Oh my gosh! He never catches it.
Yay!
He never catches it. That's like
he could.
If you want a real pub cat palate cleanser, I can give me a second. Let me get something for them, and they can catch their food in their mouth. Or Valcor can.
I'm going to use this as an opportunity to go to the bathroom, but guys, stay with the dogs. Hi, Crescent, as well.
Thank you, Falcor. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Okay, wait. And if you go to my page, ready? Big Cam. All dogs. Okay, dogs. Okay. Sit. Done. Oh boy. Touch. Yes, here you go. Sit. Touch. Okay, ready? He's the worst at catching. Okay. And then hey. Are you trying to get it? Naga, come here. Come here. Man. Why are you acting afraid? Foul catch. Can you see how bad he is at catching? Sit. Ready? Catch. Naga, you have to go over here so they can see you. Okay, sit. Now this girl, wait. She's gonna catch it. Him. He got it! Sit. Yeah. They're on a roll now. Hold on, I have to get more.
Borlov, are you okay holding the camp for a second? I would really like to make myself a nice cup of tea. Hi, Lasso.
I don't know if you saw that it hit their head. Oh, what are we doing today? We are taking a little dog break.
Do you mind if I grab a cup of tea?
Go for it. We are taking a little dog break right now, as we were just talking about wildfires. No, it's okay, Troy. Here. Sit. Doot. Ready? And then LHS is just getting some chemo thing. You're so bad at catching, it's embarrassing. Yeah, look at that dog. Look at that. Here, ready, sit. Here, sit. Can you say hi to everyone? Can you tell them that you're good dogs? Look right here. Yeah. Nope. Look right here. Good job. And so the crazy thing about these dogs is that when we first got him, and Lou can attest to this, essentially feral. Okay, be gentle. Thank you. Mm-hmm. She just poops. She's got a funny stomach. just like me. Hey, gentle. Thank you. But this is Falcor, or the name that I like to call him is Makwa, which means bear. And then Naga, I call Wabus, which means snowshoe rabbit in Anishinaabemowin. Yeah, their ears are so cute. Charlie, did you ever publish clips? I mean, little to the loop. Did you ever publish clips from your dog? No. From your dog, the breeding adventure? Fun fact, Charlie, he had a hard start, but the biggest heart. Yeah, and he's also a father. He's also a father. Yeah, you should. So, fun fact: Lilith DeLuve became a dog. Would you say a dog? Yeah, you. Yeah, thank you. They have his daughter, who is also Naga's granddaughter. So it's fun and great. Yeah, reluctant breeder, but also it was other things. But yeah, okay. While we're waiting for LHS, does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? I know we talked a little bit about like the band system versus like tribe and like what that looks like. If anyone has any questions, we can do that. Also, Lilith, while you're here, I would really appreciate if you would do a little text or message just about some of the ways that Canada has helped Washington via wildfires. Because I think that's an interesting thing to talk about, especially as the U.S. is just putting blame on Canada and saying,
so ridiculous.
The fuck? But yeah. So
fires care deeply for national borders, as we know,
Oh yeah.
Local partners, and if I think probably the biggest piece would be the health piece. That can be challenging. The stage one, the determination of the type of the community dynamics that come out is always the vulnerable.
We got to get anybody. Do we have any Oilers in chat? Anybody got a gifty that they can give Stella? Anybody got a gifty for Stella?
Also, Stella, if you come or help out your mods
areas and engaging them and providing those things from the simple things from prescriptions and getting people to appointments, and we work hand in hand with the local health providers. So that's probably one of the biggest pieces that we face in that first 48 hours of getting folks settled.
You know, when I look at the numbers that were just provided by Ontario's Premier, he said that about 81 of the fires, the current fires, are deemed out of control. So what are you anticipating then? That is some growth since what we've seen earlier today. I'm wondering what you are anticipating over the coming hours and days.
For us on our end, I think this could stretch out for 2 to 3 weeks. That they're displaced. It all depends on the situation back home, when it's determined to be safe to go back, and then we can.
Should we just go straight into the next one after this?
Process. So in the meantime,
or
we get set
actually
up
would like
now.
to
We're going to be
to the
looking
last
at
one.
2 to 3 weeks. We estimate, sometimes different, but we'll go into. Once we have them settled, we go into what's called a maintenance mode or the recreation mode. We have to keep these folks busy. We have to keep them fed. We need to keep them safe. We need to take care of them and work with them because every community is unique, different dynamics. Depending on what municipality we're in, we lean on our partners there at that level to help us to keep these folks entertained, and they step up. A shout out to Red Cross. They step up all the time, and they're providing those essential things that they need at the host locations. Our transportation supporters and everything like that plays into a huge part of keeping these folks busy while they're with us.
Paul, I want to thank you so much for
Okay. Charlie says, so my brother and I worked wildland fire in college in Montana and grew up in a space with a lot of fires. But often when fires happened, the states would start fire season first, and Canada particularly British Columbia, would send hand crews, planes, and hotshots to help nip the fires fast. I can talk about the specifics if need be, but they constantly offered support in resources and manpower until their own seasons got bad. Hi, Ahmed. Folks, if you have some spare cash, if Stella, could you please pin Ahmed's chuffed? If you have the financial capacity to support a family in Gaza right now, please do click on the chuffed link. Any amount helps, and if you can't afford it, sharing it with people does as well. You would like me to go to the 1,000 wildfires in Canada. This one.
Wait, let me see Is it the? Let me double check. The last. Let me see the playlist really quick.
It's the last one on the playlist here that I'm on.
Is it the? Oh, here, let me look at it. So sorry.
It's okay.
Killing it. Is it? Oh no, sorry. The second to last one.
Cool.
What Canada can learn from First Nations to prevent wildfire disasters? And this is 2 years ago.
Right.
So I think this is important to highlight that this is from 2 years ago. Yeah, sorry, Stella. I got it.
On it. Okay.
This is just the final turn on protecting the reserve, helping nature out like we used to back in the day.
Indigenous communities are in a race to protect themselves. They're bringing back a tradition that was banned for decades.
We have to learn from our mistakes. Now we have to correct them.
We got ticket board back. I'm gonna need some more burners here, you guys.
We've been invited to the Bridge River Indian Band, or Hoiston, about 300 kilometers north of Vancouver, where a big plan is unfolding. A diverse team of band members and provincial firefighters is gathering for something unusual.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Bluff. I remember watching something similar.
About the fire management. Yeah, and it's very similar.
Controlled burns.
Essentially.
The threat of wildfire is always here and growing. Just last year, the community had to evacuate.
So let's help each other out here. Let's get this done here so we can go to another community and keep doing this all around Lillooet so that when fire does come around, we don't have to worry about this kind of stuff anymore. Because frankly, last year I got kicked out of this place twice.
Raymond James is leading this crew that will help keep the fire in check. It's not the first time we've done this, but today's burn will be the biggest and most complex.
How are you feeling about today?
Today's
Recycles and natural burns.
big time.
Was there a big fire in Yellowstone? And some dumb button right. Okay, a fire got out of control, and then they just didn't listen to anyone, i.e. Indigenous people that know how to use this and deal with this, and realize actually you have that there was a problem. Sorry, just on that note, I think that was the issue in Australia as well, is they stopped control burns, and then fires got terrifying, like really, really bad.
And it's also I think part of that forgetting about the natural cycle of burns is do you know who the number one culprit of that is? That fucker Smokey the Bear.
We don't have Smokey the Bear in the UK, but that's really funny.
I don't fuck with Smokey the Bear.
He's not a friend of Boar's.
He's not a friend of mine. I'll say it.
Forgot, or people in charge discarded Indigenous stewards, or patronised, genocided, all of the above, right?
Well, it's disregarded. Just said, I think I know how to do it better. Ray K had showed. I was watching Ray K yesterday, and it was these white people who went to Morocco to explore hash and all of this stuff. And at first, I was like, oh my God, they're living my dream, because I thought they were smoking with the farmers. And it's no, they were just walking into fields doing these things, and these guys were talking, and they're learning about this actual beautiful process that has been going for generations, and this white guy from California goes, I think I could do it better. I think I could give some tips. Or he's I have some suggestions or something like that. And it's
classic. Yeah, Moroccan hash isn't famous, like world renowned. White guy from California knows better.
Well, and so the person who was talking on the screen, we had a break. Like the guy who's up, was up before it was like, this is First Nations doing the things that they should have been doing and have been wanting to do, and when I say should not be stopped by governments because they think they know the land better. It's like the same as like when the Europeans like came to the US and came to Turtle Island, and they were like, oh my God, there's so much land that they're just not using. They're so dumb. And it's like, no, fuck you. That's
colonialism rearing its head again.
Blair said, I think climate change is affecting how effective these burns can be, with more rain in off seasons resulting in more dry foliage ready to burst into flame in hot summers. One of the conversations after the awful fires a couple years ago was how the fires have gotten faster and more able to jump containment lines. And that's exactly what happened here. Like the way it spread. We can continue.
No, it's okay. No worries. Oop, sorry.
Today's conditions are perfect for a burn. The right temperature, winds, and humidity. The team will carefully manage fire on 151 hectares around the community, lighting it on the ground and from the air.
It's looking good in some places, and now we're up to the road there, so we're going to continue on, heading to the south.
See the smoke popping up?
Let me turn up the volume. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Lilith said we are absolutely and essentially at past a point of no return on so much of it, especially with record low snow pack in mountains and rainy springs that immediately dry out.
God.
Stately, that's a good sign.
And capitalism's response is, how can we market water? You know, that fundamental thing that people need to live. How can we entrepreneur water? It's like, oh my God.
Side note, Ohio has come out. I don't know if people have seen this. There was a thing that came out the past couple of days. I can try to find it, where they essentially said that the quality of water is going to have to go down because of data centers, because they're instrumental for building Ohio infrastructure and development.
Jesus Christ.
So
literally, I don't know what to tell people when they think capitalism's good, because the capitalists are like, we're going to make your water shit. We're going to murder you, but it's good for business, so get fucked. And I'm like, guys, maybe, just maybe, this isn't a good idea long term and will fucking kill us all. Like,
me yelling about line 5, like, get that out of the water.
Yeah.
21% of our world's natural fresh water is on the line, and people just don't care.
People don't know, I think. No. What I've learned is that the media has so much control in, like, focusing people's attention on certain issues and not covering other stuff. That's why we're looking at this, right? No, it's not getting much attention on Twitch and elsewhere,
or anywhere. I mean, most of the coverage that I've seen recently has been about how Trump's like, fuck Canada. And it's like, well, let's talk about the people impacted. Let's talk about
talk about the human beings inside. I don't care about that stuff either. It's so like,
well, and it also,
like America's fighting Denmark. No, they're not. Like, come on, don't be silly. Like, sometimes capitalist interests don't align and they argue with each other, but usually that gets adjusted. Don't worry, they find out a way of making money from it. My car is in the shop, so my chronically ill ass is relegated to the bicycle for work, so I must go. My town is all hills. Good luck, Chinese mustard. Good luck. Okay.
Colleen Ross is a veteran wildland fire ecologist hired by Hoyston to help plan this early spring burn. They're using flames to clear the land of tinder, fuel for wildfires. How's it going so far in the day, now that we're going?
Yeah, it looks really good. You can tell by the smoke. Nice and light. Brown means it's consuming things we don't want it to.
Okay, yeah.
So nice, light, and wispy. getting up and over the mountains, and it'll drift off to where the communities aren't, and that's what we want.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. It looks really good.
Science.
Getting to this point was no small feat, a complicated process of preparation and collaboration with many partners, including fire departments and the BC government.
We started planning this time last year, actually.
So it's a year of planning to get to the stage where we're lighting
That's
the fire.
right.
But it makes it that much easier the next
Comparing
time.
Roman expansion to US expansion when I was in high school. In what ways?
We're ripping off
like empire?
We're like just taking off
yes.
huge chunk of what we can and what we have the people. So then at future dates they can come in with a smaller crew.
To kind of maintain
and just exactly. Done? Maintain and just chunk off a little bit of pieces at a time and do it by hand.
It burned really nice in here. Holy cow.
Midway through the burn, we're
holy cow!
The forest, the fire is already blackened. Burn boss Bradley Jack is our guide. Hoyston has tried to do a burn here before, but that plan had to be aborted because the conditions weren't right.
It's been 5 years now since.
Yeah, the Romans.
We've been
famously, absolutely nothing bad happened there.
It's been on the back burner.
There's a lot of coordination.
Your time is coming, America.
Yes, there's a lot of coordination. It takes time.
Even your elite knows it.
Average
2 or 3 years.
Isn't the average time of an empire 250 years?
I think so. We could argue that like technological advancements will make this very unknown. I'd love to be alive to see the American empire fall. I just feel it's going to happen when we are all but stardust in this world. We're watching a decline, and it's going to be one of those either everything crashes at once or it's going to be a slow decline. I think it's more likely at the moment to be a slow decline. I think we're in that slow decline, right? They can't even do no war. They can't do no war no more, you know? They can't even do no war. They got no guns and bombs. And tiny little Iran's like, get fucked. So good luck with that, America. I had a fascination for Celtic peoples at the time. Interesting. Yeah, the Romans, not fans of. not fans of. Didn't like them, did they? It's fine. There aren't any nutjob Americans who hunger for an... There aren't any nutjob Americans. Yeah, true. Your country's not full of that. I mean, look, I don't want the people of America to like needlessly suffer. It is a fundamental truth that the American state and empire falling is like going to benefit a lot of people. Just maybe not people who live in America, you know. Yeah.
I don't know. Once my band gets that federal recognition, I'll be in my own place. Not
hell yeah.
Not fucking.
That's not America. That's your land, though. That's out. That's like its own.
That's what I'm saying.
Good luck, America. I'm out.
Give us federal recognition first, please, and then you can give us the resources. Then you can burn.
Yeah, reparations.
The stuff that you fucking stole from us.
There's something, I think this topic comes up in the notion of annexation, which I think is quite interesting. Do you know what a Bantustan is? From South Africa. So a Bantustan is the colonial policy at the time that was like, yeah, see, even though we're white South Africans and we're super racist, we're going to pretend that we're not super racist, right? By basically saying we're going to set up, look, I'm going to give all the black tribes like a tiny bit of land, aka reservations, and they can like look after themselves. By the way, they have no economy, and if they try, we'll bomb them. So they can become surplus workers in our state, which is the white state. The idea basically at the time was the utilization of annexing people's land to create a kind of like Gaza style situation, right? Where it keeps people separate from the West Bank. It keeps conditions really hard. Like a lot of people until the recent genocide had to work inside Israel, right? And be treated like complete shit. Second class citizens. Because a lot of them are not citizens, they're imported labourers on their own land. So that's a phenomenon that could, I guess, happen to Indigenous people. But I suppose you're like, fuck that, we'll set up our own economies, get fucked. Basically. Yeah, that's the key, innit? Any reliance on that system at its core will just mean that that's power. It's power that people have to subject your communities to becoming essentially surplus labor for capitalists that they can exploit. You know? How do you feel about balkanization? Because I get a lot of different kinds of answers. So I'm just interested.
I'm not sure. I have to really think about it, to be honest. Like,
fair, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't even know if I'm prepared to answer that right now.
No, that's a great answer. How dare you think about what you mean? How dare you go away and ponder these questions? No, good.
It's a skill I have, is to say, you know what? It's a skill I've been working on. To not just be like, here's the answer, and then in the shower later be like, fuck, I should have said
I didn't mean it that way, and I've thought about it more. Yeah, I have had that streaming. Later, you're like, no, I didn't mean it like quite that way. It's just something I think that evolves as you get more confident with your voice.
A side note, one of my favorite, I'm a reality TV person. I think reality TV is fascinating because it can really reflect where the world is in certain situations. I love Big Brother. I love the fact that Big Brother is like, it's going crazy this year. But there was this one person, they're not mic'd up. You can't, but you just see them in the shower, like arguing.
With themselves.
They're just clear.
Like, yeah. God damn it.
And it's like, and so you can only see their face, and they're just like.
You always get the best comebacks when you're in the shower and you're like, fuck. Like, yeah. Okay. Right. Sorry. We'll lock in.
Get a burn plan together.
It's like we have ADHD or something.
All the science and stuff like that.
This is more than just wildfire prevention. It's a reconnection with a cultural practice and expertise that was forbidden. As settlers moved out west in the 1800s, British Columbia became the first province to ban this kind of cultural burning, and the knowledge was lost to First Nation communities. But in recent years, Bridge River Indian Band has brought it back, and now other communities are starting it too.
One of the things I learned from fire is it can be your friend and it can be your enemy. You need to embrace it, you need to respect it, and to do that, you need to play with it. That's what we're going to do today.
At the nearby Ashcroft Indian Band, another community is learning to change its relationship with fire. Colleen Ross is here to help them on their journey. It's not an easy thing to do. 7 years ago, an out-of-control fire devastated the First Nation, scorching the landscape, burning homes, and leaving the community fearful and scarred.
Hey, I want one of those for my garden.
Those memories are still fresh for Sharp Hitman and her family. So, any fire here is scary, even a prescribed burn.
For me, I'm still unsure because a fire can get out of control. But having said that, with all the people that are here today that are going to be here to control the fire, I guess I can live with it. Yeah, I'll be okay.
Climate change is becoming a bigger part of life here, where summer temperatures are often the hottest in Canada. Pittman says the community needs to evolve.
When you have catastrophes that happen, everybody learns something from it. And I think that's the big take, is we have to learn from our mistakes. Now we have to correct them. And this is a way of correcting it.
So who has never dug garden before? Yeah, okay, awesome. This is super cool. I'm really excited about this.
This community is starting fresh on prescribed burning.
When he was in college.
Cute.
Today they're learning the basics, like how to dig a fire guard, stripping down the land to the soil to stop fire from spreading.
When we're handling drip torches, big thing is wearing sleeves down, obviously, leather gloves on.
Even starting a burn using these drip torches is new to everyone here. including local volunteer firefighters and 3 teens from the community. 19-year-old Darius Kirkpatrick is keen to protect his band's future.
I like this, like how we're doing it on the land, so we can learn from it and live longer without having that problem or having that worry. And I'm really happy to have like all of these new kids get into it and finally get that experience. That could help one day.
I'll be
If
right
we
back
all
in like
stick
10
to
seconds.
I don't think there'll be a fire for quite some time. Yeah, it makes me feel proud.
Today's session is just a practice run, but a big step towards a larger goal. The band is planning a significant burn next year, and experts say other communities across Canada need to follow their example. This year, there are 61 prescribed or cultural burns planned in BC, which would treat 47 square kilometers of forest. To put that in context, look south to the U.S. state of New Jersey. It's more than 40 times smaller than BC, but last year the state treated 5 times as much land with prescribed burns.
Wow.
So Matthew, what do you see when you see this forest around us here?
So this is an area that had been mechanically thinned about 10 years ago, approximately.
Matthew Bourbonnais once fought fires for a living. Now an assistant professor at UBC's Kelowna campus, he studies how we can better prepare for them.
Would you like to see a program to have a prescribed burn come through here and burn off all this fuel?
That'd be ideal.
He's taking us into this forest, not far from where a catastrophic fire destroyed close to 200 homes last August. He says prescribed burning could help stop it from happening again.
It's not something that we might do, it's something that we have to do. And we just haven't quite got there.
And you say we have to do it. Why do we have to do it?
So it's almost like, I don't want to say we're accepting the worst case scenario, but if we aren't moving more towards that proactive mitigation, we're just doing the same thing over and over and over again, and we're going to get the same outcomes.
We're kind of setting ourselves up for potential for disaster.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yes.
It's more than just funding and planning. He says people
God,
need to
unfortunately,
pressure
like,
to do more
portent of doom.
around their communities.
So I think people just understanding and even asking, like,
Helps with fires, but it doesn't be 1% rich and they're getting resources for their profits. True, Lossu.
why aren't we doing burn?
Very true.
We need to tackle the problem in a different way.
A different way, yeah. Fire suppression will always be a part of it.
Holy shit.
Going to need to
Hold on,
respond
sorry.
to
I need to say thank you to someone.
But if we can create landscapes...
Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry, I can't see who did it. Crescent, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Super appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just saying, you can also come and gift on my stream or just subscribe. There are still founders badges up for grabs.
There's a founders badge up for grabs in Boar's stream, guys. So get on it. Get on it. Okay. Founders badge, exactly. How exciting.
Yeah.
That are more resilient to fire, then maybe the impacts of a lot
could
of
be
those
like
fires
Blarf.
aren't going to be the same.
Canada has a total of 3.69 million square kilometers. It's impossible to prescribe burn all of it, but it's still an insane amount of work that needs to be done to control near populated area. It's a gargantuan task, and they're clearly not meeting the needs of the communities there. And this is because the communities are indigenous, right? Like,
there is environmental racism that happens to do with there is environmental racism that has to do with like the indigenous populations in Ontario. I actually was doing some research on it and found a piece that was published in like 2010 by doctors talking about the effects of environmental racism on First Nations, whether it's like from water quality, from like issues with fires. Yeah, it's been done. Thank you, Lawsuit. It's been done for generations before 1492. So it's not that hard with willingness to do so. I honestly feel like going way back to what Lawsuit was saying and the fires, it's a colonizer's problem because they just thought they were too good to know and to listen to the indigenous knowledge. And then they think we know exactly what we're doing. Like they think as white people, oh, we know what's best. They're dumb. Why are they setting fires? Let's put out Smokey the Bear. Let's, only you can prevent forest fires without actually listening to like knowledge.
Yeah. Because it doesn't treat indigenous knowledge as knowledge. It treats it as...
I'm in the US.
It treats it as like traditional practices rather than actual like information, if that makes sense. Like it's patronizing, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, what's this? Bores me so.
Very low. Thank you. I will look at this. I think I actually have this in my. It's like an hour and 24 minutes.
Photos of
I actually just watched. I actually just watched this the other day.
It's 7 days old.
Look at it. A lot of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
PBS and has. No, I appreciate it. I will add it. I have a playlist that's just like stream ideas ? And it's in there. I appreciate it, Crescent. I really do.
Awesome. Remember, folks, if
we also yesterday we did a really fun stream all about learning about the history of disability in the US, which was it was good. PBS is some of the a lot of the stuff that I've seen on indigenous populations done by PBS has been like very good and has been very like indigenous first, and you can tell that. So I really appreciate that.
I think there's
Vest. Would you like to watch a video? Would you like to
send it on over, Bo?
Would you like to watch a video?
Because I feel like the point that Bo, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what you're trying to get at is it's the approach to how to prevent fires, it being an act of individual responsibility through Smokey the Bear. Stop smoking, right? Whereas, as we know from indigenous practices, forest fires do happen. So my family lived in Perth for a little bit, and forest fires are a really big issue there. And it's, as we've said before, it's a very similar history. The point being that controlled burns have been practiced for like generations, and that is the ignorance is turning your eye to that knowledge and thinking that you know more, and just telling people don't smoke, that will help, when actually like controlled burns are really important and keep people safe, because are why indigenous people have survived. Cool. Oh god, what's this gonna be?
It's fun. It's our guy.
It's nice to get out of the city and be in the great outdoors.
Oh, okay. It's our boy.
Actually, no, not really. Before contact, indigenous communities used to manage and steward their lands every day. One example is what I'm about to do. Make a fire. They use fire to manage their environment. Today, it's called controlled or prescribed burns, but back then it was just called life. Fire was used to promote the growth of useful plants and crops.
Burns in Kansas? Right. Who runs it, Vez? Like a fire department?
The dead overgrowth, etc., etc. But if we're all about prescribed burns now, why was it originally outlawed? This is a people's history of Native America.
I'm gonna guess colonialism. I'm gonna guess that.
Smokey Bear, along
I
with
think
his
that's a good
slogan,
guess.
Only you can
No
prevent
spoilers.
wildfires. The government's PSA to say, hey,
I think. Will you pause for a sec?
this is your.
The only you can prevent wildfire gives the same fucking energy as like, only you can stop climate change by having a fucking metal straw. And it puts putting the issues with the climate disaster on the people who are like not contributing as much as like corporations or all these other things that are like actually destroying the world. But it's like, you could save the world if you just recycled and used a metal straw.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the key is also is that like indigenous knowledge here was outlawed, right? And that means that all that way of managing the land was something that had to be developed again, and it's a complete waste of time and life. And it comes literally, there's no other explanation for outlawing indigenous knowledge
not
than
necessarily like not necessarily well sometimes developed again, but it's also there were knowledge keepers who were able to, but there are so many knowledge keepers that were afraid to speak.
Sorry, I meant that Westerners had to get to the same conclusion, but through different.
Fair. That's good. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, I meant that like
we were still holding our information.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I meant people getting to the point now where you have fire services, whether it be in Kansas, morning Vaughn, or afternoon Vaughn. You have people in like Kansas who are doing controlled burns or wherever. The point being that like indigenous people knew this hundreds of years ago. Yep, awesome, Stella. And a lot of companies backed recycling, a lot of plastic companies, because it makes people feel like they're doing good, and then it's not on you, it's on corporations.
Your fault. While the spark is usually caused by humans, a mismanaged forest is primed to be engulfed by flames. So, what if I told you that at the heart of this partially clothed bear's rhetoric is another continuation of the disrespect and disregard of Native American science and a contributor to climate change? Well, back in 1911, Congress passed the Weeks Act, which granted the federal government the power to purchase private land for the purpose of conserving forests and the water supply. Part of conserving forests meant protecting the land from fire, aka fire suppression, which effectively banned cultural burns and other fire-based land management tactics historically used by tribal communities. The blanket policy of the early 20th century was fire suppression, which meant America's forest lands were allowed to grow for over 20 years, untended in many ways it had been. But the US government became more concerned about their forest management policies when they thought these vast spaces could be targets.
Bear was yoked.
In February 1942, a Japanese submarine shelled the Elwood oil field, a refinery near Los
I could take that bear, though.
Yeah, I could have it. Fucking snap
But
it
the
in two.
20-minute-long shelling missed its mark. There were no injuries and it inflicted little damage.
Exactly, Ninja. It's also that the average
Have a good
person
day,
has
nerd.
no control of what's causing climate change, and that's what most high-level decisions being made against our will by bourgeoisie politicians and their billionaire brothers.
Smokey after a legendary firefighter from New York.
Bye, nerds.
The start of the beef.
Nerds, bye.
6 years later in southern
Good
Mexico,
morning,
Smokey
Ninja.
Bear became a reality during the 1950 Captain Gap blaze.
He is thick.
Forest.
Smokey Bear's
Before
thick.
being seized by the feds in the early 1900s, the Mescalero Apache were the caretakers of this land and forest. About 40 years after
exactly.
the Apache lost this.
I don't know if white climate scientists have given up. Yeah, sorry.
I will say, Sue, like my boy wife, when he was in college in Indiana, he was part of a crew that did controlled burns, and they had learned, like, I mean, it wasn't learned from like indigenous people, but they were still like being able to do it at the college.
I think if we're looking at so climate change requires the economy to fundamentally change, and the only reason that that China is able to, even within our lifetime it was a developing nation, and now it's very, very developed in most of the major cities and is developing in rural areas, right? And the only reason that they're able to put so much time and stress and energy onto green energy technology development is because they have a communist government. Like, that's it. We have a capitalist one. The capitalists are interested in wealth extraction. So I would say, I think that the climate scientists in certain Western countries are like, they're telling people, you know, we need to challenge this. We need to challenge this, but the capitalist powers are like, go fuck yourself. We'll convince people that doing a climate mitigation fund will do jack shit, and act as if we're doing something, and we won't. We won't fundamentally change things. So I think it's more that they're powerless. They can't do anything. I think other than education, which they've been trying for a long time,
Did you just mute? Are you there? Okay. I was okay. I will be back. Oh, I'll be back in 1 second.
Hello. There we go. Sorry. They try to get me, brother. They try to get me. Yeah, I was sorry. I just unplugged and plugged it in again. That's all that I did differently. Give me a gun and Smokey's ass is cooked. That's funny. What I was saying is I don't think that those climate scientists have power. And that's the difference. Is under capitalism, even like, let's say knowledge seekers, right, through a scientific paradigm are just not listened to, you know? And they have no power. The power that they have is to educate. BBC's knocking on my door to pay TV tax. You live in the UK? I thought you were in Portugal. Oh my God. I'm so out of the loop. Don't answer it. No one ever does. They tried to mute me. They tried to silence me. I'm back. Sorry. I think it's just a dodgy wire that was misbehaving. The point that I was just trying to make is that climate, whereas maybe traditional, knowledge keepers in indigenous culture were revered, are, like, let's say the white creation of knowledge, have no power. Nobody will listen to them. Like, climate scientists are not listened to. Or some of them were co-opted by capitalism as well. They're like, we'll do a green mitigation fund, and that's the same. And it's not. Like, there is no solving climate change through capitalism at all. It will never happen. So I don't have great faith in the West here. Let me put it that way. Okay. We'll continue the Smokey the Bear slander, you know. Carbon capture, exactly, all that shite. An early left-wing government started investment in green changeover, and now we spent too much to change it back, so the capitalists can't do anything about it. But is green investment not just a fund that is this sort of thing that me and Lost Sue are on about, like carbon capture bullshit? What does it mean in practice? What does it mean in practice? Why did the Pet Shop Boys tell me to go west? Life is peaceful there. Go west. What the hell, Doom? Right. Let's continue.
It was likely human mistakes that started the devastating Lincoln National Forest fires. All hands were called to extinguish the flames, including the newly formed tribal fire crew, and brace yourselves for the best name ever, the Taos Pueblo Snowballs. Donning white helmets giving them the name the Snowballs, they aided the U.S. Forest Service in fighting the fire. After 4 days,
investments in solar and wind. Okay.
And a real-life black bear cub emerged from the fire. It was the Taos Pueblo Snowballs that rescued this badly burned bear and, along with the local fire crew, rushed it to a vet in Santa Fe.
What's biogas?
He was later
Is that fracking?
In honor of his cartoon counterpart.
That's not good.
Since then, the dialogue around fires has been
Hey,
zero tolerance, resulting
pause.
in...
I don't know. My white chemistry teacher got paid by the fracking people to go to a convention, and then he came back and he said, I don't actually think it's that bad.
Stuffing dollars into his briefcase. Guys, it's fine. Like,
once again, a high school chemistry teacher. Don't know why. That was about to retire. But
they got the money to capture everyone, you know. They got the money to get their interests everywhere.
Shout out, Mr. Buckle. I'm pretty sure that's your name. And shout out for your passion about Mole Day. He would, whatever the unit for a mole is, he would have a party.
Okay. Gas from animals and sewer
Fires in
waste.
California
Oh, okay.
due to climate change.
The state's deadliest fire in history, and that California needs to learn to adapt.
You see, traditional stewardship of lands and resources is now discussed in Western science as traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK. But now TEK is seen as an alternative to Western methods of forest management. However, it's so much more than that. TEK is the knowledge that can only come from
Morning,
virulent.
virulent. Welcome in, love.
Actually,
we're here with Boar, who everyone should be following.
Not a pyro, but someone who...
Yeah, capturing scientist wallets in it.
Dr. Melinda Adams.
Hi, Ty.
So, I'm out in the forest trying to light a fire, but got distracted by Smokey Bear signs. Can you please break it down for me?
In order to build public perception of the dangers of wildfire, because when settlers first arrived, they saw indigenous peoples placing fire to the lands, but maybe didn't catch enough of the observation to see all the benefits. So they developed this ingrained fear of fire that has since been passed along and inherited by different generations. So that's why you see large-scale wildfires and people's reaction is fear.
Can you tell us a little bit about the work you do surrounding TEK?
What I do is very
but
layered,
Vess, do they dance like a mole?
Western scientists
I don't know what the fuck you guys are on about. I'm sorry.
siloed in one specific species.
Pancakes for their people
This
in
is
the morning at okay time?
Cultural ways and learnings and teachings.
Yeah, I like the contrast between Western science and indigenous lifeways. Can you expand?
This idea of terra nullius, which was used as a tool of colonization, that before settlers came over, land was blank, land was unowned, land was not taken care of by indigenous peoples. And that nothingness that it presents, it directly erases indigenous presence and stewardship techniques and land care from the areas that you're suggesting had no human contact.
What other forms of TEK are often overlooked?
I think oftentimes waters is not necessarily focused on.
I don't even know what the fuck you're on about, Vez.
But we have people that have been guided by
It's a unit.
time calendars.
It's a scientific
and
unit.
close relationships with waterscapes.
Like so much of indigenous history and culture, information like this was erased using assimilation and violence. TEK is no different.
I want to say that fire never really went away. It was attempted to be suppressed, just like they attempted to genocide us as indigenous peoples, but those lessons never went away. You know, they were passed on by specific tribes that still hold on to and adapt those knowledges.
Currently, government agencies are realizing the power in utilizing TEK practices. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom publicly apologized to tribal nations about their historical mistreatment and promised to fund more prescribed burns. It's one of the most biodiverse
Fuck Newsom, though.
and home to the most federally recognized tribes. But before contact, California was home to more than 300,000 indigenous people. But at the turn of the 20th century, it was down to 25,000. So the natural diverse beauty that we enjoy now was only a fraction of what it was. And even what we enjoy now is hanging by a thread. Take the Klamath River, for example. Mother to many nations of tribes from California up to Oregon, which has given them flourishing abundance of resources since time immemorial.
I was, yes, but I don't know what you're referencing at all. So
It's a scientific unit of measure.
Right. Okay. And you did it through a mole.
Well, it's like you have it's called a mole, MOL.
Okay.
It's like, you know, like the unit of pi is 3.159. You know, mole is 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd. I mean, Vess had it better than me because I only remembered that it existed and that the teacher went like this and did a mole dance throughout the entire thing. And then if you came at 6 a.m., which I did, he made like pancakes and things.
I was really bad at chemistry, so you should ask people from Britain who were better at chemistry than me.
But what tribes saw as life, the settlers saw as money. From the gold rush to steamboats, logging and agriculture,
And last-minute rules.
the Klamath River and parts of its lakes and tributaries have been either dammed, dredged, diverted, deforested, or degenerative agriculture. Sorry, I didn't write any of this. Once treaties started to be written, it took tribes away from their original homelands and forced them onto small fractions of land reserved for them. In order to keep traditional lifeways and halt hostilities, these tribes had to sign the treaties to maintain what little they had left. But the dams and farms had lasting environmental impacts that still harm the tribal nations to this day. In September of 2002, tens of thousands of salmon washed up on the banks of the lower Klamath. This shocked nearly everyone.
except the Yurok tribe, who predicted this scenario as their TEK foretold. After decades of legal fights, protests, and organizing, the tribes finally got their voices heard. State governments, federal agencies, commercial interests, and tribal nations signed an agreement to remove the dams by the end of 2024. With one dam currently being removed, this feels like a major victory for TEK and tribal nations. Right? Even with these proclamations, funding for TEK practices is still hard to secure, and power remains out of the hands of Indigenous people. TEK is often categorized as part of humanities rather than a science. Therefore, it's an undervalued and underpaid area considered solely for soft funding rather than hard funding.
Pause really quick.
What else am I missing?
This is all going to have been completely cut by Doge as well, right?
Well, Doge doesn't exist anymore.
But because they came in to just cut everything and then left.
They did. Well, there's still like. What I was gonna say is, in my thought left my head.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Sometimes life happens. Maybe I'll come back. But I also have. Actually, I just want to if we could pause. There's because it has to do with as we're talking about water and things. I have a poem. I read it yesterday in stream. It's my cousin wrote it, and I think it's a very, very powerful poem. It's about water. So for me, I don't really fuck with Thanksgiving. And so what I did on Thanksgiving was I went to Lake Erie, I went to the Great Lakes. I laid sama, which is tobacco. And I read this poem to the water. And so it's a poem on behalf of the lakes, rivers, streams, and aquifers that provide our daily water by Jana Harper. What is your relationship with water? What do you know about your water? To which watershed or larger body of water is your water connected? What water is upstream from you? What is the name of your water? Does your water have more than one name? What pronouns do you or your language use for water? What is the history of your water? What is the geology of your water? Who depended on your water in the past? What are the myths, legends, and stories told about your water? How many people rely on your water today? What threatens your water? Where does your wastewater go? Who lives downstream from you? Do you take water for granted? Do you expect to always have access to water when you need it? Can you safely drink your water without getting sick? Can you swim and bathe in your water worry-free? Do you have to check water quality websites before you decide where to kayak, stand-up paddleboard, or canoe? Have you ever thanked the water? Have you ever expressed your deep respect and awe directly to the water? Do you believe the earth is your mother? Do you believe the water is your relative? If water was your child, cousin, sister, mother, or grandmother, would you worry about her health? Would you insist that she go to a doctor? Who is the water's doctor? Have you ever exclaimed, I love water, I'm a water person? Have you ever looked at water in a glass and thought, what a miracle? If you live far from the water of your childhood, have you ever missed it? Have you ever traveled just to be with a particular body of water? How did you feel when you were with that water? Have you ever prayed for the water? Have you ever sung for the water? Have you ever listened to the water? Have you ever had a conversation with water? What did the water say to you? Have you ever asked yourself, if I were the water, what would I want? Name all the moments in a day when water serves you. Name all the moments in a day when you do something on the behalf of water. Is your relationship with water reciprocal? Do you believe water is alive? Do you believe water has a spirit? Do you believe water has rights? Do you believe that if enough people stood up for the rights of water, governments and corporations would be forced to listen? What will you do for water?
Thank you for that.
It's I think it's a really powerful, because I think it also, what will you do for water, but what will you do for our earth? I think it's a very powerful poem.
When I was in Morocco last year in the Atlas Mountains, water, there are entire villages of the Amazigh communities that I was within, called the High Atlas region. like the whole culture and community is around water because they're, you know, agricultural and tourist oriented towards people hiking, right? That's it. And hash, which requires water though, so it does factor in. And
Thank you, Ninja.
the water was so important that council meetings were about water, because it was about how to get together to share water for the development of everybody in the village. And that's
I think I might do a stream at one point as like a raise money stream for me, so that because there's actually going to be a water walk around some of the Great Lakes right around my birthday, which is like Indigenous people walking the water, and you know, it's like it's a very interesting concept. And so I kind of want to do a little fundraiser for me so I can participate, and because it's about like the Indigenous protection of it's walking within Indigenous water protectors.
Right.
But yeah, so that's one of the things that I'm very excited and have to figure out how to get there, because it's like a couple hours from where we're going to be living. But it's something I'm, especially with the thing. I mean, you've heard me talk about Line 5 all the time, but like it's something that I'm so passionate about, especially with the Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No,
I don't know why I apologize for talking.
Why do you apologize for talking on stream? Which is
you haven't met my mother. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Lilith, back me up. Lilith DeLuve, back me up. Are you still there? To talk shit on my mom.
When we talk about TEK, we also need to talk about access to lands, acquiring federal recognition for tribes that do not have that status, and building that agency and self-determination that we have as Indigenous peoples to steward lands.
It took us a while to start a fire, explain TEK, and our good friend Smokey Bear. So we appreciate your time, Dr. Adams.
Ashant, thank you, Ty.
So, in honor of this growing recognition of tribal land stewardship, we can do better than Smokey.
Okay, so Ninja,
Canada
for
already has
context,
one lined
my
up.
mom tells me sometimes she'll say your voice is too loud, and then she'll tell me to quiet down, and then she'll speak at a tone louder than I was speaking. Also, I've talked about how like I am really good at finding like sources for people, like because like my parents don't believe it, like they don't. They are very libbed up, my mom specifically, and like I give my dad a lot of grace because he is like an early onset Alzheimer's, so I'm gonna give that man grace. but they're very, very like lived up, and like I will say like some of the things that my mom has done has like really repressed me wanting to like side with some of my Indigenous stuff, so I've unpacked that. Like I mean, like I have seen my mom go to these like beautiful closed ceremonies and then talk shit on them, and like or like have like someone singing in Anishinaabemowin and being like, that's weird. And it's like,
why did she marry into a family that's like, God, it's really hateful, like really, really hateful.
Well, and she's also said things like I've like there was a time that she talked about it, and I'm going to say something, it's not great, something you should not say, she casually said the thought that listening is not harm, or the thing that the thought of listening is not a harm or anything like that is meant for you to learn from people who have lived longer and seen more. Yep. Well, she once said, like, casually said Indian summer, which is no. And then she got called out on it, and her response was, well, do you know who my family is? Which is the most un-Indigenous thing to say, because we like humility. like I don't
and also
like that's not,
that doesn't mean that's like being like, I can be a piece of shit, like, my cousin's black or something. Do you know what I mean? Like my cousin married a black person.
Stuart,
So
I married a man that was his family's from Egypt, so I can say whatever the fuck I want about Egypt.
But Egypt, yeah, Arab people, God, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
like it doesn't work like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can shit on British people though if you want. That's allowed. We all can here. Got British friend in it. I'm the secret Irish inside Britain that's like wishing for their demise.
The thing about my family too is like it's complicated because my grandfather was born in like the UP. He grew up on South Fox Island, which was a small island where my family was like housekeepers. Fun fact, I'm so jealous. My dad was able to go, the other day. And I am so jealous. Actually, the wildfires stopped. The smoke, he described it as if he said it's as if the creator parted the smoke for us to go. And it was so clear and so, but so my grandfather, he came to the town that my dad now lives in after World War II. But his entire childhood was being called a half-breed, being excluded from things, being just called all these terrible things. And he didn't want to identify with his indigeneity. So my grandfather didn't really embrace his indigeneity. It was my Uncle Zane. And so all of my teachings, I got from a lot of my teachings I got from my late Uncle Zane, who was the family member who kept our connection.
Right.
And so I continue to, sorry, emotional. I continue to try because and will connect because of the lessons that Zane gave me. And I have poems written about all the questions I wish I had asked Zane when I was in high school, because he passed when I was a senior in high school. And we spent 3 or 4 years meeting, and he would just I would just sit and listen. But he's the reason why we have the connection. My dad still has parts of it and is involved, but he was only involved because it was Zane's wish. So our family got more involved because of Zane's activity and Zane at the end of his life wanting to make sure that
then you have a part of him. Then you have a part of him with you, right? And he was able to give that to you.
So I have right here, I have my books. And so this is the list of all of the Ottawa and Chippewa Indians on the Durant roll, or listed from 1870 to 1909. So there's a lot of things for where my family was. But I was gifted this book and I see my family, and then it's a card from Zane.
Oh.
So this was Zane's book.
Yeah.
Sorry for the tears.
Okay.
Oh no, we're not loving anywho. But yeah, so that is so that's part of that. But they didn't.
Hi, Raptor.
They wanted to avoid being Indigenous because of the things that happened. I've been talking to my dad wouldn't just he wasn't necessarily necessarily about it. He wouldn't say anything. If you look at my dad and you know what an Indigenous person looks like, you think, damn, yeah, this is why we focus on spending time with your elders and learning from them over anything else. Yes. And that's why I'm really excited about the move, because a midpoint is going to be, I'm going to be able to learn from one of our most spiritual elders for the band, and someone who has been the spiritual soul. And I've spent time with them before, but have spent and learned from Richard, but it's, thank you, Vaughn. But yeah, it's just hard because it's hard there's been so many, I'm sorry, I'm getting all over the place, but some of my dad's closest friends, I was talking about how I'm going to Minnesota, and they're why? And I was talking about some of the programs I'm looking at, and they're oh, why? And I'm we're Indigenous.
Yeah. Have you forgotten?
It was my dad's best friend's daughter who grew up going on the mission trips that we would go on, where we went because of our family connections. We were able to go to both Pine Ridge and to Saugeen First Reserves. And like she went on those and didn't connect that we were Indigenous, because it's just like, oh wow.
It's just like a trip kind
And
of
that's
thing,
like,
yeah.
well, and that's like one of my dad's like childhood best friends that just didn't, because dad didn't like want to, you know, be othered the way that my grandfather was, because my grandfather was so othered.
Like a trauma response, basically.
Yes. I mean, he was called a half-breed his entire childhood.
Jesus, yeah.
And then
That's gonna fuck you up.
Then when asked why, my great grandfather said, "You are Anishinaabe. You are not a half-breed. That's what you need to know." And like, we are the original people, like all of those things. And so it's like, it's crazy to, and I mean, I've talked about like growing up, like I would be proud of being Indigenous and people would tell me, no, you're not. And I had so many white
No, you're not.
people
No,
tell me, yeah, no. And then they would like equate me to, like, I've talked about it before, like the where will you be in 10 years? Mine was like trying to get benefits because you're 1/32nd Cherokee, which is not what I am. Not what I am. And that was in response to me raising questions when we were taught that the things that happened to Indigenous people under Andrew Jackson was good.
Yeah, exactly, right. God. I have a request, which is,
yes.
So we finished this video.
Yep.
I would like to do the reading and then raid into you, because
yes.
I am gonna have to lie down soon, just because my POTS is really bad.
Yeah, go.
I've got like swollen feet and stuff. Okay. So this we have been reading, and I presume you want to continue a little bit as well, so we'll raid into you.
Yeah.
Cool. It is by a Indigenous, I think is he Sioux? Give me a second. It says
he's Comanche. He's Comanche.
Comanche. Thank you. Let's just read the little intro.
Yeah, that's a lawsuit said people use the racist idea of only brown skin, while no Indigenous people can have all types of skin types. And also, I think one of the things that I've had conversations with other Indigenous populations about this, about like the erasure of Black Indigenous people, like people who are also Black and Indigenous, like especially that's like one of the, I won't speak ill on someone I love, but that's one of the, there's an artist that I love, and that's one of my only issues with his work, is that it's all one color when there are so many different colors. But I mean, I've also been told, like, I mean, because I've been inside because of chronic illness, and it's bad out there, and so like I can really, really tan, but I appear pale. There was actually a really interesting video that I will watch another time that was about someone that was born and raised in both the Mormon church and being Indigenous, and how the Mormons had told them that
aren't the Mormons like really fucking racist, like super fucking, like,
you just wait until what I say. They told them that they must have been doing something good because their skin was lighter. And it's because they didn't go camping that summer. And that's like God shining on them.
There's some 18th century motherfucking racism right there. Would they measure their skull afterwards? Like, holy shit. We got bots on Twitch.
I keep on getting bots.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Wait, is that you or?
It's me.
Yeah, you just gotta start modding them. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm coming because I want to do something as well. There we go. Stella's got your back.
Thank you. I also banned them on me.
Cool. Hold on. Why is... Ah, there we are. Boars miso. Part of what was done to native kids was also blanching their skin to remove... Bleaching, like skin bleaching. Fucking hell. That's awful. Awful. Yeah, you were too fast, Stella. You got it. Will I get... Hold on. Give me one sec. Hell yeah. I want me's that founder badge. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I've got a sub there. Okay. So hi. Okay. So this is chapter 4 of Does Marxism Support Decolonization? Yeah, God, Stu. Stu. You were one of the native kids it was done to? I'm so sorry, Stu.
Yeah, Stuart.
I got bleach baths for like Jesus Christ. But I don't understand. They can't change your race, so it's just torture, right? It's just fucking torture. Okay. So yeah, this is part 4. It's called On Annexation. From Does Marxism Support Decolonization by Toller Mello Miller. Another issue with settler Marxist culture and discourse is they refuse to contend with what liberation actually means to sovereign indigenous nations. Most settlers imagine a post-capitalist state where indigenous nations are absorbed and annexed into a so-called Marxist settler state. There is another term for this concept, and it's called assimilation. Indigenous nations being assimilated or annexed into a Marxist settler society is not liberation for the colonized communities. This concept of absorbing indigenous nations into a Marxist settler state, which is backed by the Communist Party USA and the Party for Socialism and Liberation, is still a form of settler colonialism. In a decolonial society, indigenous people aren't absorbed into a Marxist settler society, but rather settlers are absorbed into a decolonial society, where all communities contribute jointly. And I suppose to a certain extent, we could use like the example of good fire prevention can come from what the video you showed us earlier of an example of how these things can work in tandem. So, a quote from Lenin, which is the revolutionary proletariat and the right of nations to self-determination. It is the name of the right and fighting for its unequivocal recognition that social democrats of the oppressing nations must demand the freedom of separation for oppressed nations. And in this context, folks, it's indigenous nations. For otherwise recognition of the equal rights of nation and international solidarity of workers, in reality, is an empty phrase, a hypocritical gesture. The social democrats of oppressed nations must view as foremost the demand for unity and fusion of workers of the oppressed nations with workers of oppressing nations, because otherwise those social democrats will involuntarily become allies with the national bourgeoisie, which always betrays the interests of people and of democracy, when in its turn, is always ready for annexations and always ready to oppress other nations. The majority of socialists in the world belong, in our imperialist epoch, to nations that oppress other nations and strive to widen the scope of an oppression. This is why our struggle against annexations is meaningless and not that's terrifying to social patriots if we don't declare that a socialist of an oppressing nation who doesn't conduct a propaganda in defiance of government prohibitions is not a socialist or an internationalist, but a chauvinist whose adherence to national equality globally is a hypocrisy. The specific question of annexations has become particularly urgent to one owing to the war. So Lenin was speaking about World War I. But what is annexation? Clearly, to protest against annexation implies either the recognition of the right to self-determination of nations, or that the protest is based on a pacifistic phrase which defends the status quo and opposes all violence, including revolutionary violence. And such a phrase is radically wrong and incompatible with Marxism. So at the core of this is the notion that there is like, if you are in a state, that has, let's say you're like a Marxist in Britain and you don't think Northern Ireland should be returned to Ireland, or if you were in America and you don't think the indigenous nations have the principle of secession if they want, if they want, it's up to them, not you. You are not being a Marxist. You are being a basically national chauvinist, right? That believes that your rights of a nation supersede the rights of individual constituents. And if you Norway and the Sami people, right? That was from, sorry, this is from the thesis, and the first one was from the book. If we're all concerned about our principles being theoretically thought out and clearly and precisely formulated, we cannot evade the question of what annexations are once we speak this term for political propaganda and agitation. The evasion of this question in a discussion amongst colleagues can't be interpreted as a surrender. Why do we raise this question? It's because a protest against annexations is nothing more or less than the recognition of the right to self-determination. The term annexation, so this, in this context, annexations are imperial annexations. So there is a concept of force, the concept of alien oppression, and sometimes the concept of violating the status quo. Try as you will, you can't avoid a conclusion. Annexations violate self-determination of nations, they establish state boundaries against wishes of populations, and being opposed to annexations means being in favor of the right to self-determination. And what this author is basically trying to get you to think about is that indigenous, kind of like Bohr was saying earlier, indigenous nations are not like tribes of disparate people, but nations with complex social systems and the capacity to manage their own affairs. Therefore, if there is the desire to secede, which will be when the turning of the great wheel, as it were, gets to the point where that's possible for indigenous communities, it is up to them, and I'm sure it will be hotly debated and discussed. And will be an issue that is passionately thought about within communities. But the point is, as you know, Marxists and as people who believe in the liberation of oppressed nations, you should believe in indigenous American or Turtle Island nations to do so. If you believe in Irish self-determination, if you believe in Sami self-determination, if you believe in Palestinian self-determination, if you believe in Sudanese, Tamil, all of this means that you have to contend with the fact that indigenous communities have huge chunks of fucking land in what you call America. And you might see that seceded to a indigenous government. That doesn't mean mass displacement, because that's what white people do. That's settler shit.
Once again, the settlers are afraid of like doing what land back means, and that think that the indigenous people are going to turn around and just do a
mass displacement and genocide. Yeah. Yep.
We just want to take care of the fucking land.
Yes. Okay, we're going to raid over to the lovely Bohr. I am going to put you on in the background, dude. And I'm going to have to lie down for a little bit. Sorry, Lossu. We have to remove their skins to better force assimilation into white colonialism. So it's like a humiliating, degrading act. Well, the stream is not over. The stream is just moving to Bohr.
We're just coming over here.
Get raided, and those in the other space.
Get your founder's badge.
Come get your founder's badge. Please.
Get your founder's badge.
Yeah, we're gonna go in the other place to. If I can, I have a real problem with this.
Woo! Thank you, Ninja. How have you not been following? Okay, so we can do a couple different things that we can talk about. I have some more videos to talk about. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Here, wait. You want to see dogs? There's a fan in the way.
Okay, I have raided out in all the places. I'm turning off. Right, I'm going to put you on in the background, dude.